Hollywood Stories. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Forced Squeeze, Family Harmony. What do child stars fear the most? No projects? As long as you are valuable, there will be endless special films to shoot. No money to make. As long as you are willing to accept it, endorsements for various children's products will fly all over the sky like snowflakes. No channels for advancement. As long as you work hard and don't commit suicide, you can change your style and make a living. It will be fine. Compared with these things, what they fear the most is actually the lack of exposure. Times have changed, Golden. With the rapid popularization of the internet, many people in the entertainment industry will keep this sentence on their lips. They think that in the era of information blockage, the reason why actors take the mysterious route is entirely because the publicity channels are all controlled by capital. Apart from the works, they have no good way to communicate with the public. The internet of everything completely tears this barrier apart, and unlimited exposure makes overnight fame a normal thing. In this case, an operating account can let fans know whether they have been kidnapped. Just like the guy who couldn't post a song and publicly stated on Weibo that he was going to upload audio to the electric vehicle repair forum. If you don't have a channel to show yourself, most people will really forget you. Compared with these grown-up guys, child stars actually have narrower channels for exposure. Why? Because many things can't be shown. And even if you are on, your fans can't see it. For example, magazine interviews. This kind of exposure channel is indeed one of the main publicity ports of traditional media. But the problem is, how many children without financial resources will buy this stuff to watch? For another example, fashion endorsements. Regardless of whether they are male or female actors, endorsements in the fashion circle are particularly important to them, because no matter how good their acting skills are, how classic their works are, how many awards they have won, and how scary their box office records are, but laying out global fashion endorsement advertisements is the embodiment of your continuous exposure rate. Global hard advertising can make your face appear in front of the public continuously, and this kind of exposure is much better than variety shows, because while you are remembered by others, you will not be bound by the personality brought by variety shows. But the problem is that the 8 red bloods and 5 blue bloods will not look for children to endorse. Because of the fan benefits of children, these luxury brands can't enjoy them at all. As for those things with super high traffic in Forbes, in the millennium, Jack Ma bought them for fame. Now, as for Roland's wealth, forget it. In this way, constant exploitation has become the main theme for child stars to gain attention. In fact, Roland has always felt that, although Macaulay Culkin's father is very unreliable and turned his son into a cash cow, his concept is right. In the absence of exposure, unlimited filming is the best embodiment of maintaining his son's status and letting his son always be active in front of the public. This is indeed very unpopular, but compared to being out of date, having money to eat is the most important thing. If he hadn't exploited her, Macaulay's personal life might be very comfortable, but she definitely wouldn't have as much money as she does now. The same goes for the Olsen sisters at home. After Canetti and David divorced in their previous lives, they let their daughters take on projects like crazy and get money from fans everywhere. But without these capital accumulations, how could they have a fashion brand after they grow up? Preserve the classics and leave in anger, make money and look to the future. These are actually two ways of thinking. They contradict each other and are not compatible. Unless someone is as good as Roland, no child star can make money without damaging his reputation. If there is no foresight, Charlie Cosmo's Choice is the best example. In this era, it is much safer to hold on to the thighs of the Jewish gang than to gamble your life with Cameron. However, pursuing stability means slow development. Therefore, when MJ's black or white MV was shown on the huge screens in the commercial streets of major cities in America, the exposure rate of the rotation far exceeded that of variety shows, interviews, and luxury endorsements. When people walking on the street saw the children and the MV, the familiar and unexpected emotions were like a virus, which could continue to spread among the crowd. Even those who didn't listen to MJ's songs could discuss it. Oh, isn't that Roland? He actually filmed a MV with MJ. I just watched his movie in the summer, and I didn't expect it to rise so quickly. Who is the little boy in Michael's MV? Why does he look so familiar? Roland Allen. Oh, I remember. I watched his movie with my ex-girlfriend last Christmas. Mom, who is that little brother? It's so cool to play people away with a guitar. Him? I don't know, but he must be a very good guy to be able to act as the opening lead in MJ's MV. Movies are indeed the cheapest form of entertainment, but this does not mean that everyone will go to the cinema to watch movies. Because if that is the case, then according to the 80/20 rule, with a population of 250 million, the box office of Home Alone in America should be at most 980 million, not 300 million after the extended screening. Because of this, there are actually more people who do not choose movies as a form of entertainment than the audience group imagined. In this way, there are actually many people who do not know Roland. In this case, taking advantage of MJ's move to appear on billboards in major cities around the world is what Roland can get at the moment. It is best to be exposed. He does not expect those who have just seen him to be curious about him. He thinks that his personal charm is not that great. He only hopes that those who are unfamiliar with him can remember everything today when they see the movie poster in the future. That's enough. He is not Franklin, and he is not printed on the green banknotes. He only hopes that his popularity can continue to spread and let the people who know him continue to grow. After all, only if you know first can you like him later. Although Roland was very satisfied with this 15-second long advertisement and was surprised by the level of epic records compared with his colleagues who hated him, Roland's little surprise was nothing. Is MJ's MV a super large advertisement to raise Roland's status? Fuck. Can you have some shame? People just use you to balance the skin color. You are just a tool. When Christopher Culkin saw the MV all over the world and heard the news that Roland's guest appearance in Captain Hook would be premiered in early December, the helplessness and numbness that surged in his heart made him sit decadently in a chair, unable to extricate himself. Although he went to John Hughes to seek justice for his son when Home Alone started filming and was choked by the news revealed by the other party, it does not mean that he will give up. The popularity of Home Alone made Christopher jealous. He felt that Roland had taken away everything that should have belonged to his son. But the problem was, no matter how dissatisfied he was, who could he go to for justice? In this way, Christopher, who had no way to go up to heaven or down to earth, could only swallow his anger. He took all auditions and dared not ask for a random price. Because he was cheap, had good acting skills and rich experience, under the operation of his father, Macaulay successfully got the project of Baby Lover. Christopher thought that this would allow his son, whose resources were intercepted, to get back on the right track of development. But he didn't expect that when the movie was about to be released, the market was flooded with advertisements, all of which were related to Captain Hook and Roland. Sony, the investor and distributor of Hook, originally invited Spielberg to boost performance. In this case, after discovering that Roland, whose popularity should have declined with Terminator 2, was brought back on track by MJ's MV and broadcasted worldwide, they would of course strike while the iron is hot and start promoting Hook. Even though Roland's shots in the entire movie are less than 3 seconds, it doesn't matter. They can promote it under the name of a cameo. No matter how many children are attracted to the theater to watch Peter Pan, Sony will make money. This is just wishful thinking. The profit is obviously made by the 3 guys who get the share. Although Spielberg did not allow them to use misleading slogans such as the children's scenes were directed and filmed by Roland and this is a beautiful fairy tale world to avoid being criticized. But the Easter egg promotion of looking for Roland's shots can still be broadcast. Because of this, when Sony started to promote Hook, the Baby Lover project with Sony was immediately thrown into a corner and no one paid attention to it. Macaulay Culkin? Who do you think I don't know? What? You're his father? Want to ask about the promotion of our Baby Lover? Go away. Go away. Terminator 2 has not been released overseas yet. Hook is going to be released all over America. Who cares about your Baby Lover at this time? Roland can make us earn an extra 10 million in 3 days. Can your son do it? When Sony responded to Christopher, the guy who wanted his son to be successful was almost mad to death. He really wanted to point at the Sony staff and yell, "Home Alone should have been my son's work." Roland Allen just got the project thanks to those Jews. But he knew that, if he really said that, then Honey would be finished. No one in Hollywood can offend Jews. He can shout loudly today, but tomorrow they can also suppress him cleanly and neatly. Want to make your son a popular actor? Dream more in this life. Maybe you can realize it in the next life. Of course, whether it is the broadcast of the MV or Sony's use of Hook to squeeze out Macaulay's honey, these things don't need Roland to care about. Or in other words, these things will never reach his ears and will be gone. So far, he has not set up his own team, hired public relations, and recruited assistants like other colleagues. He has used all the people David sent to him, but this does not mean that no one is helping him control public opinion. Regardless of whether it is the agency contract under the name of CAA, or Kathleen Kennedy who actually handles his various businesses, or David who has already handed over Roland's public relations business to the Olsen sisters, who also handles the external public opinion, there is a reinforced company of people who help him deal with external news, if the artist is really like what is written in the novel. And everything depends on himself. There are only two situations. One is that the author really doesn't understand, and the other is that he is the godson of the Kung Fu Emperor. Struggle, dwelling narrowness, ocean paradise, snow leopard, naked wedding era. Love is not blind. He has resources, a backstage, and a father, and he is on a step every year. But, who made him kill himself? The point is that, while he was killing himself, his team was also like a waste. Zhao Yijian was staring at him for 8 months without noticing. What's the point of keeping that team? Killing and stewing meat during the Chinese New Year is so embarrassing. However, it is actually a good thing that Roland doesn't have to worry about it. First, it proves that he is upright, and second, it proves that there is nothing wrong with the outside world. If something happened that even these big guys couldn't cover up, then he would have reached the end. While the MV was being broadcast worldwide and Sony was busy changing the posters, Roland also did a lot of things. In early October, Spielberg called him and told him that the script of Jurassic Park in his hand needed to be revised and asked Roland to go directly to his house. After learning about this, Roland took his half-revised script and the original and hid in the other's Malibu mansion. After getting to know Mariah Mamer, the screenwriter of Captain Hook, Roland brought out what he had written in the past few months without Spielberg's knowledge. When they saw Roland's thick stack of handwritten papers, both of them were a little surprised. "Did you write this?" Spielberg asked knowingly. "Yes, a little idea. If you think it's not okay, just throw it in the fireplace and burn it." Roland nodded, not afraid at all. If it were any other actor, Spielberg would not even bother to look at this thing. What does an 11-year-old kid know about scripts? Isn't that a joke? But Roland was taught by them after all. Roland had almost moved all the materials in the scripts they had used. If he couldn't write something, it would mean that he was just playing around at home and didn't study seriously. However, when Spielberg finished reading the script that Roland had revised with the intention of checking his homework, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes almost wrinkled into a ball. "Roland, it's good. Not only did you simplify the length of the preaching written by Michael Crichton, but you also changed the way the Triceratops fights the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Your sketch is interesting, but have you considered whether these pictures can be made? Modifying the script is not changing the outline. Not to mention that Roland has completely forgotten the original content. Even if he remembered it clearly, he couldn't write about the Velociraptor. There is a scene where the Triceratops runs away with the child, so why change it to the Velociraptor chasing the child? As for how the Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus Rex fight, when dinosaurs fight, isn't it just a confrontation and pounds? Triceratops has no hands, so it can't beat its chest like George the gorilla. Tyrannosaurus Rex does have a pair of short hands like Godzilla, but the problem is that it doesn't have a special move like smearing its face with phlegm. When there are no super science fiction element, the traditional dinosaur fight is just you bite me, and I whip you, right? Then face the camera and draw twice, add music and editing, and the momentum will come out, right? As for how to make these pictures, Director, I've seen your notes on Jaws. Day plus blue filter equals night. This is the formula you wrote. Although Roland can't do serious action design, he still knows how to use skills. Use the night to blur the audience's vision, and use the distance of human eyes chasing light to make the audience focus on places with more brightness, so that the traces of CG production in the movie can be concealed. Although this is not good, but is the behavior of exploding bay more excessive than the special effects of the night? People really copied the special effects they made. Copy it exactly as it is, not even editing or modifying it. Of course, another reason why Roland kept the script outline was to add his sister. After seeing the age setting of the siblings changed by Roland, Spielberg laughed. How could he not see Roland's naked behavior? The manuscript almost wrote that the role of Hammond's granddaughter, Lix, would be given to Ashley or Mary. According to common sense, Roland's behavior of meddling in the project would cause the big boss to be disgusted. If it was Quentin who didn't cut it, his role would have been ruined. But the problem is that Spielberg is the guy who likes to make internal appointments the most. Why should I use outsiders when I have my own people? Praise them and then let them go? Isn't that mentally ill? I originally wanted to make one of the children younger and make him the plot driver. Since you are asked to play the little boy, let's make the little girl younger. Ashley and Mary, whom I met last time, don't have any scripts recently. When the script is finished, let them come over and try it out. It happens to be twins. Finding a pair means that we can take turns to shoot. Roland wanted the role of the little girl, so just give it to him. Spielberg didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. Anyway, his idea of selecting people is to call people he knows first and ask them if they are willing to take his movie. If they are interested, then he will have a direct interview. What about auditions, screening, and final selections? Why make so much trouble? It's not an epic drama. When Spielberg agreed to Roland's idea of modifying the character setting and streamlining the outline, the little guy sitting next to him laughed happily. Although he understood that the script in front of him was far from the final draft, the settings agreed by Spielberg would generally not be changed, and he actually wanted the two roles of the brother and sister. As the role intentions were confirmed, the Olsens who learned about this were very surprised. After repeated confirmations, the extremely excited Benetti took his whole family to the Montage Hotel for a big meal. Of course, they paid with David's card. The reassurance given by Roland was something Benetti had been waiting for a long time. This was not because she was snobbish, but because she was excited about achieving something on the road to realizing her dream. Parents of any family whose daughters have been filming TV series for so many years hope that they can develop on the big screen. If the first movie to the screen can directly cooperate with Spielberg, no matter which parent it is, they will wake up with a smile. Of course, Benetti also understood that cooperation is not the point. The point is, thank you, Roland. After returning home from the dinner, when Benetti left her daughter and son to her husband, she also accompanied Roland back to the next door. Looking at Aunt Canetti with a smile on her face, Roland spread his hands and said with a smile, "It's just a small favor. Okay, I know you don't like this kind of courtesy, but, well, I also know what you want to know now. Don't worry, there will definitely be a complete family." The argument between me and David before was just that David didn't want them to make that kind of meaningless crappy movie. Now, these things are up to you to decide, and he and I will naturally not have any more disagreements. I just want them to do something I haven't touched before, but you know, it's very troublesome to have no connections in Hollywood, because those producers just want to make money through them. But now that you are here, I feel relieved. At least, those guys don't dare to mention money in front of you. After so many years of struggling in the circle, how could Canetti not know the cruelty of going from TV to movies? No matter how famous you are, without connections, it is still equal to zero. And now, Roland is willing to help. That is naturally the best. Under such circumstances, Canetti, who has long seen that Roland is extremely dependent on a complete family, will naturally not make trouble again. Roland smiled and nodded at her assurance. Without saying anything, he raised his right hand. Canetti, who got his idea, also raised his palm and tapped it with him. Roland, who has experienced enough, doesn't want to do anything weird anymore. If you can live a good life, don't talk about divorce anymore. If you can do something for family harmony, hasn't he done it? Okay, Aunt Canetti, there's no need to talk about what has been decided. Since Steven asked them to give it a try, let's go to the premiere together on the 8th. Anyway, they have reserved 15 seats. It would be a waste if we don't go. Notes: 5 Blue Bloods, Dyer, Channel, Louis Vuitton, Guxy, Prada. CK withdrew from the ready-to-wear line and dropped out of the Blue Blood. 8 Red Bloods, Givenchy, Giorgio Armani, Saint Laurent, Valentino, Versace, Hermes, Lanvin, Burberry. The cover of Forbes in July 2000 was bought so that it would be easier to talk business when going out. Zhuo Wen's team really watched The Godson of the Kung Fu Emperor for 8 months. He said it himself. Baby Lover was really invested by Sony. Explosion Bay did the special effects of a giant bionic robot in the Island of Clones, and then directly copied himself in Transformers. In the era of Jurassic Park, there was no such thing as special effects cheaper in the dark than in the daytime, because at that time, only Industrial Light and Magic could do computer CG. As the second in command, Spielberg could only get the best. As for why there were dark and rainy shots in Jurassic Park, it really had nothing to do with the formula of darkness plus water equals saving money, because when filming, there was a hurricane. The hurricane came first, and then the dark sky covered the CG images. Daytime plus blue filter equals night is Spielberg's formula for shooting night scenes. He doesn't like to work overtime, so night scenes are shot like this. It has been like this since Jaws. Chapter 102. Timid DeHaozi, Two Little Things. Huh. Fortunately, those guys at Sony had some shame. Really? Why do I feel like Steven is strongly protecting Roland? Okay. Anyway, Roland is not the main force in publicity and promotion. Our movie can be released on time. Then, release the movie as planned before. Yes, the time remains unchanged. It's still November 15th. Just as Roland shared with his family about the finalization of the character settings for Jurassic Park, the office of Buena Vista Pictures was still brightly lit. As the headquarters of Walt Disney's distribution business, lying on their desks was a poster of Captain Hook printed by Sony Columbia Pictures. If you look closely, Roland Allen on each version of the poster has been marked with a red fountain pen by these guys, and the nearly 20 versions of the poster are directly spread out like magic cards. According to common sense, as an animation company that wants to develop live-action film business, Disney has nothing to do with Roland Allen anyway. But now, as soon as the promotional posters of Captain Hook were laid out, these guys were like mice seeing a cat, and they vigilantly collected all the news about Roland on the market. The reason is simple. Roland is now so popular. Sony, the foreign importer, is so shameless. And when the two of them are added together, Disney can hardly eat. If the promotion of the movie Captain Hook is based on the normal rhythm, the promotion of the movie should focus on director Steven Spielberg, starring Robin Williams, Dustin Hoffman and female lead Julia Roberts. With the 4 of them, there is no need to worry about JFK, The Addams Family, Star Trek VI, Future Fight, The Point Blank, Father of the Bride and so on. If they can't carry the box office, even if they are tied together, then Sony can just find some noodles for these guys and let them hang themselves. But the problem is that the film market share is only so much every year. Market share has always been linked to per capita income and consumption patterns. The quality of a film can affect the market, but the effect is extremely small. In this way, how to make more money while maintaining the market depends on the publicity and distribution parties. Using Roland, a guest star, for publicity is also a method thought up by capitalists like Sony. If Spielberg hadn't stopped him, the bracketed mark on the poster would not be a guest star, but a special appearance. Don't doubt the integrity of these capitalists. The supporting role has been edited into the protagonist, and that happens everywhere. Andy Lau in Chasing the Dragon and Stephen Chow in The Lucky Guy were both cheated by the same person. As for whether this kind of money-making behavior will affect the actors, it's none of their business. They don't act. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Spielberg's pressure, Roland might have been tricked by Sony, which wanted to expand the market crazily. But now, even if Sony didn't do anything shameless, they still relied on Roland's global exposure and took advantage of it, hoping to earn more box office through Roland's influence among children. The slogan "Looking for Roland" is really shameless. And the posters made for Roland are even more outrageous. If even the actors in the 3-second shots can be put on the posters, then there will be hundreds of people who can promote the movie. Of course, Sony attaches so much importance to Roland, which is actually a reflection of his value. But with this, Disney next door is worried to death. Last year, when Disney was releasing the animated film The Rescuers, Home Alone came out and beat them to a pulp. A low-cost animated film didn't even make back its capital, which shows how ruthless Roland Allen is. And this year, in the previous summer, in order to avoid Terminator 2, Disney directly withdrew Beauty and the Beast from the schedule. At that time, their opponents seemed to be the combination of James Cameron plus Arnold Schwarzenegger plus Roland Allen, but the one who could really affect them, wasn't it Roland Allen, who has the same fan base as Disney? Although Perelman's existence is also one of the main factors, not wanting to be beaten by Roland's movie is also the key to Disney's change of schedule. But the problem is, I have postponed the schedule for 4 months, and ended up bumping into you, a little bastard. This is so stupid. Disney does know that Hook shot by Spielberg will be released at the end of this year, but they also know that Hook is not a fairy tale movie for children at all. And in their estimation, as the popularity of Terminator 2 fades, Roland, who made a cameo in Hook, should not be the key to publicity. But what about now? How could they know that he actually got a chance to appear in MJ's music video? This kind of global advertising costs at least tens of millions. How come for Roland, this thing is like free, he can appear whenever he wants? When Disney heard the news that Roland's special code was exposed again, Bonaventure Pictures, which was responsible for the promotion of Beauty and the Beast, was actually numb. They really didn't want to compete with the guy who harvested 10 million box office in 3 days. They just wanted to cheat some box office. And just when they were thinking about whether to change the release date of Beauty and the Beast for the second time, the poster printed by Sony made them breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these guys at Sony didn't make Roland the main promotion. It seems that Steven Spielberg has a very good relationship with our chairman. He left us a way out. If the release date is changed again, this movie really can't be made. We should hurry up and promote this movie. Yes, with the huge success of the 2 movies, Roland's global personal cumulative box office has reached 700 million. Terminator 2 was too slow to release. In this case, Disney, which makes a living by harvesting the 6 money bags of children, doesn't want to bump into him at all. Or, in other words, none of the 8 major studios now want to schedule their movies in the same period as him. The meaning of the existence of the 8 major studios is to make money, and children's money is often the easiest to cheat. Once a child tells his parents that he wants to watch Roland's movie, the guys in the same period as him will not be able to sell tickets. After all, everyone's time is limited. Energy is also limited. The screen cake is even more limited. Of course, Roland didn't know that Disney was worried about him. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. Even if it is the internet age now, Roland would not learn from the guy with a backpack to open a small account and post a comment because of this matter. Like Sister Stone, directly put the engagement ring in front of the camera. Isn't this deliberately trying to blind the eyes of the spectators? Compared with the major film companies that regarded Roland as the box office leader and thought that the movie Captain Hook had the potential to win overall audiences, Roland felt that, even if Sony took advantage of his popularity, the box office was still quite worrying. In the previous life, how did this adult version of Peter Pan sell in the top 5 in the world? Wasn't it the popularity of the main creative team? Although the whole movie is under the banner of fairy tales, it is not friendly to children at all. Because they have no life experience, they can't understand it at all. And many former children who have already had life experience are being dragged down by life. Want to let them go to the theater to relive the beauty? Then you can only rely on the personal charm of the main creative team. What's more, some of the shots were taken by him. Even if Spielberg thinks it can be used, Roland still doesn't have much confidence in his craftsmanship. Before seeing the finished film, who knows what he shot? when Buena Vista Pictures was frantically printing posters, trying to release Beauty and the Beast before Hook and defraud money from children's pockets. Roland, who had just finalized the Jurassic Park project, was invited by Fox. After he finished reading the script of Home Alone 2, written by John Hughes, and approved by the Fox Greenlight Committee, he was amazed at the industrial process of Hollywood scripts. Sure enough, their strength is to make sequels and cheat money. How to play the same story into a different feeling is the real foundation of these screenwriters. To put it bluntly, they are just catching a sheep and stroking it desperately. When the sheep is stroking bald, they will put it on cooldown and wait for a start. Although Roland doesn't like this kind of work without any novelty, he will not refuse money. What is the pursuit of a deeper and broader art film? When the commercial film you make can be liked by everyone, it will be an art film that can be included in the Hall of Fame. I think it's okay. When will we shoot? Give me the script. In the next period of time, I will only prepare for this movie. Don't worry, I still have professional ethics. Although I have several scripts, if I mess up the scenes, Steven will definitely hit me on the head. The market rule of the movie is that whoever wins the business wins the world. Oscar winner? Without commercial appeal, you can't get into the first tier. Only those who can bang the table and ask for dividends from the investors are the predators at the top of the food chain, and even they dare not guarantee that they can bring in the box office of every movie. No matter who it is, they can only say that they try their best to make every movie. Nicolas Cage has indeed changed from an actor to the king of bad movies, but he is still acting well in every script of his own. Whether the movie is bad or not, he deserves every penny he gets. If you need to pull out your teeth, pull them out. If you need to eat rotten cockroaches alive, eat them alive. And the same goes for Johnny Depp. The producer wants him to change his gold teeth. Just change them. When it comes to discussing pay, they can be all powerful, but when it comes to filming, they just have to film as they want. Roland, who understands all this, naturally knows what he should do. Home Alone 2 might be a large-scale commercial. So what? Since he has accepted it, he will film it well. As for 11 films a year, he really can't do that. When Roland stuffed the closed script into his bag, the Fox producer smiled happily. After receiving a positive answer, Hook will premiere in Los Angeles on December 8th, so our film will start shooting on the 10th. Don't worry, your creative team will take a special plane to go there, so you don't have to worry about the travel time. Compared with Disney, which doesn't want to collide with Roland, Fox is actually a smart guy. Roland has box office influence and background, so he is the boss. As long as he can film well, let alone coordinating with his activities to adjust the start time, even if he uses a special plane to pick him up, it's no problem. As long as they can make money, they are brothers. And if they can't make money, at least they won't worry about such things now. 2 movies with $700 million. Roland may become the youngest billionaire in the world. Compared with the box office of those extras, how could he who has always been the protagonist collapse so easily? As for transformation, at least 4 of the top 10 works in the global box office rankings every year are projects of their Jewish gang. With such a good yield, if he doesn't take off, who else can? After Roland dealt with the 2 projects of Jurassic Park and Home Alone 2 one after another, he pretended to call the truck driver when he saw that the time was almost up. However, when he asked where the other party was, the divorced guy told Roland very rudely that he was making money in New York. To be honest, Roland really wanted to make up a story for David before, but now what can a truck driver do in New York when there is no village or store? The point is that the other party also told him very happily that he often visited Perelman's securities company recently. Well, after hearing what he said, Roland also understood where this guy got the hundreds of millions of dollars to build submarines in the future. Every divorce requires tens of millions. Even Spielberg can't afford such compensation. And when Cameron hinted at him, everything was easy. Worried about being hated? Then let the funds go from the bank opened by Perelman. After learning from the truck driver that Perelman didn't care at the moment, Roland gave their address in New York to David. Since some things are hard to say, let's leave it to the guy who knows the business. Are you sure you want to use the salary contract for Home Alone 2 and the stock of Berkshire Hathaway for mortgage loans? Although his tone was full of doubts, David's glance was extremely calm. Of course, don't play too big, just enough to spend. Roland nodded very affirmatively. Okay, I understand. After getting a positive answer, David put the things away directly. At the same time, he also said, I can help you deal with these things, but I won't. David is a very stable guy. From his behavior, that he would rather make less money to keep his daughter and Roland's authorizations, we can get a glimpse of it. Roland also understands that, even if he tells the other party that the bear will disintegrate, he will not believe it. In this case, let him do it alone. No problem, David. It's better if you don't do it. If I lose, I still have to rely on you to support me. Roland's naughty tone made David shake his head, sneer, and say, forget it. You are the same as your father. You have a lot of ideas. He also likes to gamble, but he only won once, and that was when he chased your mother. As for you, I hope you can win this time. Really? What if I lose? Roland picked up a pen from the pen holder and turned it directly with his fingers. Lost. Then I can only close the company for you and stop the loss in time. But you still have to bear the corresponding debts. Looking at your 10 million salary, you have to shoot 5 movies first, right? I wish you can be popular for a long time. Oh, okay, thank you. Roland felt relieved when David said that. Although he understood that with the truck driver and the bald financier, he couldn't lose money since he had already returned the world history to his teacher, but it was still great to have David to cover the bottom for him. And he also found that rich people are really more likely to succeed than ordinary people because they have more chances to come back than ordinary people. Then, when are you leaving? I'll arrange the company's affairs first, leave on the 5th, and come back on the 10th. What? So you won't attend the premiere? Yes, I don't like the red carpet, and it's a good thing for me not to join in the fun. Have you decided? Of course. Since David answered so affirmatively, Roland would not force it. With the confirmation of the bare first stroking matter, Roland cleared all the trivial matters on hand. He spent 58 days to find the feeling of acting and write the character biography. After he finished all the preparations before shooting, he also received a call from Mohammed. When the other party told Roland that he had received a call from Cole Needham, Roland decisively took a day to go to Silicon Valley to meet him. After handing the invitation letter to them, time quietly came to December 8th, when Captain Hook was released. Note, from 1985 to the release of Aladdin, Disney's development strategy was real-life movies, and animated movies were also made, but the box office was not good. Beauty and the Beast did not dare to compete with Terminator 2, and did not dare to grab the Christmas season. Even if it was successful, Aladdin in the second year did not dare to continue to grab the schedule, and was released before the start of the Christmas season. It was not until the 2 movies were all hits that The Lion King and Pocahontas began to compete for the summer schedule. In the previous 7 years, every time they released an animated movie, they were timid. The incident of guest appearance becoming the main character was said by Andy himself. There is a video on Yahoo. As for Stephen Chow, it was purely because Wang Jing wanted to use Stephen Chow at a low price. The money for guest appearance is different from that for the main character. After being cheated once, when filming King of Gamblers, Wang Jing wanted to use the same trick again, but Stephen Chow asked for 8 million in 10 days. Wang Jing didn't want to suffer a loss, so he added scenes crazily. Since then, the two have not cooperated again. Cage pulled 2 teeth when he starred in Badman. In Vampire's Kiss, he directly swallowed the stinking dead cockroaches. As for why, this is actually a weird rule of the American Humane Association. They think that eating live cockroaches is inhumane to cockroaches. In fact, The Shawshank Redemption also encountered this problem. In that movie, all the scenes of feeding crows with maggots used maggots that died naturally, because feeding crows with live maggots is an inhumane behavior for maggots. At first I thought it was a made-up joke, but after I read about Aha's deeds, I finally understood what stupidity meant. Chapter 103 Seattle and the Influence of Status. To be honest, if it was the premiere of any other movie, the organizers would have given Roland 15 tickets, which was obviously too much, because an auditorium can only seat a few hundred people at most. If they did not invite more big names and film critics with the limited number, wouldn't that be a fuss? But the guest Lanoop of Captain Hook does not need the organizer to worry about it at all. When Spielberg's movie is released, his 3 brothers will definitely come to support it. In addition to his and Lucas's apprentices, as well as Francis and Martin's students, the big names on the red carpet will pop up like they are free. Clint Eastwood has to give face to his brother-in-law, right? Jack Nicholson has to give face to his classmates, right? Tom Hanks has to give face to his mentor, right? The red carpet guests of Captain Hook are much more luxurious than the Golden Globe Lanoop that Roland attended a year ago. And if the premiere of Terminator 2 in the summer is put together with it, perhaps only the number of film critics can be compared. To put it bluntly, in the past year, Roland's exposure far exceeded that of everyone else. With the blessing of box office results, his name plus a title can make the headlines of major news. But compared with these guys who control 70% of the resources in the circle, he can sing nothing like the national father-in-law. What Roland has, which of these guys doesn't have? What Roland doesn't have, they also have. In this way, when Roland and the Olsen sisters stepped onto the red carpet, the treatment he enjoyed was far less intense than when he appeared on the red carpet in Terminator 2. In other words, even if many reporters wanted to know how Roland got on MJ's MV, in order to take into account the emotions of other bigwigs, their behavior was restrained a lot. When facing those restrained media, Roland was more comfortable. He walked the 50-meter red carpet in 1 minute. Isn't the reason why carpet stars are called carpet stars just to use the red carpet to raise their status? This does not apply at all in Hollywood. Not only that, there were a bunch of big guys waiting to go behind Roland. If he didn't go down, wouldn't that make others unhappy? Although those guys wouldn't bother with him about these little things. If he had the time to stay on the red carpet, he might as well take Aunt Gannetti and meet more people. Besides, Mohammed Needham's group of guys couldn't walk the red carpet. They entered from the side door with the invitation, but they were still waiting for him in the lounge. After meeting these guys, Roland fulfilled Needham's wish and took him to greet the big guys. As the news of the filming of Captain Hook continued to spread, these big guys also welcomed Roland's arrival with a smile. "Oh, Roland, this is the first time we meet, right? Yeah, of course I've seen both of your movies. You acted well. You ask me who I like best? A tough guy like me. Of course I like your role as John. Give me a hug? No problem. Steven told me that you and I are a lot like you and have the potential to change careers. He originally wanted you to come to my Unforgiven crew to learn, but after thinking about it, I decided to refuse. There's no need for you to watch westerns where half of the body is buried in a cemetery. You don't mind? Well, you can come to my crew anytime you have time in the future. Oh, is this the founder of some internet database that Steven mentioned? Signature? Sure. No, I don't know what you are doing, but he told me about this. What? You like Mike Murphy? Oh, Roland, don't joke with me, okay? The last time I had dinner with Al, he told me that you are very promiscuous. You said in front of him that you liked Sonny, but then you turned around and told Francis that you liked Michael Corleone. I've heard about your ability to like everyone you meet, so I won't let you fool me. Okay, just kidding. James, Terminator 2 was very well made, and you acted very well. I heard that you learn everything. Did you also direct the children's group scenes in Hook? Then I'll have to see how you shot it later. Don't be in a hurry. Take a photo before leaving. Did you secretly show your sisters The Shining? Otherwise, why wouldn't they want to get close to me? Roland, I'm glad to see you too. Oh, Ashley and Mary, I'm sorry, although I have watched your TV series, I can't recognize who you are. Yes, I like you. Before watching Terminator 2, I wanted to ask Roland to play Jonah, my son, in Sleepless in Seattle, but after watching Terminator 2, I think you should go for Jurassic Park. That movie is more suitable for you than Seattle. What? Change the little boy into a little girl? Well, I have to ask the producer about this first, but if the two of them are okay with it, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yes, they told me that you are not confident in your acting skills and you always feel that you can improve. It doesn't matter, after you finish filming Jurassic, just join my Philadelphia story group. Although I have never been a teacher, I can tell you my own thoughts. Of course, you can also let Martin teach you. He is a real teacher, the kind that gets paid by New York University. Roland is actually a very down-to-earth person. When he attended the premiere of Terminator 2, he felt that the whole process was very boring, because the people present were basically editors of various media, or film critics who had columns in major newspapers. They could do nothing but praise your movie. Just like the 40 thieves who could say open sesame, their characteristics have already fully reflected the nature of the media, right? Acquiring media and controlling communication channels. Am I wrong? Do you have a chance to say it? Tencent's characteristics are similar, heavily supporting the law society and supporting the development of upstream and downstream courts and their institutions. Am I wrong? You can say it, but be careful or I will sue you. Roland really has no interest in dealing with those media that can be controlled by money. But what about now? His peers in the circle have more common topics with him. You can also say that he is trying to build relationships in a snobbish way. But since people are here, if he doesn't go around a little, is it worth such a good opportunity? Roland never thought of himself as a saint. All his efforts were to seize opportunities. Since these guys were right in front of him, if he didn't go up and talk to them, how could he know what happened during the time he didn't know? He almost joined Eastwood's crew and followed this old bodyguard. Pacino had already sold his old background to Nicholson. Hanks was ready to be his teacher. Just these alone made Roland's trip worthwhile. Not to mention, Hanks was willing to ask the producer of Sleepless in Seattle if he could change the image of the boy in the film. The reputation of the movie Seattle was not very good in the future. But this kind of love movie about fate can always capture the hearts of young men and women. Mary Sue-like love stories will never lack a market. As a love movie, it can make the male and female protagonists appear at the same time for less than 3 minutes and harvest more than 200 million global box office. The depiction of God's will, destiny, and faith makes those who are fanatical about religion willing to pay for tickets. And religion and faith are things that almost everyone in America has. Because of this, Seattle, which is completely in accordance with what is written in the Gospel of Luke, and follows the concept of again I say to you, ask, and it will be given to you, seek, and you will find, knock, and it will be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives, and he who seeks finds, and to him who knocks it will be opened, is destined to be loved by people. This is also the reason why the Chinese version of Downey will only be scolded for having a wrong outlook on life, after copying The Silence of the Lambs. The original film is clearly about faith and love, but what did he copy? It was the mistress's trip to the American confinement center. Of course, that plagiarized version has nothing to do with Roland now. Now he only knows that if the child in Seattle can change gender and be won by the Olsen sisters, it will be very beneficial to them. The role of the little boy in the original book is really likable. All the efforts made for the love of his father will definitely make the two sisters, who already rely on cuteness to make a living in the TV circle, more popular with the sister fans and mother fans. If you don't use the resources, you are a fool, right? As for supporting roles, 100 low-cost independent films can't even match a hit. What's more, Seattle has Hanks and sweet girl Meg to carry the box office. The Olsen sisters only need to be responsible for the icing on the cake. If you can achieve success in the simplest way, don't be stupid to tinker with other projects that may fail. However, this is just Roland's casual mention in front of Hanks. As for whether it can succeed, he himself doesn't know. However, after Nedum followed Roland around the venue, he became more and more impressed with the almost 12-year-old kid beside him. None of the box office record holders and award-winning celebrities would refuse Roland. Looking at the heavy autograph book in his hand, Nedum was a little emotional. He had met all the actors and directors he liked today. Before coming here, he had never thought that he could take a photo with them. Thank you very much. Meeting them has been a dream I have been hoping to realize since I was 8 years old. When everyone was about to enter the venue, the IMDb founder, who had a shaved head, wore glasses, and looked like a programmer, hugged Roland with a smile. Oh, Cole, don't be so polite. We are all friends, helping each other. Steven, I'll take you there after the end. It may only take a while, because I have to fly to New York on the 10th. Roland smiled and shook his head. The indifference in his words made Nedum deeply agree. For a little guy like him, it was already very happy to be able to attend a premiere with a big star like Roland. Not to mention communicating with Spielberg for a while. Even if he could only shake hands, he could fulfill his dream of Jaws back then. When Roland came to his seat and sat down at ease, feeling the harmonious atmosphere around him, he dared to say that this was the most comfortable premiere he had ever attended. Reporters would not chase you to ask questions. Big shots would not arrogantly show you their faces because of their status. And everything was so natural, no different from taking a hot spring bath. This safe zone formed by a series of factors such as background and box office made Roland feel extremely at ease. He even felt that under such circumstances, even if Captain Hook was shot like shit, these guests, reporters, and film critics on the scene would be eloquent and praise the entire movie from all aspects. Is the plot flat? Is the rhythm too slow? Then we can praise the camera movement. Peter Pan is completely without the coolness, pride, and determination that runs counter to the secular society in the novel. Then we can talk about his growth, reality, and the correct life that people are facing now. Is this a vulgar adult fairy tale? A bowl of Mengpo soup that is hard to swallow? It doesn't matter, we can still brag about the acting skills. William's middle-aged Peter Pan completely has the tired shadow of those adults in the real society, and Hoffman's Captain Hook is still majestic, full of stubbornness and innocence. This is the influence brought by status. The quality of movie is itself a difficult thing to define. What I like is good, and what you like is bad. How can this kind of subjective judgment be fair? But when you like a guy very much, his shit will be fragrant. Because you don't allow him to fall from the altar. It's that simple. Even if the other party really missed this time, he really rested on his laurels and made money. But as long as it's not 3 times in a row, people will eventually forget these things. Because of this, when Roland found that after the movie had been playing for nearly half an hour, the 2 6-year-old girls, Ashley and Mary, still did not understand the plot, but Aunt Canetti, who was sitting next to him, was watching it with relish, he realized that the movie Captain Hook was really not suitable for children. He raised his hands and beckoned the 2 little ones to crawl into his arms. While pecking each of them on the forehead, Roland also said in their ears, "If you feel bored, close your eyes and take a nap. I'll take you to see Beauty and the Beast tomorrow." But Ashley looked at Roland with her big watery eyes. "Isn't this bad?" Hearing this, Mary also nodded in agreement. Although they are still young, their minds have long been mature. They understand that sleeping now is not appropriate in terms of emotion and reason. Then, don't doze off. Roland tilted his head and looked at them seriously. "With Beauty and the Beast, I won't." Mary answered very honestly. "If there is a princess dress, we can sleep in tomorrow." Ashley added after her sister's words. Such words made Roland laugh. Well, it seems that, no matter which era, little girls always liked Disney. From Prince Charming to Queen Charming, people have always found ways to trick little girls into buying princess dresses. But since the 2 little Lalas have made a request, how could Roland not satisfy them? Then you have to watch the movie carefully, because Beauty and the Beast was made by Steven's good friend. If you want Belle's princess dress, you can only find Steven to get the original. Note, Nicholson is a student of Roger Corman, the king of Hollywood B-level movies. After The Shining was a great success, he cried to the camera and said that after so many years of filming, he finally made a B-level movie that his teacher was best at. After The Terminator was a great success, Cameron added a sentence in the DVD soundtrack. "I was taught by Roger Corman Film School." Scorsese and Francis are also students of Roger Corman. These big names are from the same school, so it is okay for Nicholson to joke with Roland in the article, because they are family. Flags of Our Fathers, Letters from Iwo Jima, The Bridges of Madison County. Many of Eastwood's movies were invested and produced by Spielberg. After 1 Million won the award, Spielberg directly said, "Congratulations to my family for winning 2 more Little Golden Men." The rating of the movie Seattle is not high, but this is normal, because all love movies are not rated high. The Ship, 50 First Dates, The Notebook, these movies about love, are all good at the box office, but the ratings are not above 8. But even so, many people still go to see it. Chapter 104 Audience Choices of Family Movies. Of course, everything Roland thought of would not happen in the end. How could Metacritic delete 6,400 negative reviews overnight and raise the score of The Islander from 5.1 to 7.4? For these experienced guys, Hookshot by Spielberg is the orthodox sequel to Peter Pan because the growth of fairy tale characters is a refreshing concept. It is also a concept that can make the old guys at the scene feel the same. Hook tells the story of Peter Pan, who never grows up, returning to the human world and having children. He will be tired of everything in real life. The pressure of the mortal world has turned him into a cold adult, with only the habitual thinking of everything as material in his head. Captain Hook came and kidnapped his 2 children. Under the pull of the fairy, Peter Pan, with a beer belly, returned to Neverland and was forced by the other party to save his children. He is not young, brave, energetic, or happy. Even when he returns to his base camp, the familiar children cannot recognize him and even think that the greasy old man in front of them is a pirate. Just when everyone rejects him, a black boy suddenly walks out of the team. He touches his face and says with surprise, "It's you." After being recognized, the grown-up Peter Pan is able to stay and find a way to defeat Captain Hook. During the training, he gradually regains the innocence that he lost because of growing up and the imagination that he lost because of excessive social experience. When he recalls the feeling of being a father at the beginning, the joy, satisfaction, and happiness make him regain his ability. Yes, in the novel Peter Pan written by James Barrie, Peter Pan, who never grows up, pursues eternal childhood, the supreme and pure childlike innocence, and the beauty and tranquility away from the hustle and bustle of the adult world. But people have to grow up after all. Although childhood is beautiful, it cannot be retained. From childhood to adulthood, human beings will not only lose their innocence, but also their own personality will be suppressed, and human nature will be distorted by the noise of the outside world. At this time, Spielberg proposed an alternative method, spiritual comfort, which is children. In his opinion, growing up with his children is the best way to find the beauty of the past in the flashy world, and it is also the best way to regain the innocence and recall the past. Never forget the child deep in your heart. As a fairy tale movie for adults, Spielberg just wants to tell the world about his love for children. And this kind of love can only be experienced by adults. The helplessness caused by social life, but the persistence of having to move forward for the better growth of children, is the real blow to the tears of adults. Because of this, when the movie ended, there was warm applause at the scene. Why? Because these guys all understand it. Unlike the younger generation of Hollywood born in the 1970s, 1980s and 1990s, who were deeply influenced by their parents, these old guys present here only relied on their own hands to get to their current status. The old man Dong Mu, who has starred in the top 10 movies in North American box office for more than 20 years, has set a record that no one can break, but the Dollars trilogy that made him famous, A Fistful of Dollars, A Fistful of Dollars, and The Good, the Bad and the Ugly are actually European movies. Because Hollywood studios at the time did not want to invest in westerns, and Eastwood, who had no movies to shoot because of his image problems, picked up a series that was not favored by everyone, and then became popular. This kind of life experience of entering the circle with dreams, being excluded and disliked by others, and finally turning the tide to success, isn't it a true portrayal of the adult Peter Pan in the movie? The westerns he insists on now are the children of Peter Pan and Hook. As Roland said before, the last western he shot, Unforgiven, will be released next year. In fact, it is the same as what was expressed in Hook. At the end of the decline of westerns, he missed his high-spirited self. In this case, will he still not understand movies? The same is true for Tom Hanks. His parents divorced when he was 6 years old. His childhood life was watching and acting in plays, but because of his appearance, he never got the main supporting roles. If it weren't for Ron Howard who finalized him as the lead actor in The Little Mermaid, even he himself didn't know how long he could hold on. For him, Howard is the Peter Pan in his life, so that every time Howard gave him a script, he would directly participate in it. In this case, will he still not understand movies? Although this kind of directional viewing threshold will greatly affect the box office and reputation of the entire movie, because most of the audience go to the theater just to have fun. Star Wars can make people happy, so it sells well at the box office, but compared with Quentin's movies, that require a lot of event knowledge to understand, Captain Hook is much better. You don't need to understand what happened in Hollywood in the 1960s, because you can find yourself in the movie. In this way, at the cocktail party after the film screening, people only talk about the success of the story's sequel. It is indeed a very good breakthrough to regain the feeling of happiness through fatherly love and recall the good memories of childhood. Wendy's aging and Tinkerbell's loneliness are the helplessness of adults. Peter Pan loves his wife and his children. He must make choices and give up something. This kind of pain is something that all adults will experience. The real problem adults face is not growing up but forgetting. All adults are children. As long as you have not forgotten, what happened can never be forgotten. It's just that you can't remember it temporarily. This is an excellent family fairy tale drama. Although there may be many children who can't understand it, I believe that the adults who walk into the theater with them will tell their children why they like this movie. Because it is not a brain-burning suspense film, adults can understand it, and they can also communicate well with their children through this movie. To be honest, perhaps because Spielberg did not disclose the news that Roland was shooting the children's scenes, more than 90% of the praise on the scene had nothing to do with Roland. But Roland thought that the movie would be criticized, but after hearing those compliments that hit the nail on the head, he suddenly realized how stupid his previous thoughts were. Children may not understand Captain Hook. That's right. Ashley and Mary are the best examples. But what? Their parents can understand it. Isn't the so-called family movie a topic that allows the family to communicate after watching the movie? Just like Home Alone. After watching this movie, the children will ask their parents, will everything Kevin encountered in the movie happen to them? Do those terrible villains really exist? These topics do sound very naive, but they are a bridge to enhance the relationship between children and parents. As long as the children and parents have one or more arguments after watching the movie, then the movie is successful. What intention, and technique are all secondary things. The essence of a family movie is to create a topic for families who can't find a good topic to chat about on weekdays. Whether the children understand the film and then share it with the adults, or the adults understand the film and then explain it to the children, both channels are fine. As long as you do this, the film you made is meaningful. In this way, when Roland took Needham to meet Spielberg on time and expressed his thoughts after hugging, taking photos and signing, Spielberg, whose mind was still full of social engagements, laughed and patted Roland on the shoulder, saying very agreeably, "Oh, the fundamental selling points of various types of movies. I wanted to teach you when I was filming Jurassic, but I didn't expect you to have figured it out now." That's right. The reason why family movies were born is to create topics for family members to chat about. You don't have to care about children or adults. You don't need to please everyone. As long as you let a certain type of people understand your movie, then this movie has a great probability of having a market. You don't need to think about perfecting every aspect of the movie. You just need to magnify the biggest highlight in the script. The audience can accept a certain amount of logical loopholes, but the premise is that when you are writing the script and filming, you have to understand which part of the audience of the whole story is, and whether what you write and shoot can move them. The reason why I think the revised version of Jurassic you wrote before is okay is because you know what the audience of that movie wants to see. People want to see dinosaurs. In this movie, dinosaurs are the protagonists. You, your sister, or other human characters are all ingredients. Only by grasping this point can we start writing the script. Of course, even if the target group is clear, we still have to pay attention to one issue, that is, the number. If the number is too small, don't shoot it if you can. Although the success of a movie will eventually depend on luck, movies with a small audience need more luck than movies with a large audience. If a movie with an investment of 100 million is ruined, it will still have a box office of several hundred million, because the investors will find a way to get their money back, and the public will still know you. If a movie with an investment of 10 million is ruined, who will know you? Although Spielberg's words were full of the smell of money, Roland had to admit that what he said was right. Just as Bajin wrote Ende, a cold and lonely life is not as good as a vigorous death. How many actors and directors have entered the public eye through blockbusters? And how many guys rely on a blockbuster to make a living? If there is a chance to get 100 million, they will never take 80 million. Just like Cameron's The Ship and Avatar, after burning so much money, which investor dares to put the movie on ice? Even if the critic's reputation is not good, they have to promote the movie crazily. This is not a question of whether there is a dream or not, but only a vigorous death can get more capital back. You know, in the absence of Paul Johnson and G.U. Oda, Fast and Furious 9 invited back Paul Walker's brother. They can do this kind of behavior of Walker, earning, and dying, forever, people, and living, money. What's the point of getting back the capital? For Roland, although he participated in the movie Captain Hook, the spotlight is destined not to shine for him. After all, there are too many big guys in front. Unless Spielberg is willing to put him in the position of assistant director on the poster, even if Sony promotes him vigorously, there will be very few people who pay attention to him. However, it is better not to put him in the position. He is already famous enough. If the concept of all-round is added, it will be really flattering. Before he has mastered various skills, only giving him the identity of an actor is actually protecting him. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Before he can really stand on his own, there is no need to tell his fans what he is learning, like offering a treasure. He is not without exposure, so why add a student bully persona that is easy to attract negative attention? Since the road is wrong, there is no need to go on. Because there are too many big names present at the premiere, Roland can't sneak out of the scene with the director and sit in the private room next to it, like he did in Terminator 2. In this way, the social time is actually delayed very late. Fortunately, the guys that night were actually quite easy to talk to. There was no such thing as raising a glass and keeping strangers away. The topics Roland discussed were limited to the surroundings. After no one asked him a series of polite words such as what do you think of MJ's MV, are you confident in Home Alone 2, does Terminator 2 make you different, Roland was still very satisfied with the social relationships he faced. But even if he was satisfied, he couldn't change the fact that he was out of rest time. When Roland got home, it was already past 2 in the morning. He took a bath, rolled into bed, and when he woke up again, he saw a pink scene in front of him. Roland, get up quickly. You said you would accompany us to see Beauty and the Beast today. Your movie will take 5 months to shoot. If you don't go with us now, the next time we meet will be in May next year. Although everyone was very sleepy when they came out last night, children, when they have something in mind, they are able to resist physical fatigue, just like staying up all night in an internet cafe, which is exclusive to young people. Ashley and Mary urged him to get up, rubbed his face, and glanced at the time. The eye-catching 10 o'clock made Roland yawn. Although he really wanted to sleep for a while, if he didn't do what he promised, wouldn't it set a bad example for Ashley and the others? He resisted the sleepiness and drank a glass of vegetable juice. When he went out, the faces of the 3 little ones beside him were full of excitement. Is it because they can watch their favorite movies? No, it's because they can watch what they like. Disney's princess movies never need depth and connotation, because their audience just wants to see beauties in dreamy princess dresses and tall and handsome guys falling in love in a magnificent castle. Beauty is enough. What logic is needed? If you can make money in the simplest way, then there is no need to add new things to it. When Elizabeth, who was sitting on Roland's lap, stared at the screen with her eyes wide open, looking at the furry beast with a tail that could hold up the girl with one hand, and the most important thing was that Princess Belle could rub the pads of its paws. Roland knew that he would not just buy princess dresses for them later. If he didn't get 3 2-meter furry beast toys, how could they let him go? Note, in the 1960s, Hollywood did not invest in westerns, but did not invest in spaghetti westerns, Italian westerns. Of course, the fundamental reason why Dollars Trilogy could not get investment was that this movie plagiarized Kurosawa's Yojimbo, and Hollywood studios did not want to cause trouble. The original leading actor also quit the role, and Tony Wood was able to get the role. Moreover, after the movie was released, Kurosawa sued the film company and won the lawsuit, obtaining the distribution rights of the film in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, as well as a 15% share of the global box office. But even so, Eastwood still became popular. Unforgiven is a tribute to the director of Dollars trilogy, his mentor Sergio Leone. Just like Aunt May was disliked for being too ugly, Hanks entered the circle in 1979 and has been in the TV circle because he was disliked for his big nose and not looking good on camera. Ron Howard chose him as the leading actor. Since then, he will accept any script Howard asked him to write. Even if he was rejected by Spielberg, he will still go next time Howard asked him to write it. Chapter 105 The Poorest Kid in the Family, The Strange One in the Eyes of Leo C. Half an hour later, in the studio office of TriStar Pictures, Nora Ephron, the producer, director and screenwriter of the Seattle project, crossed her fingers and looked at Roland with a smile. Ashley and Mary are both suitable. You can ask anyone to shoot. We expect the shooting to start around July 10th. You just need to tell us who to send to the crew 1 or 2 days in advance. I think this shouldn't be difficult, right? Nora Ephron is not actually a well-known director. Although she has the title of Master of Romantic Films and is quite famous in the circle, the problem is that the theme of romantic films has always been popular with actors. Just like when people mention The Legend of Sicily, the first picture that pops up in their minds is definitely the famous scene where Monica Bellucci is being courted while smoking. As for the director, those who can ignore Monica and directly call out the director's name are all wolf killers. Because of this, Ephron's current public fame cannot be compared with the Olsen sisters, let alone sitting at the same table with Roland to play games. However, the basis for her to ignore the contract rules in the circle and give the crew the generous conditions of informing the filming personnel 2 days before the filming started was actually because of Mike McDavoy, the head of TriStar Pictures. As Spielberg's former agent, they certainly knew that what Roland needed now was time. Oh, thank you so much. Roland smiled and nodded. He did not think that it was natural for the other party to communicate with him in an equal tone, just because the other party was not as famous as himself. What's more, in his previous life, he had seen the other party's last work before his death. I Love the Kitchen, My Husband Loves Me, starring Aunt May and Amy Adams, which left a deep impression on him. If nothing unexpected happens, I will meet with Steven in the next few days, and then we will be able to confirm who will play in Jurassic. Once there is news, we will be able to confirm it here, and we will definitely not waste your time. That's the best. Ephron smiled. Although she envied Roland's resources, there are some things that cannot be achieved by envy. Then let's talk about the issue of pay. Although they are really popular and are the second most popular child star in North America after you, Ashley and Mary have no film experience after all. So, when Ephron dragged out the ending sound of So and was reluctant to continue speaking, Roland understood that the other party wanted to lower the price. Of course we understand this. In fact, we can join this project thanks to your support. We have never thought about how much we will get paid. Let's put it this way. The weekly salary is $2,000, and the rest is calculated as bonuses. The box office is $100 million, and the bonus is $1 million. The cap is $500 million. This price is very fair, right? It will not squeeze your production costs at all. Ephron's eyes lit up, and he nodded happily. Of course, it's very fair. In fact, according to normal rules, Roland should not have negotiated the salary of the Olsen sisters. But the problem is that special projects require special treatment. From investors to screenwriters and actors, everyone has no objection to the transformation of the script and characters, and they cooperate efficiently. Letting the agent negotiate the money may really ruin the relationship between the two parties. The price of customizing a role is always different from the price of a normal offer. Just like Sisterning said, I'm a bystander. I can say generously that I'm not willing to do the cute out, but if the investor offers me $300 million, I will say, okay, cut it as you like. Customizing a role and the cute out that Sisterning said are actually the same thing. You want this project, the investor says yes, they will change it for you. In this case, the investor makes concessions first, and you, as an actor, can't even ask for the market price. In this case, the most common method is to get a guaranteed minimum and distribute the rest of the bonuses based on the box office figures. There is a saying that risks are shared. The investor pays the money, the laborer becomes famous, and the profit is shared, and the loss is shared. In Hollywood, the most typical example is Tom Hanks. When the Jewish gang was preparing Forrest Gump, Hanks took $10 million out of $55 million. As a result, he ran out of money halfway through the filming. He then converted the $10 million into a 10% profit share, and finally took nearly $70 million home. How can the investor not love such a confident move? And it is this behavior that has made him repeatedly rated as the nicest person in Hollywood. Not only the audience likes him, but also the capital, because he knows what's interesting. He will not yell and ask for money from the investor, like Depp and Tom Cruise. What's more, the Olsen sisters are actually not short of money now. The US dollars earned by the two of them actually far exceeded Roland's salary. Yes, with the Home Alone series taking $13.8 million and Terminator 2 taking $2.48 million, Roland's earnings were less than half of what the two little lollies took. Although the money had always been kept by the Olsens, the ownership was after all that's not right. Thinking of this, Roland suddenly felt that something was wrong. The Olsen sisters have always earned more than him. Not only that, on weekdays, when these dolls want little skirts, little toys, little figurines, and little snacks, he always pays for them. Wow. No wonder David always told him to keep the money. So that's the situation. After all this time, no matter how much he earns, he is still the poorest kid in the family? Deg. Backquote. This is simply, Roland's lips trembled, and he was speechless and choked. However, when he said goodbye to everyone with such doubts and extreme imbalance in his heart, and found Aunt Ganetti, and wanted to go home with them, the two little lollies who pulled his arms on the left and right, and the depression in his heart caused by "I'm the poorest, but I spend the most" disappeared. Brother Roland. Ashley knelt in the back seat of the car, and looked at Roland with her big watery eyes. Am I going to break up with Mary? Huh? Why do you say that? The sudden words made Roland a little confused. Just as he turned his head to explore, Mary on the right also spoke. Ashley and I haven't seen each other for a long time. What's going on? Roland was like a monk who was at a loss for words. He couldn't understand why the two little lollies who had been very cooperative during the audition suddenly asked him this question after the matter was finalized. Separate? Why did the two of them separate? Just as he was confused and looked around, trying to find some clues from the two identical faces, Ganetti, who was holding Elizabeth and sitting in the second seat, turned his head and said they both felt that Seattle and Jurassic would separate them because they had never been separated before. So that's it? After Ganetti said this, Roland immediately understood. The two little lollies were a little scared now, because the next shooting mode was something they had never experienced before. From 1987 to now 1992, the Olsen sisters have filmed 144 episodes of TV series. The camera is not unfamiliar to them, even more familiar than their family members, but all along, the shooting mode they followed was you play a segment, I play a segment. Sometimes, there are more than 10 or 20 shots in an episode of TV series, and they may be shot separately by the sisters, U8 and I10, and the work for this week is completed. There is no way. This is the advantage of twins. Under such circumstances, they have never played a role completely, and now Roland wants to split them into two groups, and problems arise. Although they understand that this is an opportunity that countless peers can't get, but, to be honest, they really cried when they were acting with Hanks just now, because they are afraid that they will mess things up. Brother Roland, I don't know if I can act well, Ashley said very bluntly. We used to act in scenes. Mary continued her sister's words, looking at the two guys who came close to her, and whispered in an uneasy voice. Roland smiled and shook his head, pinching their chubby faces on the left and right, and said, "What are you two thinking about? The director said you can do it, so you can do it. Besides, in most cases, children don't need too much acting skills. If the child is not cute, it will not have any added effect on the movie. You two have too much advantage in appearance. As long as you perform at a normal level, the audience who walks into the theater and sees you will be happy, and as long as you act cute, they will be even happier. Of course, I understand your worries. Don't worry, no matter who shoots which movie, you don't have to be afraid. As for Seattle, your scenes with Tom are all shot together. He knows how to guide you to find the feeling. As for Jurassic, no one can shoot children better than Steven. In Roland's opinion, the worries of the Olsen sisters are actually a bit redundant, because real directors never show scripts to children under 10 years old. Talking about acting to a guy whose cognition is not sound. Isn't that crazy? When shooting scenes with children, the director only needs to perform the scene he wants in front of the children and let them imitate, just like Tsuhak demonstrated to Angel Baby how to act in bed scenes. This is the best way for children to quickly understand. If you describe a scene you want to a child in words, it's over. You may not be able to pass a scene in a day. There is no way. Even if the child's cognitive reserve is very rich, it is not as rich as the director who has been struggling in society for so many years. In this case, the Olsen sisters don't have to worry about not being able to act, because their worries are a common phenomenon in the circle. The producer will not be entangled, the director will not be entangled, and the actors who play against them will not be entangled. Guys like Sunglass King who don't know what he wants to shoot, can't get by in Hollywood at all, but he can make that strange flower blooming in the underworld strike more than 60 matches without being beaten to death while filming a movie. That is also a talent. However, while comforting the two little lollies, Roland felt that it was no accident that the two kids were successful in their previous lives, because they knew themselves. They knew that they didn't have much acting talent, so when the public couldn't accept that they had grown up, they retired at the peak of their careers, went directly to school, and then changed their careers. Just this kind of courage to break off immediately is something that many people can't catch up with. You know, in America, Full House can only be surpassed by Friends. If you have to compare it, it would be equivalent to Home with Kids and Woolin Wage-Yo. Of course, being strong is actually a good thing. After comforting the little lolly, Roland also called Hanks when he returned home. In his words, the two little lollies like you very much, but they are afraid that they can't act well and will drag you down. After hearing his words, Hanks, who thought something had happened, laughed and said, "It's okay, I will teach them. Don't worry, this kind of scene is very simple. They have 6 years of filming experience, they can definitely shoot it." Such a positive answer also made Roland enjoy the charm of the relationship again. He and Hanks have only met a few times. They are as close as brothers. You know, the contact between various Hollywood projects is often communicated through agents. If you are not in the same circle, want to use a private phone to discuss the details of a public project? Dream on. People are too lazy to pay attention to you. After easily finalizing the Seattle project, Roland was not idle. He ran directly to the Universal Studios next door and slowly opened the door of Spielberg's office. Yes, Spielberg has his own independent office in Universal, which is even larger than the president's territory. In other words, no matter how many owners Universal has changed, his position is unshakable. He can influence Universal's funds, Universal's projects, and even kick out the guys he doesn't like. You know, in Universal Studios under Universal, his movie park is also the largest. No matter how it expands, his park can be given priority in choosing a site before other areas. When Roland was holding a lot of bags and looking around at the door with a thief's head, the guy who was leaning on the office chair and had already discovered Roland's whereabouts snorted and said, "Come in, come in, what are you hiding from? You just entered Universal, and I received a call here." Roland laughed awkwardly at the words of the local tyrant. When he entered the office, he also carefully closed the door. Spielberg was so amused by such a guilty conscience. He folded his hands and stared at Roland. He also raised his chin and hummed a few times towards the chair in front of his desk. "Sit down. If you don't come to see me, I will. We haven't seen each other for half a year. Do you have anything to say to me? What do you want to say?" Roland nodded. "Jurassic Park. I don't think I want to hear that." Spielberg smiled and shook his head. Then, "Sleepless in Seattle?" Roland rolled his eyes. "I know you asked them to change the script." Spielberg raised his head slightly. Roland looked bitter. Seeing that Roland couldn't get to the point for a long time, the guy leaning on the boss chair turned around, put his right elbow on the armrest, supported his chin with one hand, and adjusted his glasses with his left hand, saying, "Since you can't think of it, let me remind you. What's the situation in New York? Are you in love?" Hearing the other party say this, Roland smiled bitterly. Before coming, he actually thought that the other party would ask about Ivanka. But he didn't expect that this guy would ask straight to the point. Note, in reality, when the Olsen sisters were 13 years old, their total salary exceeded 100 million. In addition, their father had signed a contract that did not authorize their personal images for a long time. They had to pay for the videotapes and TV reruns of Full House. Even though Friends was more popular than Full House, Aniston did not break their record of making money. It is precisely because the TV series can also make so much money that the sisters are ranked third in every child star selection. As for why they can't get on the list, the first is Shirley Temple and the second is Macaulay Culkin. In 1962, due to the rise of television, the business of major film companies was impacted, and Universal was no exception. After that, they had been trying to find a director who could resist the box office, and in 1971, they signed Spielberg, who often came to their own studio, with a long-term contract. At that time, Universal was making horror films, so Spielberg would make Jaws in 1975. After Jaws, Spielberg was unstoppable, and Universal, which had a long-term contract with him, also rose rapidly. After a series of hit movies, Universal made his office more luxurious than the president's and asked him to design the newly opened Universal Studios. His power in Universal was far greater than that of any president or director. Even if he set up his own business later, Universal reserved an office for him. Although his Amblin has never been better than Lucas, he is a local tyrant in Universal. Chapter 106, Using Games to Change the World. Although the famous Sony Computer Entertainment was not established until the end of 1993, as early as 1986, Ken Kutaragi, who had been working for Sony for 11 years, had already begun to tinker with home game consoles with his own strong imprint. On January 1, 1990, the day when Roland fell into the time loop, Sony announced the PSX, a groundbreaking home console model. They will develop a large capacity CD-ROM specification game console with Nintendo to achieve a complete unification of home computer specifications and position their own technology as the benchmark in the industry. Of course, the contract signed by the two parties maintained the usual ambiguity of the island countries' commercial contracts. Sony stated in the contract that it could formulate a specification that would allow CD-ROM and Nintendo's SFC to be interchangeable. At the same time, after Sony opened up the situation with the help of Nintendo's influence, they could also use the loophole in the contract to develop a console with new game specifications compatible with the original format, but Nintendo could not be compatible due to contract reasons. In this way, Nintendo's market dominance would be eaten by Sony. After discovering this situation, Nintendo, realizing the potential offensiveness of Sony's future strategy, turned against Sony on May 29, 1991. They found Philips, which has similar large capacity storage technology, to curb Sony. However, in a country where 18 lawyers have to look at a contract before signing it, the official breakdown of the cooperation was dragged out for an infinitely long time. It was not until May of this year, 1992, that they announced the termination of the relationship. At this time, Sony's president Norio Oga wanted to officially withdraw from the home console industry. They felt that fighting against Nintendo was not a wise decision, but Ken Kutaragi wanted to fight Nintendo once. He wanted to take Sony into the home console industry when the embezzlement plan failed. Did you hear the news in May? It seems that, no matter how chaotic Los Angeles is, it can't stop us from playing games. When Roland tentatively reported the name of Sony, Spielberg laughed and knocked on the table, got up and searched in the pile of documents next to him for a long time, and then threw a thin stack of documents on the table. "Take it and have a look." The casual words were like a cute cat's paw, constantly scratching Roland's heart. He wanted to run away with the script, but he coughed, pretended nothing had happened, and sat back down. That sincere move also made Spielberg smile and pick up the tea. After taking a sip, he explained, Sony now wants to make its own home game console, which is the PSX they announced last year. We all know that the development of game consoles is not based on the performance of the consoles, nor on the various game parameters that the public cannot understand, but on the games rooted in the consoles, the games that game fans are willing to pay for. So, they found me through Sony Pictures Entertainment, hoping to buy the game copyright of Jurassic Park, because they can't find a game manufacturer willing to cooperate in developing games now. Yes, although the PS game console is one of the three giants that will dominate the game industry in the future, in the early stages of development, no game manufacturer was optimistic about them. Square, which made the Final Fantasy series, set the research and development condition that the PS console sales reached 3 million units, while Enix, which made the Dragon Quest series, told Sony that the RPG games they produced would not lose money if they shipped 3 million copies. As for Capcom, they even asked Sony to customize machines specifically for them. In the face of such a severe situation, Sony had to rely on external forces to develop. The copyright of Spielberg's works is the best external force. Yes, even though Spielberg's At the Alien was the last straw that destroyed the North American arcade market, the games related to him, even if they were rubbish, could sell more than 1 million copies in North America every year. To put it bluntly, even he himself did not understand how many diehard fans he had in the gaming circle. And these diehard fans are what Sony needs most now. In their opinion, players who can accept Spielberg's game that is adapted and is as bad as shit will definitely buy the PS game console that they have never heard of after hearing the release of the Jurassic Park game. As for the reason, maybe it is Spielberg's personality charm. Because of this, they will invite Spielberg to cooperate at the same time as they decide to enter the field of home game consoles. For them, as long as Spielberg nods, their game console production target will have been completed by 1/3. But what does this have to do with me? When Roland quickly read the thin 5 pages of paper, there was only envy on his face. Because the conditions offered by Sony were too generous. As long as Spielberg licensed the copyright of Jurassic Park to them for 10 years at a price of $1, they would pay Spielberg $5 for every PS console sold in the next 10 years, and they would also give up $3 in profit for every box of the game sold. If calculated according to the shipment volume of the PS console in Roland's previous life, as long as Spielberg nodded, this guy could make a steady profit of $500 million in the next 10 years. That's right, the first generation of PS consoles sold 100 million units, 500 million. You don't have to worry about anything, you can just sit at home and make money for free. Put yourself in his shoes. If Roland was Spielberg, then if he didn't have the memory of his previous life, he wouldn't sign this contract. Because Nintendo also wants the copyright. Looking at the second contract thrown by the other party, Roland felt like he had eaten a ton of lemons. His eyes were so big that they almost fell out of his sockets. Roland's shock was actually expected by Spielberg. Yes, Nintendo offered $20 million to buy out the game copyright. Not only that, they are also willing to give 15 points of game revenue. After all, the film works are named after Spielberg, their derivative copyrights will increase exponentially. And this growth rate is something that even novelists on Diana Young dare not write about, because readers will think it is too exaggerated. How could the game copyrights of the 1980s and 1990s be sold at such a high price? But the problem is, they are sold at this price. For Roland, the invitation and contract that Spielberg threw to him simply opened the door to his new world. The game copyright can be sold for 8 figures at will. This is called an IP production machine, okay? But even though he was surprised and puzzled, after flipping through the 2 documents, Roland still didn't understand why the other party showed him these things. Steven, I don't understand what you mean. I don't think I can help with this kind of deal. Roland never underestimated others, nor did he overestimate himself. Yes, he could indeed become a hot commodity now, but once it came to giants like Sony and Nintendo, he could only watch. There was no way. They were giants. Facing this guy who could kill him with money, he couldn't do anything. However, Roland's confusion did not make Spielberg frown. After Roland asked, he said again, "Can't help?" "No, you can help. Tell me, after you saw these two documents, who would you prefer to cooperate with? Who would you prefer to cooperate with? Roland didn't even think about it and said directly, do you still need to ask? Of course it's Sony. What's the reason? Spielberg asked again. Of course it's. However, Roland stopped before he finished speaking. He knew that PlayStation could sell 100 million units, but Spielberg didn't know that. So, he quickly changed his words, because Sony is not Nintendo. Such a subjective answer made Spielberg stunned on the spot. He stared at Roland for half a minute under the glasses, and then smiled. Yeah. Sony is indeed not Nintendo. As the saying goes, money can't buy my willingness. Spielberg was already upset about Nintendo's dominance of the North American game market. In this case, when Roland emphasized the tone and mentioned Nintendo, how could this guy not understand that Roland's starting point was to hold a grudge? But he also understood that all business behaviors cannot be accompanied by personal emotions. If you do business with emotion, it will only go downhill. But this is not the fundamental reason. Nintendo's global shipments can make me earn 50 million in this deal. So, I need you to convince me not to cooperate with Nintendo now. When Roland heard the dull words, he, who was still confused, suddenly understood that Spielberg didn't want to cooperate with Nintendo, but he didn't believe that Sony's home console could do it. This is actually a very simple thing. The current games are different from the computer games in the future. In fact, they are not the cheapest way to relax, because if you want to play, you have to buy a console, and once you buy a console, it will make adults have the idea of losing their ambition. Don't think that this idea will only appear in China. In fact, as early as when Marvel and DC were competing, America had the saying comics are misleading the country. Movies, as a form of entertainment, have stood the test of time after all, and they only exist for a short time, so they will not occupy children's time for a long time. Most importantly, today's parents and adults come from the era of watching movies, but video games are different. Not only are they not accepted by parents, but they will also occupy children's lives for a long time. In this way, it is very difficult to compete with Nintendo, which already has a broad market, with an unknown machine. As a result, it is naturally not favored by industry insiders. But these are not problems for Roland. Since he knows that Spielberg is already entangled, and knows that the other party really does not want to cooperate with Nintendo, then he just needs to talk about the good things about Sony. And is the good thing about Sony only about games? Of course not. Stephen. HMM. In fact, cooperating with Sony is the most beneficial for us. Why? If they fail, then the copyright is equivalent to a net loss. But are we making games now? No. That's right. We are not making games now. Our roots are still movies. But they, Sony, want to develop games into their fifth pillar industry. If we cooperate with them now, then we can actually plan their fourth pillar industry, which is why they asked you to do it movies. When Spielberg himself said the word movie, he looked at Roland and got Roland's idea. Movies are their roots. And this is also the route that Sony wants. Unlike Sony's 8 major industries in the future, Sony now only has finance, semiconductors, image products and film industry. The games they are about to develop can only be ranked 5th. Music, one of the 3 major industries in the future, will only be planned after the millennium. With the film industry half dead and games struggling, only the first 3 industries can really make money. Under this circumstance, things become very simple. Sony has spent more than $1 billion to develop games. No problem. Spielberg can license the game copyright of Jurassic Park to them without paying a penny. Why? Because money is useless to him. What is really useful is Columbia Trista International Distribution Group under Sony. In fact, as early as 1920, the 8 major Hollywood companies had deployed their own overseas distribution agencies all over the world. But at that time, transportation and information transmission were inconvenient. So although these companies engaged in overseas distribution, they did not take it seriously. In addition to collecting local newspaper reviews, business conditions of peers in the same period, audience composition, social public opinion on the film, and many other information, they did not have anything else to do. It was not until the 1980s that convenient transportation and television brought news into thousands of households that they began to really pay attention to overseas distribution. But in those days, their overseas film distribution speed could not be compared with the global simultaneous release in the future. As for overseas distribution companies, most of them are losing money. United International Pictures, which was created by Universal, Paramount, and MGM, has offices in 16 countries around the world and has licensing cooperation with 43 countries, but the high cost also made them unable to persist, and when MGM suffered continuous losses, it had to withdraw. As for Disney's Buena Vista International, they established the company in 1930 and have only released 7 works so far. Warner's international distribution department has only made 4 films on its own. The cost is too high, and they can't afford it at all. They prefer to assign overseas distribution to agencies, and are too lazy to run it themselves. It's too troublesome. But after Sony bought Columbia Pictures and TriStar Pictures, the situation is different. Since 1990, they have made 7 films for overseas distribution, and they will make 5 more this year. As an imported company, they know very well that this thing must be done, otherwise it will be blocked by other Hollywood giants. So they would rather lose money and support overseas distribution companies. The reason is to survive. But in fact, they can't afford it. Because before the advent of the internet era, the number of people working on the global distribution of a movie had to break 4 figures. If there is no continuous distribution, then supporting these people is just giving money away. And if the box office of the released movies dies, it will only lose more. This is why many second and third tier film companies would rather be stuck by the giants than do distribution themselves. First, they are monopolized by the giants and cannot make it. Second, even if they break through the monopoly of the giants, without a continuous source of films, they can lose 100 million cash flow a year. It is easy to distribute, but difficult to maintain distribution. Otherwise, Universal, Paramount and MGM would not have joined forces to tinker with international distribution companies. In the previous life, DreamWorks actually fell in the establishment of distribution because Spielberg's film production ability was too terrifying. All the giants knew that if he made a distribution, there would be nothing for others, especially when George Lucas and Steve Jobs were waiting for Spielberg's distribution company. If the 3 of them played together, there would be no Disney in the world. And when DreamWorks, Pixar, and Lucas merged, all the IPs on the box office rankings in film history were in their family. As for the lack of capital, even in 2019, even after acquiring Fox, Disney chairman Bob Iger said that if Steve Jobs was still alive, Disney would have merged with Apple. Not to mention, it was Microsoft that supported DreamWorks. Unfortunately, DreamWorks in the previous life didn't work out. Even if Spielberg got Microsoft's investment, they couldn't distribute the film under the blockade of the giants. But Roland hopes that they can do it in this life. In addition to Spielberg's help, he actually hopes that his umbrella of protection is as big as possible. He never thought that he was a generalist. If he was really that smart, he would have been outstanding in his previous life. As for starting a company by himself, raising investment by himself, making movies by himself, distributing movies by himself, oh, come on. These things can't be done by one person. Letting people who know how to do the right thing is Roland's creed. What's more, without doing anything, he was able to get Terminator 2, Jurassic Park and the internally selected Spider-Man. These resources alone were enough to let him see the future. Want to make a movie? Just make a phone call and someone will help him get the copyright. He didn't need to ask, and the people from top to bottom had already formed a team. What, is this a daydream? When Spielberg threw the invitations from Sony and Nintendo to him, he knew that he would not daydream. Besides, even if Spielberg was talking to Sony about overseas distribution now, no one would stop him. Because Jurassic Park didn't come out. Toy Story didn't come out. The Star Wars prequel series didn't come out. Those giants in the past wanted to block them just because their movies sold too well. And now, Industrial Light and Magic hasn't shown its ferocious claws. Pixar hasn't told the world what Computer 3D is. And Star Wars prequel, the American national IP, is nowhere to be seen. In this case, even if Spielberg talked about overseas distribution, people would only think that he wanted to marry Amblin to Sony, and this was the best opportunity to change the world. So, when Spielberg said the word movie, Roland stood by the table, looked at him seriously, and said, "Steven, Amblin lacks a distribution company. A distribution company that can lay channels both locally and overseas. You saw it before. What happened when we were filming Hook in America, which allowed the guys far away in London to find out something was wrong and tell us by email. How convenient. The internet is the trend of the future. I believe you know this better than me. And when the whole world is connected by the internet, it will not be a dream to release a movie simultaneously around the world. So, before the internet comes, we need a distribution company. A distribution company that can be used by us. Sony needs your Jurassic Park game copy right now, which is a good thing, because we can give it to them in exchange for shares in their overseas distribution group. Sony wants to make game consoles now, and they need your fame. Columbia TriStar International is actually a burden they have to carry. If they withdraw from United International Pictures like MGM and lose overseas distribution, they will definitely not survive more than 5 years. If we intervene at this time, we can not only help them with games and disgust Nintendo, but also take over as many shares of their distribution company as possible. Moreover, they have always wanted to cooperate with us in the film industry, so I personally think that choosing Sony is a very good deal. After all, everyone has a day to go it alone. When Roland looked at Spielberg with a serious look, Spielberg admitted that the little guy's words touched his heart. He hated Nintendo, and he never wanted to cooperate with Nintendo, but he couldn't find a reason to refuse the money. In fact, after Jurassic Park and Schindler's List, he had no movie schedule, because his contract with Universal had expired. Next, it was his own time. He wanted to set up an entertainment company involving 3 categories: live-action movies, animation, and music. And distribution was the problem he had been thinking about. Now, Roland proposed to share a distribution company with Sony, just like Universal and Paramount. Well, although Sony's distribution company was not as fast as United Pictures, overall, it was only 2 months later. This is indeed a convincing suggestion. I like. After a moment of silence, Spielberg finally laughed. And when he said it's to my liking, Roland was relieved. However, just as he picked up the teacup to drink water, Spielberg asked again, "So, Roland Allen, how do you think I have the idea of going it alone? How did you know about United International Pictures?" Spielberg is not a fool. Roland's words just now have proved that he knows too much. However, when faced with such inquiries, Roland was not nervous at all. Instead, he said frankly, "I've heard a lot. Of course I know. A lot. Who told you that?" James Cameron. Roland knew a lot of people, so he could easily pass the blame. Anyway, Spielberg would not ask Cameron about this matter, so Roland was not worried at all that he would be exposed. And Spielberg was just asking casually. Originally, he just wanted Roland to help him find a way to reject Nintendo, but now, trying to exchange the game copyright of Jurassic Park for shares in overseas distribution channels? This idea is indeed worth a try. Money is actually not important to him. What he wants to do most is to expand the business and make the company unique. And now, looking at the guy in front of him who has brought him enough surprises, Spielberg extended an invitation. "It's past 4 o'clock, and I can go home. How about it? Come to my house for dinner?" "Okay, but you have to take care of my driver and assistant's dinner, and they have to take me back in the evening." Roland nodded readily. "Oh, why don't you buy a villa in Malibu? There is a house next to my house for sale. It's only over 20 million. Over 20 million? Steven, are you trying to kill me? How can I have so much money? Don't pretend. I know everything about Ronald. He made 100 million in 3 months. If you don't have money, who will? Shh. Can you talk about this casually? And I use the money to buy Berkshire Hathaway stock. Hey, it gives me a headache when you talk about this. Why do you only buy Warren Buffett's company's stock? You can invest in other companies too. You can buy Microsoft with all your money and become a small shareholder. Yeah, I'll be a shareholder, and then the information will be announced, right? No, I have Power Lion's phone number. You haven't reached the public standard. I can ask him not to publish it. William? Oh, William is Bill Gates. Hiss. Forget it. I'll find you when I want to buy it. Oh, by the way, tell me, did you really want to sell the copyright of Jurassic Park to Nintendo before? If Steve was still in Apple, and he also wanted to make a home game console, then I would definitely sell it to him. What about now? Didn't you say that it would be more cost effective to sell it to Sony? Then I will send someone to Sony to talk, but I think that group of guys should agree, because they have long wanted to form a long-term cooperative relationship with me. Note, I won't write the development history of Sony's game consoles, it's too long. They did want to buy Jurassic Park back then. On January 1st, 1990, at the joint press conference of Sony and Nintendo, they released the demo image of Jurassic dinosaurs. On October 26, 1993, after Spielberg rejected them, Ken Kutaragi still released the computer-made dinosaur demo at the Industry Developer Conference. I don't know why Spielberg's copyright can be sold at such a high price, but he can sell it at such a high price. When the game console was first made, no game manufacturer really cared about Sony. Because of the cold reception, Sony later went crazy to acquire game studios. As for overseas distribution, now only Sony, Warner, and Disney are doing it by themselves. One is Warner International, and the other is Buena Vista International. Columbia TriStar International was integrated into Sony International in 1995. Universal and Paramount have always been through United International Pictures, and it is still the same now. It is really a loss to do distribution. If the volume cannot be increased, or there is no hit, it is a waste of money, but without this thing, it will be blocked by others. So in fact, as early as the 1990s, Sony wanted to pull Universal under Panasonic to do it together, but before Universal withdrew from United Pictures, Universal was sold by Panasonic. This is why it was integrated in 1995. Originally, it wanted to wait for Panasonic to come up with a name. Moreover, Sony at that time had been licking Spielberg through his former agent, trying to compete with Universal. The Jewish gang in the 1980s and 1990s was too fierce. At least 4 of the top 10 films of the year were this. Chapter 107, Pain, Divide, Fashion. Unlike the 1991 Terminator 2 that dominated the summer season, the summer of 1992 was really a battle of gods. Even though there was a war in Los Angeles in early May, it could not hinder the determination of major studios to make money. Not only that, Sister Act starring black people and The Killer with an all-black cast have received a group of unexpected fans. This is actually the influence brought by the public opinion outlet. Black people want to speak out, and there are only 2 means, sports and entertainment. Only these 2 channels are the easiest for them to reach, and the easiest to obtain. However, it is easy to grow big and difficult to rise, because the people playing chess behind them have nothing to do with them. In addition to these 2 movies, Patriot Games starring Harrison Ford, 1.5 Wives starring Steve Martin, Batman Returns by Tim Burton, A League of Their Own by Tom Hanks, One More Time starring Bruce Wesley and Meryl Streep, and Unforgiven by Clint Eastwood all want to get a piece of the pie in these short 60 days. Such a luxurious lineup makes movie fans very excited, but their box office is not high. There is no way. A strong confrontation means that no one can eat enough. The market is so big, and the money in the pockets of movie fans is so much. Want them to watch all the movies? There is everything in the dream. In this way, it can better reflect how influential the works in which Roland participated are. 2 movies have exceeded 1 billion, the first person in film history. Even Spielberg, the most profitable in Hollywood history, was not as fierce as him when he debuted. And this also raises a question. After 2 consecutive years of his works being shown to the public, he was not in the summer of 1992. When those 8 to 12-year-old children passed by the cinema, they looked for Roland's poster for a long time, but couldn't find it, and turned away. This became the most common choice, because they were not interested in other movies at all. What is Hanks's A League of Their Own about? A women's baseball team? Boring. What is Harrison's Patriot Games about? Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan The Pursuit Trilogy Part 2? Isn't that a master of military novels? You can take a look. Why is the poster of Meryl's flying over the immortals so ugly? And it's a PG-13 movie? Sorry, excuse me, goodbye. Yes, for the children, the summer of 1992 was extremely boring. Because their entertainment method was gone. Although it was only 2 years, Roland had left an indelible impression in their hearts. Since there are blockbusters starring guys of the same age as themselves, why should they go to see the world of adults? Children watching children have a stronger sense of substitution. Just like the later Frozen, when Elsa opens her mouth, parents get nervous. Why? When Elsa changes her dress, her wallet suffers. Can you imagine that a dress of the same style as Elsa is priced at $499? If you buy a set that includes a dress plus leggings plus magic wand plus a 3D sticker machine toy, it will be $749. The most uncomfortable thing is that this kind of blue and peacock blue dress is a basic model. The Elsa Castle toy is $899, and if it is the Queen on White Horse, it is even more expensive. This is simply a robbery. But children like it. Just like the saying, women and children's money is the easiest to make. After injecting the concept of I'm a blockbuster into the hearts of children twice in a row, children are no longer interested in other children's movies other than Roland, and those movies that block them at the door due to ratings will not make them want to beg their parents, because they understand that this opportunity must be left to Roland. As a result, in the summer of 1992, there were only 3 movies with a box office of over 100 million yuan in North America. One was Hanks' A League of Their Own, one was Sister Act, which was favored by public opinion, and the last one was the American comic leader, DC's Batman Returns. To be honest, when Roland got the box office data by week, he was completely confused. Take A League of Their Own for example, the name on the data sheet was A League of Their Own league. After Roland finished reading the introduction of the film with his eyes wide open, he finally realized what the domestic name of this movie was. There is no way. The domestic translation and the old-fashioned names in Hollywood have always been the culprits that hinder Roland's quick response. But if it is not translated, many movie titles are simply unwatchable. If The Revenant is translated into The Bane Hunter, then Kratos becomes the protagonist. And if Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is translated into Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, it will really become a hunting guide. As for the translation of Ageless Love Song into I Love You Mom, a good movie has become an insult. But this is better than Captain America. People who know it understand that it is a comic book movie, and people who don't know it think it is the American version of Captain Five Stripes. So after being confused, Roland didn't bother about the name anymore. After discovering that the box office of children's movies in the summer season had plummeted without his participation, Roland was even happier. In 2.5 years, he has attracted a wave of children's fans. Although he can only be called the king of children, this is also good. There is a saying that children are the future of the world. Your future is my fans. Don't mention how happy this feeling is. At the same time, Fox was not idle. They released the news through Fox TV that Home Alone 2 has been filmed and will meet the public on Thanksgiving this year. Universal did not stay still. It put the news that Jurassic Park, which has been dominating the bestseller list for a long time, has been confirmed to be adapted into a film and television, and that Roland and Mary have been confirmed to star in it on various media that cooperated with it. And when the sequel of Home Alone and the Hottest Dinosaur Trend appeared, the most popular Batman in American comics, he was directly downgraded to EXO, the Green-Winged Bat King. Now, it is not the era of special effects. Superheroes cannot show their corresponding style on the screen due to technical limitations. But Jurassic Park is different. With Terminator 2 as the lead, no one would doubt that Universal would fool itself with freeze-frame pictures like The Lost World. Everyone is curious about how dinosaurs will be filmed, but no one will doubt that the movie will be bad. Because the director is Spielberg, it's that simple. And Roland and the younger sister of the Olsen sisters will star in Jurassic Park. This news is like an 8-magnitude earthquake for children. It is more surprising to them than the news that Home Alone 2 will be released this year. Which child doesn't have a heroic dream? Which child has not fantasized about monsters? And now, they can see it on the screen. They finally don't have to watch those adults beat monsters and fight criminals on the screen. Because they can roll up their sleeves and work. In this way, those children who thought they would be bored to death this summer directly took out their pocket money from their pockets. DC on the left, Marvel on the right. Excuse me, I want to buy Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park. Yeah, it's the original book of the movie that Roland Allen is going to star in. Don't you have it here? Yes, go straight to the first bookshelf. Although it is still a year away from the release date announced by Universal, the children didn't think so much. Anyway, there is nothing to do this summer vacation. Instead of spending money on other movies that don't let them enter the door, it is better to buy a book. Just think of it as supporting Roland. And when Roland learned that with the news of the film project being approved and filmed, the sales of Jurassic Park, which was already at the top of the New York Times bestseller list, increased by almost 30%. His whole face was like Lam Kai Chung's gang tattoo, shaking 3 times. It hurts. It hurts. This is all his box office. The author of Jurassic Park is going. So, copyrights are the most important. If you stick to the salary and box office bonus, you can only reach this level in your life. When Roland looked through the news with helplessness on his face and saw those capitalists making money with their fame, he would be lying if he said he was not jealous. But David was quite open-minded because he always felt that operating copyrights was the way to get rich. Don't look at those things anymore. No matter how other movies are rising in box office or how books are selling, it has nothing to do with us. Let's get to the point. Before you and Mary go to Hawaii, let's deal with this mess. First of all, your contract with Mary. Since that day, when he talked with Spielberg about Nintendo and Sony, Roland gave up his plan to personally train Ashley and Mary and took them to run to Universal Studios every day. First, it was to let Spielberg choose the girl himself, and second, he was bored staying at home. Instead of glaring at James and struggling to produce the Spider-Man script, he might as well go to Universal Studios to gain experience. Anyway, with just his face, he could open all the doors in Universal, such as the script library and the green light committee. He was like a Mondo, going wherever he wanted. As for other people's opinions, they had no opinion. Because 20 years ago, Spielberg was also so shameless to mess around in Universal Studios. However, Roland did not mess around. After the other party confirmed that Mary would play the little girl in the film, he decisively took the 2 little girls back home. Of course, he also went home with a profit-sharing contract belonging to him and Mary's box office bonus of up to $5 million. Yes, Roland converted his salary into the final profit share of the film. Of course, he did this because of Spielberg. In his words, this is the investor's money. There's nothing to be embarrassed about taking it. Home Alone 2 already took $11 million. If you don't take $10 million here, it will be your own worth that will drop. Besides, since we are going to do a dinosaur battle, there is no way to save money on special effects. You sign a contract for $10 million and give up the cash. In this way, our production costs can be increased by $10 million, and the money distributed to investors can also be reduced proportionally, about 8 points. In the end, you can get 8%. Don't you want this money? Don't worry about financial problems. Universal dare not default on my account. Yes, this is the advanced way of playing in Hollywood. What to do if you are short of money for special effects? First ask for a high salary and then reverse the investment. Of course, if you want to play this way, the most important thing is to be able to see Universal's account directly like Spielberg. What shooting costs, publicity, and distribution costs, and profit sharing ratios, I can see them all. Do you want to default on your debt? Then let's not cooperate in the future. Roland really has no temper for this kind of gamma play that opens the full map. If he had known that the money could be obtained so safely, he would not have pulled the bear's hair. Of course, he was not hypocritical. Anyway, Robin Williams, Dustin Hoffman, and Harrison Ford, who had worked with Spielberg, all made money in this way. If he had psychological pressure, wouldn't he be sick? In this way, when David asked, Roland directly threw away the message file in his hand. The contract is fine. I just get a share of the profits. Besides, didn't you sign this contract for me? In order to bypass CAA, I waited for a while, and in order to avoid 20% tax, I still use the company's account. You should know this better than me. When you really hang the name of your own people, you don't have to care about the vampire CAA. These projects were not negotiated by them. Why give them a commission for no reason? If the agent can get a share of millions just by supervising the signature, then this job is too easy. Therefore, under the tacit understanding between the old and the young, the contract for Jurassic Park was to be brought to the table for negotiation after the agency contract signed in 1990 expired. After the negotiation, he signed a new contract with CAA, but this time, there was only an annual agency fee of 500,000 yuan, no commission, and CAA would not take the initiative to help him negotiate other film and television dramas except for regularly providing him with a project list. Of course, Roland did not need them to take the initiative to negotiate. And even if they really wanted to negotiate, CAA would definitely not be as useful as the old man's real agent Catherine Kennedy. Take the profit sharing for example. No matter how awesome CAA is, no matter how powerful the packaged contract is, they can't handle universal confidence is a good thing. Of course I have no objection to profit sharing. But what I want to say is that the profit sharing contract cannot be mortgaged. In this way, we can't use this money in advance to invest. David sighed, obviously expressing regret for not being able to use the contract as a mortgage loan for investment. However, his idea did not mean much to Roland. Even if the film is operated in advance with a salary of 10 million, it can't be doubled. But 8% of the profit of Jurassic Park is a matter of several times. In the case that it is difficult to make money, this behavior of looking at the accounts of giants, taking the money of investors, and taking the lead in dividing dividends is the easiest way to make money that Roland can get access to at the moment. It's okay. If you can't mortgage it, you can't mortgage it. Anyway, I'm not short of money now. Roland shrugged. Really? You really don't want to invest in Ashley and Mary's company? David looked at Roland with a toothache. That's right. Since Sleepless in Seattle and Jurassic Park were finalized, David finally expressed his thoughts. His daughter entered the film industry. Then naturally, everything will start to sell. Since you have been promoted from a TV star to a movie star, you can prepare to invade the fashion circle. The first thing to get started is naturally children's clothing and shoes. Let his daughter wear his own products and appear in major movies. This is the best promotion. In the early 1990s, after the explosion of Home Alone, Roland, whose portrait copyright and other things were authorized, was naturally included in his plan. In David's words, we can also do the boys' business. But Roland was really not interested in these. It was enough to get a share of the profits after the authorization. David and others should worry about the internal affairs of the company. This may be the root of the Olsen sisters. What does it matter if he invests 10% or 20%? Forget it. Forget it. I really don't want to take a share. Roland rejected David's proposal again. I don't understand fashion, and I don't have time to learn. You just watch and do it. I just sit and wait for the money. Let me be a product model. It's better to let the designer design some clothes for me according to my standards, so that James won't always say that I'm low-key and reluctant to spend money. Okay, I won't mention this to you in the future. Seeing Roland's firm attitude, David didn't force it anymore. After putting away the documents, Roland also asked him a question in reverse. David, is the real estate business not easy to do? It's quite difficult, but it's okay. Then your focus in the future will be their children's clothing company? Oh, this is not called children's clothing. Our ultimate goal is fashion. Okay, like luxury, I understand. Why, is there a problem? No. Roland shook his head and didn't think it was a big problem. If real estate is not easy to do, it's normal to change careers, isn't it? Just don't be stupid and touch the cinema chain and hold up money to buy film companies. Note, after Harrison Ford got $65 million for Indiana Jones 4, he thanked Spielberg. This was the most money he had ever seen in his life. The Jewish gang likes to ask for a high salary and then give up and exchange it for profits. This way, 1, it will not squeeze the production costs, and 2, it can get more. Of course, investment is risky. These people dare to do this because they can make money from their own movies. Spielberg has absolute control over the Jurassic project, and his words are more effective than the president of Universal Pictures, because he took the initiative to give up the profits from Schindler, saying it was blood money, so Universal did not care about Jurassic. In Universal's view, it is a good exchange. The overall profits of Schindler are equal to those of Jurassic, but who knows that Jurassic sells so well? Accepting endorsements is really a low-end way of playing, of course. This low end is for those with a net worth of more than 1 billion. The top group of people are all branding, like Weinstein's ex-wife. All the actresses who worked with them had to wear dresses designed by his wife during that period, and Clooney, for example, implanted his own wine in his own movies, and made 1 billion in 4 years. It is very profitable for them to create their own brand, because movies are their publicity channel, and a global release is equivalent to earning tens of millions of promotion fees for free. And as long as they don't deliberately make the film into an advertisement, wear their own clothes when filming, and drink their own wine, the film companies will generally turn a blind eye. They are all big names in cooperation, so there is no need. Chapter 108 Superman, Orange County, Newport Beach. As a city, founded in 1906, most of the people living here are white. The 6-mile coastline is a seaside resort that many people yearn for. The influx of people has also made it a shopping center for popular goods in Southern California. In addition, the climate is pleasant, the scenery is beautiful, and you can overlook the Pacific Ocean from a higher point. Therefore, the real estate here is very expensive, with an average house price of over $1 million. But even so, there are still many stars who have bought real estate here, such as Oscar winner Humphrey Bogart, who was selected as the greatest actor in the past 100 years by the American Film Institute, John Wayne, who was selected as one of the top 10 American idols, and Kobe Bryant, the future Lakers star, all live here. Of course, if you want to eat here, even if Mohammed's 2 kidneys are removed, he can't afford it. You know, a bald head like Kobe costs $1,000 here. If you give this money to the academician, who said the biggest mistake is to let you eat too much, he can get 70 haircuts. The reason for choosing this place is that it is close to Irvine, where Mohammed's company is located. Secondly, when eating at the seaside restaurant here, you can turn your head and see white bodies. As a world-famous body surfing sanctuary, there are many guys who come here for the reputation, and there are even more guys who roll with the waves in bikinis. Wow. I didn't expect you to be such a guy. When Mohammed walked into the 180-degree sea view private room that Roland had booked, the colorful and white waves on the beach not far away immediately made him open his eyes wide. I really felt wrong when I was with you before. I always thought that you didn't like women. Then why did you dare to stay with me before? Looking at the guy who looked surprised and pretended to be surprised, Roland asked with a smile. So I was reading books all the time during that time. I protected myself very well. Mohammed stretched out his hand and gestured, trying to imitate how he studied seriously when he was with Roland. However, before he could finish describing it, Roland came up to him with a smirk and trembling eyebrows. Really? Huh? That expression of "I'm in trouble, do you want to see it" made Mohammed, who wanted to continue joking, shudder. Before Roland could come up to him, he said seriously, "Okay, I admit, I confess, I was reading books in the crew, because there were no pretty girls in the crew." The words that sounded like such an opera face changing made the time in the private room stagnate for a few seconds. With the interaction of sincere eyes and smirking eyes, they both laughed at the same time. "Oh, Mike, I didn't expect that you, a guy, would joke now. Hey, Roland, you're the same. Are you more comfortable after becoming famous? If it were before, you wouldn't respond to me. At most you would just smile and reveal my problem." "Really? Why don't I feel that way?" "Maybe it's because you're in a good mood today." Roland was in a very good mood today, or rather, he had been laughing like a comedian since he received Mohammed's call for help the day before yesterday. The reason was nothing but that Mohammed had asked him for help. To be honest, he had wanted to invest in Mohammed a long time ago, but since he hadn't asked, he couldn't support this studio with only 12 people. After all, if he really wanted to count, he still hoped to be friends with Mohammed in daily life, rather than the kind of relationship between investor and investee that might be antagonistic, and this was actually very simple. No matter where you are, The more famous you are, the fewer friends you have. Just like Ryan Reynolds, who played Deadpool, his child's photo was sold by a friend who could enter the delivery room to bless him. Lindsay Lohan's psychological treatment report was taken out by her bestie to spread, and the list of her previous boyfriends and prostitution with rich men was exposed. Pepper took the script from Winona's house. There are too many incidents caused by these fake friends. To be honest, before Mohammed reported the news, Roland just regarded him as an ordinary friend. But since he told him that someone posted his photo on the internet community, he knew that this guy could actually date. In this case, it would be even more difficult for him to tell the other party, "I want you guys." Wait, why does this sound so gay? He didn't even think about picking up soap. Anyway, the meaning is that if Mohammed doesn't speak, Roland can't speak either. Once Mohammed speaks, Roland will be passionate. After signaling the waiter to serve the dishes he ordered yesterday, Roland, who was leaning on the sofa with Mohammed on his left and right, smiled and said, "You called me the day before yesterday and said you were short of money? Do you want to change the name of your company? Do you really need to change the name of your company? Silicon and SYNOPSIS?" The most easily misspelled words can easily make people think that this is a breast augmentation plastic surgery company. It has nothing to do with games and can't make a name for yourself. And even if you type it out, people will think you are perverts. The English word for silicon is silicon, and the English word for silicone is silicone. Although there isn't a difference, this is the dividing line between normal and perverted. Those who know understand that they are making serious games, and those who don't know will definitely think that they started with small yellow oil, because no normal person would play such a marginal ball. You have to know that the glory that really started with small yellow oil has a very high sounding name, okay? Even if Nintendo is opening a couple hotel, they will not give the company such a naked name. Moreover, when playing Blizzard games in his previous life, Roland had already learned that Mohammed and his group were regarded as small game manufacturers by the host platform, so they were thinking about changing their names. In addition, they had the same name as another studio, and the other party asked Mohammed to pay 100,000 to buy their name. Faced with a high transfer fee, they chose Blizzard. So, when Roland received Mohammed's call for help, he thought that this guy wanted to buy a name with money. However, before Roland could feel good about himself and tell Mohammed that he had a better name, Mohammed, who was about to drink water, was a little confused. "Roland, when did I tell you that our company was going to change its name? What? Didn't you say you wanted to buy the copyright of the company's name?" Roland raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt that the long speech he had prepared in advance might not be useful. "I didn't say I wanted to buy the copyright of the company's name." Mohammed scratched his head. Seeing that Roland was serious, he was a little confused now. Did he not make it clear on the phone the night before, or did Roland misunderstand him? But it didn't matter. Wouldn't it be better to just lay things out? I mean, we want the copyright to make games. The copyright to make games? Roland scratched his head and instantly felt that his brain memory might not be enough. Did Blizzard buy game copyrights in the previous life? How come he had no impression of this? But it didn't matter if he had no impression. After seeing his confused face, Mohammed took the initiative to explain what happened. "Do you remember when I went to your house for a party in the summer of 1990? Director Chris Columbus and others were there, and your uncle David asked me what the company's development plan was. My answer at the time was that we hadn't thought about it yet. But after I went back, before I officially founded the company, I had already discussed it with Alan and Frank. We decided to do all types of games. RPM Racing, which you and Steven played before, is a racing game we made. The Lost Vikings, which we are working on now, is an adventure action puzzle game similar to Mario. Our next plan is to develop a shooting game similar to Contra, and a fighting game similar to Street Fighter. We want to verify which type of game we are suitable for through continuous production. For games like racing, action puzzle, and shooting, these plots can be designed by ourselves, but fighting games are different. They must have a beautiful world view and clear camp positioning, otherwise it will look very awkward. So when we handed Lost Vikings to the supplier for review, they suggested to us that we should use a mature worldview to make fighting games, and recommended the projects they already had. Superman. In the early 1990s, it was common for startup game companies to want to try and make mistakes. Because it was too easy to make games in those days, 4 people who knew how to make games could get together at a table and squeeze out a finished product in 3 months. The scene of the producer taking the lead in the design, art, music, and post-production people getting together to squeeze toothpaste would never appear in this year. And precisely because there were few people, things were easier to do. First, see which type you are suitable for, and then get into it. If you don't have money to maintain it, then take orders and work for others. Mohammed and his team didn't need to take orders at all, not only because their first game RPM racing was profitable, but also because he was confident that he could get investment from Roland when the funds were exhausted. But this confidence disappeared with the disappearance of Superman in the mouths of the supplier. What the hell is Superman? That's Batman's grandson. Using Superman's copyright to make a fighting game? If it becomes popular, it will definitely make their studio famous. So, you need money now, go buy Superman's copyright. After listening to Mohammed's story, Roland suddenly felt a toothache. Don't ask Mohammed how their suppliers got Superman's game orders. Just the word Superman can make Roland's eyes go blank, not only because the other party is very famous, but also because this thing is expensive. As the only 2 comic IPs in the market that have been successfully adapted into films and TV series, Superman and Batman, if the game copyright is not sold for 8 figures, it would be a shame to Warner, which once owned Atari, and using 8 figures to buy a game copyright. Wow. I didn't expect that Mohammed, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would dare to treat me as an online loan. However, just as Roland was stroking his chin, turning a deaf ear to the world outside the restaurant, and thinking about how to tactfully tell Mohammed that he couldn't handle this matter, Mohammed suddenly shook his head and said, "No, no, no. We don't want the copyright of Superman." "Really? Then what do you want?" Roland couldn't laugh anymore. He felt that Mohammed would definitely dig a bigger hole for him. If Superman was not interested in it, then what he was interested in was not the Star Wars, where you shoot spaceships with bows and arrows. He couldn't handle this. Because so far, the level scripts of the Star Wars game were all written by Lucas and Spielberg themselves. As if he had noticed that Roland was in a bad mood, but also more like he had already considered Roland. Mohammed's answer was clear and neat. "What we want, you have to decide." Last summer, James Cameron was going to shoot Spider-Man, and the news that you were going to star in it spread all over the country. So after hearing about Superman, we thought of Marvel. We want to know what you think. If you are very close to Marvel, then we won't take Superman. At the same time, if we can get the game copyright from Marvel, or the authorization of a game, then we can do it. Roland is a golden thigh personally certified by the future 3 giants of Blizzard. In this case, isn't taking Superman the same as staying away from him? Compared with Superman proposed by the supplier, they think it's better to work around Roland. This is not a matter of money, but a matter of standing in line. As long as they work around Roland, it means that the game has a chance to come to Spielberg again. If the other party is happy and says to the media casually that I'm playing 30th recently, then this kind of influence is more terrifying than being Superman. If the quality of the game is not bad, they can instantly become the most famous game company in America. By then, are they still worried about not being able to recruit people? Not being able to make games? After hearing the other party's explanation, Roland, who was still tense, was relieved. So it was related to Marvel again. "I thought you asked me to buy the copyright of Superman game for you," Roland complained with his eyes rolled. Seeing Roland's relieved look, how could Mohammed not know that this guy was thinking nonsense? He slapped his thigh and said, "How is it possible? What are you thinking? Unless I'm crazy, how can I ask you to buy the copyright of Superman? Okay, let's not talk about Superman for now. Just tell me directly, can Marvel handle it?" Marvel? If it was before Home Alone 2, Roland would still feel a little bit difficult, but now, whether it is calling James or Ivanka, it's no problem. Perelman and I can have taken over Marvel. Buying the copyright of the game is a matter of money. As for how much, Roland didn't know. But he knew that he couldn't talk about the money for copyrights with Mohammed first. He had to talk about the company. What copyrights do you want? As long as they haven't been sold, I can get you here. Roland made it clear, but there is one thing I want to know first. What do you think? Mohammed was silent for a while. He naturally understood what Roland was talking about. They had actually thought about these things before coming. We know that copyrights will be expensive, and we also know that companies are worthless. We can only authorize once, and disband after we're done. As for the company, we have no objection to acquisition or investment. We only have one request. The three of us will lead the game production. You can try it, you can give suggestions, you can even hold a meeting to tell us why you made such changes, but you can't ask us to launch the game before a certain quarter. Other than that, there's nothing else. We know you can accept it, because we are all gamers. Note, the RPM racing I wrote before is the first American game to be ported to the Japanese Super Nintendo. It was for this reason that Blizzard was chosen to co-develop Superman. After launching The Lost Vikings in 1992, they were developing Superman, Out of the Dark. Because the results were not good, they then worked with Condor to port Justice League Task Force. Mohammed and his group really took over Warner's project. Blizzard has never expanded through mergers and acquisitions. Before Vivendi intervened, Blizzard had done 2 mergers and acquisitions. One was acquired by Davidson and Associates in 1994, and the other was Blizzard's acquisition of Condor, which is now Blizzard North, in 1996. Blizzard and Condor got to know each other through Justice League Task Force. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Wolf Destroys Roland, Mathematical Wife. Since Jurassic Park had already been scheduled, and Spielberg really wanted to shoot Schindler's List as soon as possible, the entire production process was quite tight. It was released in June 1993. If it had not started shooting in August 1992, it would definitely not be in time. In addition, this kind of commercial film that only harvests box office revenue had to be released by the end of April at the latest, and internal previews and film critic previews were held to allow professionals to discuss the key points of publicity and distribution. Therefore, time was even tighter. If the venue was not still being built, the project would have started long ago. Of course, this project that had been prepared for 25 consecutive months could not be dragged on endlessly. After Roland openly went into Universal Pictures, asked around, and found the guy in charge of copyright licensing transactions, and asked him to grant the game type copyright of Dune 2 to Blizzard, which he had acquired, for $1 million yuan for production. Spielberg, who heard the news, directly grabbed his collar and dragged him onto the flight to Hawaii. To be honest, the old man thought that Roland's behavior of buying the copyright of the genre was really stupid. As long as the background settings of the game are not highly similar, Universal will definitely not be able to sue you. In this way, wouldn't it save $1 million? However, after learning that Roland bought the license for his own company, he shut up his mouth. That wanted to nag. Other companies can cheat in any way, but for your own company, you must not leave any handle for your peers. Especially for a company like Universal, when everyone cooperates, they are smiling and friendly. If everyone is in opposition, they will definitely turn their faces and recognize each other. This $1 million is equivalent to buying peace of mind, and it can also be regarded as cutting off the possibility of Universal throwing dirty water on itself. Plagiarism. This thing is not good, no matter how you say it. Roland's wholly owned game company plagiarizes. If this is publicized, it will cause a huge blow to those little fans who worship him. Not worth it. In this way, Roland finally had some free time on the flight to Hawaii. The old man sleeping in the front did not teach him how to take advantage of the capitalists, but the guys next to him. Well, Roland did greet his teammates. Of course, in addition to the politeness factor and the fact that these guys were recommended by Woody Allen, Martin Scorsese, or Jack Nicholson, What really interested Roland was that the actors next to him were all very magical. Samuel Jackson, who played the park manager in the film, was the boiled egg in the Marvel Cinematic Universe in the future. And Jeff Goldblum, who played the mathematician, was a supreme god. As for the male lead Sam Neill, he was Odin of Asgard in Thor 3. With this group of people, he would not be afraid, even if Homelander and Queen Maeve came. However, these things that will happen in the future cannot be the focus of Roland's conversation with them. Moreover, even if these guys have some nominations, Roland is still the one with the highest commercial status at the scene. Of course, status will not be an obstacle to communication among everyone. After all, everyone has someone above them. Take the heroine Laura Dern for example. Her father is Bruce Dern, who originally played with Clint Eastwood, and her mother Diane Ladd, like Cameron, was taught by Roger Corman. It is roughly equivalent to being one of them. Therefore, when filming in the group of these Jewish gangs, there is no need to worry about which actor will think about adding scenes, or which lighting and photography will deliberately pit you, because in their group, don't even think about seeing the opponent. If the routes are different, you will not be selected from the beginning. In this case, even if it is the first time you meet, just a hug can eliminate the barriers. It was this efficient and familiar attitude that led to their conversation about a variety of things. They talked about Richard Attenborough's Oscar-winning film Chaplin, to be released at the end of this year, Sam Neill's The Piano Lesson, to be in Cannes next year, and Laura Dern and her uncle Dong Mu's A Perfect World. In short, insiders talked about insiders, but Roland just listened and was not very interested. Although he had heard of those films, he didn't think there was anything to talk about. Take Chaplin for example. He couldn't tell director Richard Attenborough to tell Robert Downey Jr. to stop talking about grass, right? His fame is indeed greater than Down is now, but that doesn't mean that his hands are so long. What's more, if he talked about talking about grass, everyone at the scene would definitely think he was meddling in other people's business. What a psycho. How do you know something that the public doesn't know? You are slandering, right? In fact, he could also talk about Alice, who was named the most memorable woman in the world in 1986, and also starred in Chaplin, and later in the Resident Evil series. But, talking about actresses, just think about it. Not to mention that the old man who also doesn't believe in love is sleeping in the lounge, just facing director Chad Attenborough. Roland will not talk about Mila Jovovich, who took 15 years to change from A to C. There is no way, who made this old man have a brother who is known as the father of the world's natural documentaries? Richard Attenborough, who plays the owner of the park in Jurassic. His brother is David Attenborough, the soul of the BBC, who hosted a series of natural documentaries such as Man and Nature, Animal World, Life Trilogy, and Blue Planet. In front of such a dazzling resume, in front of the naked comments on nature, Roland believes that, as long as he mentions Miller, these guys will understand that this kid in front of them seems, probably thinking about love. Roland also believed that it would not take long for this news to reach Spielberg's ears, and that old man would definitely tell him once, don't mess around here now. Therefore, based on the principle of less trouble, when everyone gathered together to chat, Roland treated himself as a mascot and did not express any opinions. At most, he talked about those movies, but even so, the flames would still burn him. For example, Roland, are you two going to Hawaii to film? When Richard Attenborough turned his eyes and glanced at the door of the lounge, that puzzled look aroused the interest of everyone present. Yes, only the assistant followed you? Laura Dern cast a curious look at Roland. I heard before that your Aunt Gannetti would always follow the Olsen sisters. Why did she let you come out alone to film this time? Jeff Goldblum yawned, with confusion flashing in his wet eyes. Ah, you're asking this. When Roland, who had considered himself a mascot, heard them mention this, he immediately became furious. He really wanted to vent his frustration, but after pondering for a moment, he finally gave up. Because Aunt Gannetti is too busy. So during this period in Hawaii, there are only two of us. Yes, the guys who went to Hawaii to participate in the filming of Jurassic were only Roland and Mary. The reason was very simple. It was purely because Gannetti was too busy. No matter how the crew arranged it, Seattle and Jurassic would eventually overlap in filming, and in this case, even if Canetti split herself in half, she would not be able to take care of everyone at the same time. James Olsen, the kid who is about to enter junior high school, simply cannot leave Los Angeles, and Elizabeth, who is already 3.5 years old, still needs adult care. In this case, plus Ashley, who needs to film with the Sony crew, and the upcoming schedule to fly to the Empire State Building in New York to shoot. So no matter how it is arranged, there is always a group of children who can only be watched by the hired assistant bodyguards. Originally, facing such family difficulties, Roland, who has grown up, wanted to volunteer to take over the task of taking care of his sister. According to his idea, he, who has passed the legal red line of 12 years old, can take Mary and Elizabeth to Hawaii to film, and then let James stay at home alone to prepare for further studies. As for Canetti, he can easily take Ashley to travel between Los Angeles and New York, and David can also be busy with his own career. But the problem is, when he just brought up this constructive suggestion at the family meeting, James, who was determined to lose weight and please the girl again, immediately sabotaged it. In the words of the fat guy, filming is very tiring. Roland has to film and guide Mary into the right state. These two things alone will take up most of his daily life. What's more, he can learn a lot more from Spielberg. If he brings Elizabeth with him, it will definitely have a certain impact on the filming of the crew, and will also delay his learning progress. So let mom take Elizabeth, and stay in the Seattle crew with Ashley, and I can stay at home alone. To be honest, Roland was really moved by James's righteous attitude, sincere words, and lofty ideals of selflessness. But when he finished speaking, and blinked at Roland with a smile, Roland instantly understood this guy's good intentions. Wasn't he just trying to break up every couple? In the past, the love that belonged to me was very bitter. Now, I want you to feel the same way. Damn it. It's the guy you like who likes me, not me who wields a hoe to poach him. You eat my food, use my money, and spend my money on weekdays, but I didn't expect you to stab me at the critical moment. You are really ungrateful. Since what James said was indeed correct, and was approved by the Olsens, Roland, who was assigned to this, couldn't make any more comments, but he didn't let James go before he left. Don't I just want to take your sister Elizabeth to see dinosaurs? Since you stopped me, don't blame me for being rude. If you have time to think so much on weekdays, it must be because you are too idle and don't have enough homework. Roland didn't mean to respond directly at all, but the next day after the family meeting, Roland went straight into the bookstore in the community and told the owner there to send a truckload of books back home. Advanced Mathematics, Foundations of Applied Mathematics, Mathematical Analysis, Discrete Mathematics. Roland, you only bought comics from me before. Why do you want so many math books this time? James will be in junior high school soon. Let him get more exposure, Roland said without blushing. But junior high school students can't understand these books. The bookstore owner took off his reading glasses. Really? But his tutor did ask me to buy these books. Roland pretended to be surprised. He also said that mathematics is the foundation of everything. If you don't learn mathematics well, you can't learn anything else well. Tutor? You won't be deceived, right? The bookstore owner frowned. How is it possible? Professor Lou is a man who has reached the gate of hell. Roland shook his head like a rattle. Forget it, boss. Don't worry about it. Anyway, the professor asked me to buy mathematics. Please help me take the books back. Roland thought he was not a ruthless person. At most he was just a wolf destroyer. If James dared to betray him, he would replace all the treasures in his room with math books. However, this was actually a bargain for James. Although there were no comics to read, math was the wife of Lou B1. If you, James, were to get in touch with math steadily, maybe you would get it right away. Right. Of course, when Roland secretly left home with Mary that night and headed to the airport to meet up with the crew, he also vaguely heard someone trying to set fire to his house. Roland didn't take that childish threat seriously at all. Anyway, there was nothing valuable in the house. Even if James really burned it, he would just pay for a new one. Although James did let Roland not bring Elizabeth out of a joke, there was nothing wrong with what he said to his parents, because when Roland arrived at the shooting site in Hawaii, he realized that Spielberg had accurately calculated his 24 hours of the day to the second. Why? Because it is really difficult to shoot special effects films these days. Unlike the digital imaging that Weta Digital and Cameron would later work on, there is no motion capture technology that can simulate visual effects while shooting. To put it bluntly, it is impossible to shoot on the left and see the sketch effect on the right like Zack Snyder did in Justice League. It is a great test for directors to make special effects these days, not only because when shooting green screen scenes, the director must determine where the people are, but also understand how the CGI produced by computer post-production will be presented during the shooting process. To put it bluntly, while filming, the director is already imagining the film effect in his storyboard. He has to ensure that the actors and the final CGI are in a relatively correct position. If the position is wrong, there is basically no way except to reshoot, because it is impossible to drag the mouse wheel to directly adjust the character proportions in the future to achieve a perfect effect. Why does the liquid robot in Terminator 2 have to walk through the white model human figure from beginning to end and then appear on the real person? Isn't it because the current technology is not enough? The current digital particle visual effects are simply not up to the level of the future. In this way, it is even more difficult to shoot seriously. Of course, Roland does not need to understand how the technology is formed, because these things are solved by the engineers of Industrial Light and Magic, but he must learn how to shoot special effects films. And so far, there is no other guy in the world who understands models plus CGI better than Industrial Light and Magic. So, on the first day of filming, Roland, who was sitting with his legs crossed and chatting with Mary while waiting for his part, was grabbed by Spielberg's collar and dragged to the secondary monitor. "Don't you want to film Spider-Man? Then you have to follow me through the entire Jurassic. This is different from the Terminator 2 that James took you to film before. It's different starting from the filming process." Chapter 110. If this is not love. Fuck. 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 When the continuous curses resounded through the sky, the men and women in suits sitting at the Oval Conference table all sat there with pale faces. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the documents beside them with a distracted look. The cover with the Disney logo was so conspicuous, and the Aladdin logo below the logo also interpreted their identity just right. Buena Vista Pictures, Aladdin Publicity and Distribution Working Group. Just like the team of Beauty and the Beast last year, everyone is the same group of people, and the situation is almost the same as last year. The problem in front of them is Roland Allen. Last year, Beauty and the Beast and Captain Hook collided in the release date. In order to avoid the momentum brought by Michael Jackson's MV, Disney changed the release date. And this year, although there is no superstar MV, but how the hell are you in love? Will you die if you keep quiet? Can we make a good movie? Buena Vista is very annoying now. Although Beauty and the Beast earned $140 to $500 million in North American box office last year and $424 million in global box office, they still don't want to use Aladdin to compete with Home Alone 2 in the face of Roland's base. There is no other way. Using a single movie to compete with a series of sequels is something that is expressly prohibited in the industry, because all sequels are for money. If the film company had not calculated a profit rate of more than 70%, they would not have been able to move out a sequel within 2 years. In addition, the audiences of Home Alone 2 and Aladdin are highly overlapped, which is the last thing the industry wants to see when releasing movies, because everyone can only choose one movie at the same time. Even without the romance hype and normal promotion, Disney doesn't think it can beat Home Alone 2. Now, the outside world is full of news that Roland Allen rejected the rich girl and only focused on making movies. In this way, who can tell me what we should do? Facing the boss's roar, everyone in the conference room sighed at the same time, and after a moment of silence, these guys tacitly did not mention a promotion plan, but from left to right, they talked about the current situation again. "We tried to put out promotional ads for Aladdin, but according to a sample survey of newsstands, the situation is not optimistic. If we go head to head in this situation, we may not even get ads in the prime time of the radio station." According to the news from the Theatre Alliance, Home Alone 2 will be released the day before Thanksgiving, which is the same as ours, November 25th. According to their film scheduling, Home Alone 2 can get 47%, and we only have about 16% left. The theaters are not fools. They always look at the chickens laying eggs. The so-called film scheduling is not based on the quality of the film at all, but on the advertising placement of the publicity and the market feedback. The more popular a movie is, the more popular the leading actors are, and the higher the first day scheduling rate will be. In this case, as long as the box office on the first day reaches the theater's expectations, there is no need to worry about the first week, because people are counting on these blockbusters to sell popcorn and soda. And right now, no movie is more popular than Roland Allen. In this case, it would be best if we postpone the release for 2 weeks. Of course, we can also choose regional screenings, but that will also require a postponement. Although they were unwilling, when reporting the plan, changing the release date was the best option at the moment, because a head-on confrontation would be courting death. But, changing the release date twice in a row? Isn't it too embarrassing to say this out loud? An old film company can't beat a 12-year-old kid. Where can they put their face? But, there is no other way. Because in addition to Home Alone 2 on the 25th, there is also a love movie called The Bodyguard. Although they can't beat Roland Allen in terms of momentum, they win in that the genres are not overlapping. Not only that, the lead actor Kevin Costner is the Golden Body Party who won the Best Picture and Best Director for Dances with Wolves in 1991, and the female lead is the famous Whitney Houston. In this case, their screenings cannot surpass Home Alone 2, which is nearly 16 points less. Disney wants to get a share of the pie in the troubled times? That's just a foolish dream. Change it. For the sake of money. Push it back. What movies are in December? Faced with a boss's inquiry, everyone didn't even think about it and directly reported the information in their heads. December 11th, Tom Cruise's MIU. December 23rd, Al Pacino's Scent of a Woman. Just the two of them? That's good. The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief before leaving get off work. I want to see the revision time. Before noon tomorrow, I want to see the new publicity plan. Fortunately, there are no movies next year. I want to know who will be looking for death and collide with Jurassic Park next year. That's it. Adjourn the meeting. Although the voice at the end was extremely loud, it couldn't change the fact that Disney didn't want to fight with Roland. There was no way. Before the IP became popular, Hollywood sold people. If there was no Bruce Willis, could The Sixth Sense sell for $670 million? The director is of Indian descent. The little boy only occupies a very small part in Forrest Gump. The female lead Toni Collette, who previously played a supporting role to Pepper Potts, became famous because of this movie. In this way, what's wrong with taking away the record of an actor's net profit of $120 million per film? To put it bluntly, if there was no Willis, this movie would not be able to pull it off. The same is true for War of the Worlds. Without Spielberg and Cruise, no matter what, it would not be able to sell $590 million. And Cruise successfully took $100 million. Most of the time, Super A names mean money. Before the IP became popular, the highest that an actor could shout out was 17, and Spielberg could get 27. Of course, even in the era of series and IP, Leo can still be shouted out steadily at 20/10. Why? Because he has always been an idol. The male lead of the movie is called Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, I'll watch his movie this week. Reason? Because his name is Leonardo, that's the reason. Roland is actually heading towards this situation now. When his personal charm continues to accumulate and ferment with these movies, there will be more and more people who walk into the theater just by recognizing his name. As the box office rises, when the trend of appearance passes, what will remain in people's memory is actually the movie is a big hit, which is actually respect for talent. After this solidified and terrible image is formed, no matter what you do, it is actually your true nature. It cannot be said that you will never be defeated, but as long as you make good movies, the goddess of luck will always favor you. Of course, all of this will never work if you rely on yourself. In addition to having a big selling movie to rely on, the retreat of peers is also the key. If they don't want to fight with you, isn't it equivalent to giving you a win? and Disney's retreat is enough to make Roland say, "Thank you, thank you." Of course, Roland himself was naturally unaware of Disney's cursing. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. Didn't the Walt Disney family give Disney to him? What excitement. At this moment, he was awkwardly focusing on the news flying all over the outside world. Hiss. Am I really as good as these media boast? A role model for young people, a crazy person who loves movies, a representative of dedication, an angel with good intentions. This. Why do I feel that I and you are not living in the same world? That's right, Roland was really embarrassed by the extremely disgusting promotional soft article. Appropriate boasting is called promotion, but overwhelming praise is just flattery. Especially the sentence, "In order to fulfill his mother's last wish, and for the film career he loves, Roland temporarily rejected love." How did it give him the feeling of you just lost a leg, but she lost love? No matter how you look at it, it's so awkward. Feeling embarrassed? Looking at the little kid flipping through the newspaper, Spielberg, who was leaning on the director's chair waiting for the actor to touch up his makeup, yawned. The publicity is a bit too much. I can't accept it. Roland nodded frankly. Although he felt good about himself, he couldn't do what Xuan Mizi did, saying that he had plastic surgery in front of Mimi and cueing her. Then what do you think is too much? Spielberg continued to ask with a smile on his face. What is too much? Is there any need to ask? Except for the fact that he is handsome, everything is too much. Okay. Of course, in order to avoid physical pain, Roland would certainly not say that the love of movies is a bit too much. Why? Do you think you don't like it? It's not that I don't like it, but the degree of my liking is not as exaggerated as the media says. Yes, Roland felt that the degree of media publicity was not in place. To be honest, if it weren't for the time loop and Home Alone, he would not have entered Hollywood. Movies are his career, but the media has promoted it as his life. Of course, this is too much. Are you sure? Roland's words made Spielberg take off his glasses. Of course. Roland nodded vigorously. So what do you think you have in your life now, besides movies? What else? If you ask me that, I have to talk to you. Of course there is money, girls, girlfriends, and games. Oh, that's not right. I have nothing. When Roland wanted to count on his fingers and tell Spielberg that his daily life was very rich, before he could open his mouth, he crossed out everything that had passed through his mind. Although there is money, it seems that this thing is meaningless. Although there are girls, that guy is still in the state of being a beast, so manly and so fond of it. Girls. I won't say more, it's all tears. Games. I won't say more about this. I haven't played games since I joined the group. Since the time loop began, Roland's daily life has been filming, resting, filming again, and resting again, and during the rest period, what occupies most of his time is not taking care of the children, going on vacation, or eating and drinking, but thinking about the script and fiddling with the notes of his predecessors. If that doesn't work, he will call James, the humanoid computer, to listen to what plot he is interested in. His life is not a movie, but movies occupy a very high proportion of his life. Are you used to not being allowed to read the script for a long time? Of course not. What if there are no projects? Then of course I will find a way to find a project. Then why do you want to find a project? Is it for money? Or to become more famous? Of course I want both, Steven. I'm not that hypocritical. Okay. Really? But the problem is that what I saw was not the case. Spielberg looked up at the blue sky, looked at the floating white clouds, and smiled. I've seen a lot of guys who seek money and fame. They are just doing their job. Just like actors understand their roles and directors shoot all the scenes. No one will interfere with other people's work. Even if they don't understand what others are doing, they won't ask, because it has nothing to do with them. But what about you? Or us? You, me, James. We actually want to know everything. A guy with a process. James has been an art director and made special effects models for movies. He learned to use editing machines and edited movies by himself. He wrote scripts and directed himself. Even if everyone in the crew ran away, he could do everything by himself. This is actually love. All the machines in Universal have my fingerprints. I can light, record, set, and model. I was the first to discover the CGI in Jurassic. Except that I can't use computers like you. I can do everything in the crew. Isn't this love? Doing your job well is called dedication. While doing your job, you do everything. That's love. It has nothing to do with fame and fortune, because what you want to protect is your own world. Well, Roland scratched his head and felt that the old man was right. After thinking about it from his perspective, Roland could immediately understand the praise in the newspaper. Just like Peter Jackson likes Middle-earth, The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are worlds he knows well, and they are his children. He has imagined them countless times in his mind. If he doesn't love them, someone else would have won awards for them. Just like James Cameron likes wild fantasies, he never shoots other people's scripts. After finding that the current technology cannot meet his requirements, he would rather waste time and money on diving, which he also likes, than pick up a camera to shoot movies. If he doesn't love it, why would he strive for perfection? Martin Scorsese's even more so. After so many years of wandering around, he has dabbled in all kinds of genres. If he doesn't love it, the little money Netflix gives him is not enough to make him angry at the media giant. And what about Spielberg, who can break the global box office record and shoot Schindler's List in the same year? As for Roland, although his film reading volume cannot be compared with the founder of a quarter of it is already there. If this is not love, then, thinking of this, Roland also put down the newspaper. Although he would not take the words on it seriously, he would not feel too embarrassed. At the same time, he tilted his head and said, "Stephen, let me ask you something. Go ahead. Did you fall in love with me because we have the same hobbies? What do you think?" "I think so." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Spielberg, who was leaning there, laughed and got up. While putting on his glasses, he turned his head to look at the guy who felt good about himself. "Let me tell you, I actually regretted teaching you at one point." "Why?" Roland was puzzled. "It's because you ask why, even though you don't need to ask why. I told you that this is how it's shot. Why do you suggest other ideas? James wants to hit you, and I want to hit you too. You know that. Get out of here with a script. Call someone to shoot. You'll shoot the remaining 3 scenes today. If you can't finish work by 6 o'clock, the overtime pay will be deducted from your salary." When Spielberg waved the script at Roland dodged and jumped with a happy smile on his face. After dodging several times, facing the script that was coming towards him, Roland took it without hesitation, and then picked up the director's hat on the utility table and put it on his forehead very smoothly. These old men are just dishonest. The point is that they are so thin-skinned. If you like it, then you like it. Why are you shy? "I won't tell anyone, really." While being arrogant in his heart, Roland also raised the director's baton. After seeing the neat action, Spielberg, who was still sitting on the recliner, snorted. "It's too difficult to find a guy whose life experience is highly overlapped with your own. It's even more difficult to find a guy with the same hobbies as you. And if the first 2 conditions are met, finding a guy with the same career is just dreaming. But fortunately, he likes to dream. And if you dream too much, you will always meet him." Of course, the media's bragging outside is actually not that important to Roland. Because he understands that, as long as the work is strong enough, it's not too much to brag about it. God no and God cap, aren't they just called out by one work after another? Instead of entangled in this, it's better to finish Jurassic. What if others don't believe that you love movies? Then use one record after another to physically convince them. And when Roland handed in his homework on time, he returned home and enjoyed dinner with everyone. That's right, in the movie Jurassic, the role of the children is only 10 minutes longer than that of the dinosaurs. So, after returning from Hawaii, Mary stayed up all night with Roland for more than half a month and finished the chase scene and then called it a day. If it weren't for the crew, Roland would have finished long ago. However, it didn't make much sense for him to finish the filming one day earlier or later. There was no academic pressure, no chores to deal with, and no need to go out for publicity. It didn't matter where he stayed. Just as he finished dinner, thinking about whether to go back and continue to work on the script, or take the 3 little Lalas out for a walk to digest the food under James's gaze, and then come back to tell them a bedtime story, David put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and called him, "Roland." Come to the study with me. I have something to tell you. Note, in reality, Aladdin is screened in selected regions. The so-called regional screening is to slowly screen it one state at a time, rather than all theaters screening it at the same time. Doing so can maximize the box office data, but the screening time is too long and the profit sharing period is too long. In fact, the most popular ones are award-winning films and Ang Lee. Chapter 111, Home Selling Incentive Plan for Cashing Out. Feedback from Jeeks. That night, in the study, perhaps because he was in a good mood, Roland leaned on the sofa after entering the room and acted like Jedi. Not only that, he, who always liked to listen before speaking, spoke first this time for the first time. David, everything outside is hype. What the media spread is all PR. I'm not in a relationship, of course. She does like me. That's right. In Roland's opinion, David, a responsible parent, called him into the study late at night, and he was talking about nothing more than love between men and women. Maybe he would throw it to him like a traditional American father, of course. In order to avoid such an embarrassing situation, Roland decided to speak frankly. However, just when he thought that David would nod in agreement with his showdown and let him go, the bearded man who heard the explanation was stunned on the spot. That, Roland. Of course I know that all this is hype, and I didn't think of asking. Huh. Roland, who felt good about himself, looked sluggish. Didn't you think of asking? Did I misunderstand? Roland raised his eyes and met David's tacit understanding. His confidence was instantly replaced by embarrassment. He coughed and quickly changed the subject. Then what do you want to tell me? David understood the blunt words. How could he not see that Roland was very happy today? Not only that, but he was also amazed by his not so smart look. Although he really wanted to know what happened in the crew today to make Roland so happy, as a very tolerant parent, he decided to let Roland keep his own little secret. I want to tell you about the filming location of Home Alone. That's right, the reason why David looked for Roland was not for love, but for the filming location, villa, or in other words, money. At the beginning, in order for Roland to join the crew smoothly, David contributed the community that he was about to finish. Although the opening of the house for sale was delayed for more than half a year, the result was good. The movie was a big hit, and the popularity brought by the big hit also increased the value of the community. As a result, David not only did not lose money, but also made a small profit. While selling the villa, the crew kept the villa where the filming was filmed, because they were thinking about the sequel. To put it bluntly, David, as a businessman, did have the idea of looking forward to the third, fourth, and fifth. But the problem is that, after seeing the strong publicity from the outside world, he no longer thought about the third, fourth, and fifth. He is well versed in publicity and understands that since Fox, the Jewish gang, and the big golden retriever can blow this wind so loudly, the second one is obviously the final chapter of Roland in the series. In this way, the villa has no value. In this case, I just want to sell it. Sell the villa. Sure. After hearing David's true intention, Roland was not shocked, but felt it was reasonable. Developers buy land to build houses, isn't it for sale? Now it's the publicity outlet of Home Alone 2, and it's more advantageous to negotiate the price at this time. That's right, everything in the world can be traded, and the price of the filming location of a blockbuster movie can double. Don't think this is a daydream, and don't think that the villa will rot in your hands because of the price increase. Because the buyers are actually in the same industry. In Hollywood, changing houses is like changing clothes for celebrities. Some people are bankrupt like Nicolas Cage, some are richer like Robert Downey Jr., some need better scenery like Matt Damon, and some people and Kate Winslet have the idea of divorce and changing land to start over. Of course, no matter how to change, everyone has an unwritten rule. That is, if the previous owner of the new house is also an insider, if he moved away sadly due to financial or status issues, usually no star is willing to buy it. And if the previous owner of the house is a big shot, or it is the place where someone became famous, then let alone double it, even if it is 3 or 4 times, or 4 or 5 times, there will be people willing to buy it. Just like the American Idol program launched by Fox, the houses where the champions live will basically be grabbed by the next contestant because they want to be famous. The house in David's hand is obviously the latter. Roland's real fortune. The highest grossing Christmas comedy in the Guinness World Records. Such a gimmick alone can increase the value of the house. Not to mention, Roland's star path will be smoother after this. David, just sell the villa directly. I can give you a clear answer now. Even if there is a third part in the Home Alone series, I will not shoot it. After guessing the inside story of making money, Roland answered very happily. If you don't cash in, when the wind comes, wouldn't that be stupid? Besides, he knows that he will not shoot the third one at all. Not to mention that all the sequels, except the first and second ones, are bad movies. The little girl in the third one alone is the one he is jealous of. What's more, Spielberg's Question in the Afternoon has made him sad for a long time. He has money, girls, and games, but what's the point of the remaining one if he doesn't have any pursuit? Roland has even thought about it. After the release of Home Alone 2, people will keep an eye on this series. As long as the third one is approved, it will be his time to show his skills. As a senior with a background, it's not too much to provide some correct life guidance to the juniors. Hehehe. The neat answer made David look at Roland a few more times, especially while narrating. The hentai smile that gradually appeared on Roland's face made him feel that something was wrong with Roland. From the initial self-satisfaction to the current self-confidence. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like the calm guy he usually is. And David's scrutinizing eyes were also quietly captured by Roland, who was daydreaming. In order to avoid his beautiful dream being exposed in advance, he prepared to put his feet on the ground. If you are looking for me just to ask about the sequel, then I will go back first. Seeing that Roland, who was a little bit wrong, wanted to escape, David, who was still thinking about how to start the conversation, immediately threw these thoughts aside and shook his head and said, "Wait, there is another thing. It is related to your game company." Then you say. Roland, who had already stood up, sat back down again. Not only that, the urgency to leave also dissipated without a trace. There was no way. If you have to count, Blizzard can also be a concubine. The decisive and heartfelt move made David black-lined, but he didn't dwell too much on why Roland was crazy, but directly said, "I have already done the things you threw to me." After receiving the mess that Roland threw to him, David handed the matter over to his subordinates. Acquisition, name change, these things don't need him to worry about at all, but in David's opinion, 500,000 is a bit too much. Blizzard is now just a makeshift team. They have developed 2 games, released one, and the other is about to be released. With no popular hype and no outstanding performance, 3 people earn 500,000 yuan a year, which is 5 times the average annual income of an individual. In this case, Roland still bought it, which can only be said to be a deep love. Especially after the purchase, he still has to find copyrights and authorizations for these makeshift teams, which is even more. I don't know what you think. Anyway, I have done it for you. Blizzard is now 100% controlled by your asset company. The game copyrights of Marvel and the genre authorizations of Universal also belong to the asset company. Now you just need to sign a contract with your left and right hands, and Blizzard can use it. Also, the incentive plan you want has been completed for you. Yes, the file is here. Take it and have a look. Yes, in David's opinion, buying Mohammed's game company is simply a waste of money. If he has the spare time, he might as well buy Universal's Naughty Dog. But in Roland's eyes, 100% equity will eventually cause problems. The 3 founders just became wage earners? This is a joke. Mohammed and the others are indeed young now, and they just want to make games, but as they grow older, and as batches of games come out, won't they think, now that I'm famous, if I go out and work alone, can I earn more? I had to sell the company to you, Roland, in order to make games. So after my name is well known in the industry, can I still start my own business? Or go to another place that is willing to give shares and continue to develop? No matter how much salary or bonus, it is just working for others. It just doesn't feel right to do it. After the passion of youth dissipates, all that is left is reality. Don't say it's impossible. Don't talk about tying people down with dreams. Zhu Zhafei can go into the film industry to make movies, so it is even more impossible for Mohammed to hang himself on a tree. they can tolerate it now and even think that it is a great thing for Roland to buy copyrights for them. What about later? When people have grown up, they always have some ideas. After they resign, what do you want to do, Roland? Hire people to make games? Roland knows that it is impossible to do it by yourself. In this case, people are the most important. Now the three of them may just want to make games peacefully, or they sell the company to Roland for the resources in Roland's hands. But even so, there must be a reward plan, because Roland wants their people, not an empty shell with the name of Blizzard but no soul. How to keep people in the company is what Roland asked David to do. Because he doesn't understand, but David has a way to understand, and he will not be like the old Cardaming Lao, who offers a sky-high price of 100,000 per hour. Looking at the plan, for each game that is in the top 10 sales in America that year, the three giants have the right to purchase shares at an agreed price, with a maximum of 3% per time, and the upper limit is temporarily set at 11 points per person. He himself initially retained 67 points. Roland, well, he doesn't know how those numbers are calculated, but he knew that the price on the plan was really very low. To put it bluntly, after Roland took over the makeshift team for 500,000 yuan, helped them get the authorization they wanted, and gave them a reward plan, the entire acquisition actually became a pair of powerful helping hands in times of crisis. When Mohammed and his friends needed research and development funds and copyright authorization, Roland could help them realize their dreams, and when they realized their spiritual dreams and needed material pursuits, Blizzard could become their home again. And Roland just lived with them, and the bed was a little big. Okay, that's it. Only with shares can you be motivated. Otherwise, when they get married, they will be called Blizzard executives and project planners. How ugly these names are. Chairman, CEO, and president of a Fortune 500 company, you can only be proud of it when you say it out loud. Looking at Roland's satisfied and arrogant face, David rolled his eyes. In his opinion, Roland was just dreaming. A small, broken company with more than a dozen people dared to brag about becoming a future Fortune 500 company? This is even less reliable than starting from Hollywood and building your own film company into a Fortune 500 company. Go away, go back and dream. You are so strange today. You feel much more lively than usual. When you calm down, we will talk about other things. David waved his hand, signaling Roland, whose brain circuit may be misplaced, to disappear from his side quickly. After seeing his action, Roland also smiled and handed the document back to the other party. Without waiting for David to speak, he ran away. The plan is there, and you should help me implement it. Capital is indeed very important, but Roland admitted that he couldn't get it. It's okay to let him talk about it on paper, but if he lets him march, that's it. Everyone will be led into the ditch by him. As Bill Gates emphasized, the product is not important at all. What is important is sales. Steve Jobs, who was ridiculed by him for not understanding technology, is also a marketing expert. Roland never thought that he could finish everything, and he didn't have the energy to do everything. He only knew that putting some people together could achieve his goals, and that was enough. While being a hands-off boss, Roland, who went back to his own home, also called Mohammed. After learning that The Lost Vikings would be released on the same day as his own movie, Roland's face suddenly became long. Oh, if you had found me earlier, I would have implanted the game cartridge into Home Alone 2. There is a toy store scene in it. Isn't it normal to sell game cartridges? What a good advertisement. I missed it just like that. Of course, regretting is just regretting, and shouting loudly, there is no way to start over. After getting satisfactory resources, Mohammed and his team didn't care about these trivial matters, because at this moment, they were thinking about 2D fighting games, and they were also preparing to recruit talents, and wanted to study real-time strategy. If you don't have enough money, tell me. If you want to poach people, tell me. If you want copyrights, tell me. Okay. Although he didn't get any leverage, Roland just complained casually. He was in a good mood and swelled like a puffer fish, thinking he could float on the water. The joking words also made Mohammed on the other end of the phone laugh. Not only that, he also cooperated seriously. Then let's poach Yoshiki Okamoto. Sorry, excuse me, goodbye. If they were face to face, Roland would have kicked him. If you want to poach Yoshiki Okamoto to make a fighting game, then when you make an MMORPG, are you going to ask me to buy an EA? If so, what do I want you to do? You know, it's very easy to copy. After Street Fighter 2 came out, there were a lot of copycats. Even Wang Jing brought in Jialing Xia Dangbu, Shishing, Liu Jianming, Weizi, Sun Wukong, and Princess Jialing to make a movie called Super School Fighter, to pay tribute to Street Fighter, Dragon Ball, and Terminator. Of course, although it was entertaining and had good box office, many years later, people only remembered Zio's black and white. Let's not talk about games. You are responsible for these things. Just give them to me for trial when they are ready. I called you just to ask, how is the database? Have my news been updated? Yes, although the news from the outside world was overwhelming, Roland didn't forget him. Although the internet is still underdeveloped, being the first to settle in and following up are two different concepts. This is like Weibo. The first batch of settlers can naturally enjoy preferential treatment. Although the current database has nothing to do with those social software, who doesn't want the news about themselves to appear on the front page forever? Now that Mohami and his friends have administrator accounts, they can do some covert operations, right? Facing Roland's inquiry, Mohami, an honest child, also told him about the recent situation. I have updated the articles that Catherine sent us to the database for you. According to the backstage access, the guys who usually talk about beautiful stars are now discussing in the forum whether you are also a guy who looks at faces. For those technical people, whether your relationship will have a breakthrough is what they want to know most. Of course, many people bet that you will reject her because she is not very pretty. These are all data at this stage. Due to the small number of people and the single group, they are not very referenceable. Of course, we will still guide the data to you once a week and give it to Catherine. Just like you said, every fan group must refer to it. We have channels, so we use it. Feedback, of course, the more the better. Compared with the commercialized watered down data in the future, the numbers of this era are more real. He can ignore traditional publicity, but this thing must be seen. After figuring out his image in the minds of those tech geeks, Roland also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, according to the future internet thinking, the majority of male groups generally hate this kind of hype. And now, maybe because we haven't entered the era of news explosion, people's interest has not been exhausted by those junk news. In this case, he can look forward to the release of the movie with confidence. Note, houses of popular stars are super easy to sell. In many cases, it is the management company that takes over. They buy the house and rent it to tenants who have needs. Superstition. The most typical example is Jodie Foster. In 1989, she won the Best Actress award and sold a house worth more than $6 million for $9 million. In 1992, she won the Best Actress award again and bought a house worth $16 million in Beverly Hills with the money from selling the house. The houses of bankrupt stars depreciate instantly. The news says that they are being sold at a low price, but in fact, they are not being sold at a low price. Instead, the houses are worthless because they are occupied by bankrupt stars. I read the comments. Some readers said that the acquisition of Blizzard for $500,000 is too fake. I admit that this is copied from the model of Sony's acquisition of Naughty Dog. In the early 1990s, the founder of Naughty Dog gave the game Warriors Way to the vice president of Universal Interactive. Universal thought it was good and signed a research and development agreement with them. Naughty Dog helped Universal develop Crash Bandicoot. The problem is that the copyright of this kind of research and development belongs to the investor. Naughty Dog is equivalent to a foundry. So when Universal sold itself to Vivendi, they accepted the olive branch thrown by Sony and became a wholly owned subsidiary of Sony. After a few years, the founder left without shares. Since the 1980s, successful game developers have basically been acquired by wholly owned enterprises. This is also what the founder of Naughty Dog admitted after entering Facebook. If you want to make the game fun, you have to sell yourself. Otherwise it is basically a foundry and no one is willing to invest. In late 1992 and early 1993, the database, IMDb, already had shooting footage, movie plots, etc. Of course, what they uploaded were all media news. Chapter 112 released. In his previous life, Roland had watched a documentary. When the National Master was filming Curse of the Golden Flower, there was an opening ceremony preparation team working next to the crew. Almost every few takes, someone would come to communicate with the National Master about the content of the opening ceremony. The seamless switching and the collision of inspirations that were completely unrelated really made Roland admire him. Although the movie could not satisfy the audience while contributing the prototype of Prince Jarvan IV, the whole movie also told people that no matter how big or small, there will always be a place. It was precisely because he had watched that documentary that Roland was curious about Spielberg's working status from the beginning. Jurassic Park and Schindler's List were works released in the same year. With such a tight schedule, no matter what the old man said, he would work overtime and start work on both routes, right? However, from the beginning of the filming in Hawaii to the subsequent exposure of the relationship, Roland never saw the other party mention this matter in the crew. When he thought that this guy was really as steady as a rock and could keep his composure, when Roland asked him that day, "Do you like me because of the same hobbies?" he realized that it was not that the old man didn't care, but that no one took the initiative to jump out and help him take the blame. That's right. Since Roland took up the director's baton and shot 3 scenes, the old man threw the rest of the freeze-frame drama to him. During the filming, this guy leaned aside and treated the members of the group as StarCraft players, pretending to be a supervisor. If it weren't for the Schindler's List clearly written on the cover of the information, Roland really thought that this guy was watching him filming. If it were another crew, this behavior of doing private work openly would have been stopped by the production director sent by the film company, but, no matter which company or project, no one dared to point fingers at the old man. In this way, the old man and Roland are both happy to have free time. The former only needs to appreciate the finished product after each shooting, while the latter only needs to shoot according to the ideas taught by the old man. It is okay to occasionally mix in some of his own ideas. Even if it is not right, there is still an old driver watching on the scene. No matter how biased it is impossible to fly at low altitude and cause a car to crash and people to die. From acting in front of the camera to the layout behind the camera, Roland has no psychological pressure at all. Directing and acting are inseparable. When you know what pictures you need, are you still afraid that you can't act it out? What's more, he is not digging into the inner heart of the character now, complicating a simple character and pursuing the two sides of each character. To be honest, the character setting in the old man's movie, where black is black and white is white, is actually the most suitable for Roland to practice. He will not be like some stubborn directors who have to pursue the good and the evil of human nature, or dig out the evil in the good of human nature. Of course, the key to smoothness is also related to the fact that there is no drama tyrant in the group. If there is a Lee Baocean who washes the feet of the actress for 7 hours and wants to take care of everything, Lee Yubing who directly criticizes the director for his lack of skills in front of the media, Jiang Wen who doesn't care who you are, I can make you angry to death, then Roland should not shoot. But then again, with the old man on the scene, who else dares to say no? Even the little Leo who became famous with the ship in the future and insisted that the film company send a special plane to pick up his friends from America to Thailand for a party, didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the old man. Not to mention, everyone in the group is your own, and it won't cost you a bit to give face and accompany you to shoot a few more shots. And Roland is not the kind of devil who makes people rush to shoot a Chinese odyssey during the day and ashes of time at night. Occasionally, inspiration bursts out, and it takes at most half an hour. In addition, he often pays for his assistant to buy snacks and treats everyone on weekdays. So the atmosphere is still quite harmonious. After becoming the director, the crew was filming in an orderly manner, and the publicity was also in full swing. However, just in November, Clinton's accidental election was like a flood, completely drowning the fire of love. There was no way, because his opponent was regarded as a guy who was 100% re-elected. With the odds several times different, if Roland's scandal could still overwhelm the opponent, then Roland would not have to make movies anymore. He should clean up and learn from Reagan. When he grows up, he can directly run for the presidency. However, even if this sudden unexpected news suppressed the hype of the scandal, it was a happy thing for Fox. After all news has timeliness. After 2 months of continuous hype, people's attention and focus have reached the critical point of fatigue. Even if there was no accident, Fox was ready to change the topic and push people's attention away from love. The speed of public news is like cherry blossoms, 5 centimeters per second. As the petals fell to the ground, this one was also revealed. After the news of the dust settling on the position of the president faded, around November 10th, Fox began the sprint promotion before the release of the movie. Joe Pesci, who was filming A Bronx Tale with Robert De Niro, took time out to accept media interviews with Daniel Stern, who was already a director and was preparing to film The Kid with the Golden Arm. As for director Chris Columbus, who was deeply tied to Fox, he and Robin Williams appeared on a talk show that Fox had already arranged and revealed some interesting things during the filming of The Crew. You read it right. The person who appeared on the show with Columbus was indeed Williams, who initially indirectly provided the Olsens with the news that Home Alone was being auditioned, and the reason why they were mixed together was actually because of the Jewish gang. The Jewish gang resources are shared. After the work sold well, director Columbus, who had worked with Roland twice in a row, naturally became the target of those A-lists. After getting the script of Mrs. Doubtfire and becoming a producer, Williams targeted Columbus, the hottest family comedy director at the moment. Since they knew each other, they had a phone call and hit it off. In addition, the entire movie was invested by Fox, so helping with publicity and distribution was actually a preview for future movies. With the appearance of Williams, Roland's entire growth chain finally surfaced. At the instruction of Catherine, Williams took the initiative to reveal the news on the show and told the audience about his origins with the Home Alone series, starting from helping a friend to inquire about children, to the accidental introduction of Roland into the industry, and then the coincidental encounter during the audition for Captain Hook. Every step of Roland's growth period was clearly portrayed in the show. After Williams and Columbus smiled at the camera and said that Roland was the most hardworking, diligent, and talented kid they had ever seen since they entered the industry, Roland's figure appeared on the front page of the next day's headlines. In fact, Roland had always been wrong about one thing. In his previous life, he had seen many things like the Queen of Hengo shoots movies 365 days a year without rest and insists on not using a double, still working with a high fever of 40 degrees, and attending commercial activities in various places, singing and dancing at 48 degrees, showing off her style on the stage, and a series of things that caused the collapse of her dedicated personality, so he was very disgusted with the behavior of establishing a personality or a fixed image. But in fact, there is nothing wrong with personality and image. What is wrong is showing off and lack of self-discipline. Who doesn't have a few masks in life? Facing superiors, subordinates, customers, and even in the circle of friends full of chicken soup philosophy, everyone is a master of Sicilian opera. There is nothing wrong with establishing a personality, but what is wrong is to love pretending too much, and exerting too much effort. Too much is as bad as too little. But if we talk about the facts that have already happened, the so-called backlash will not appear at all. Moreover, who are the guys who can stand up and say that Roland is excellent? Robin Williams, Chris Columbus, James Cameron, Steven Spielberg. When these people recall the filming process and find that Roland is really a troublemaker, won't his image or personality come out? And this way of doing it yourself and letting others talk is the safest. Because in the eyes of the public, this is a group of very prestigious guys in the circle, and then use their own reputation to endorse you. Roland doesn't need to open his mouth. The work has been done, and what he needs to do next is actually commercial mutual praise. People praise their own people. As long as you emphasize the factual basis, who can find fault? This is also the real reason why the Jewish gang rarely has problems with their image. For those who do well, we have behind the scenes footage to prove it, and for those who cannot be known to the world, we have Teacher Tony. As long as Sunfish Market giant Yix's brother who unprofessional commentator Dangley doesn't do anything, there's no need to panic. The last 2 weeks of sprint promotion passed in a flash. When the huge poster of Home Alone 2 was posted at the entrance of the theater, and the commentary display racks were placed on both sides, Thanksgiving also quietly arrived. As for why Christmas movies such as the Home Alone series, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Elf, and the Santa Claus are not released in the real Christmas season, there is actually a reason for this. First, the real Christmas season is highly overlapped with the promotional months of the Golden Globe and Oscars. If they are squeezed into the release at that time, it is easy for the media from all sides to show their magical powers. You want to make money, and others want to win awards and make money. In this case, isn't it just you slap me, and I punch you? We are all businessmen, and we all want to make money. In this case, what are we two different categories fighting for? There are bubbles in your brain. It would be better to take a step back and have Thanksgiving in November so that commercial films can reap the box office and art films that are ready to win awards can be released in December, gaining word of mouth and singing songs so that no one will be delayed. Secondly, it is the real Christmas season, which is for children to play. Christmas movies, as the name suggests, are just big promises for children. If they are released before Christmas, children who believe in the existence of Santa Claus can look out the window and pray to Santa Claus in an imitative way, so that they can become as handsome as Roland. If they are released after the holiday, then the children will miss a day and have to wait another year. In this way, under the bombardment of media news, around 9 o'clock in the morning on Thanksgiving, the doors of cinemas in various places had just opened for a while, and those energetic children dragged their parents and rushed into the cinema. Unlike the 1990s, when the popularity was generated by Terminator 2 and James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger, this year, people's target is Roland. As children flocked in, a magical rhythm song even sounded at the entrance of each cinema. Don't pay $998. Don't pay $888. Just $4.80. Take Roland home. The love in the eyes of children is unreasonable. It may be interesting, it may be fun, or it may be funny, but no matter what, the guys who can come at the opening of the morning are basically Roland's die-hard fans. Well, more people have seen the popularity of Home Alone and Terminator 2, and are too lazy to queue up and fight for seats in the cold night. Watch a movie in the morning, go shopping in the afternoon, and go home to eat turkey at night. What a wonderful life. But no matter what the reason is, it is a good thing for the whole family to go out and squeeze into the theater to show their support. And the movie itself naturally meets their expectations. The plots of Home Alone 2 and Home Alone are extremely similar. In the first film, it was the old neighbor who gave the protagonist Kevin life enlightenment, while in the second film, it was directly replaced by a woman feeding pigeons. In the first film, the protagonist Kevin was left at home, while in the second film, he stayed in New York. In the first film, when Kevin faced the thief, he was afraid at first, and then thought about fighting back, and in the second film, Kevin's situation remained the same. To put it bluntly, this is actually like Wolf Warrior 2. I copied myself. Not only is the narrative process of the script the same as the previous one, but even the stalks in it are extremely similar. If you have to dig deeper, I'm sorry, the connotation of the whole movie is no different from the previous one. The only thing that has changed is Kevin's state of mind. In the first film, when Kevin found himself alone at home, he exuded a feeling of helplessness, but in the second film, when Kevin learned that he was separated from his family again, the independence that came from experience, preparation, and self-growth was the biggest change. From the initial fear of being suspected by the cashier when entering a store to the current freedom to play in New York City, the visible growth after 2 years has been able to satisfy the children's greatest fantasy. Of course, the most important thing is fun. Children don't want to be Sherlock Holmes, and suspense and thriller will only make them say no. As for adults, their levels are different, but whether they are ordinary people who just want to be happy, or high-level intellectuals with artistic pursuits, after taking their children into the theater, they will not be entangled in the bugs in the plot. What drives them to the theater is the idea of watching a movie with their children, the idea of family fun, and the idea of spending Thanksgiving happily together. In this case, as long as the children are satisfied, they won't care. What's more, if they really have to talk to colleagues, will they talk about the movie itself? Very rarely. They will say, I took my children to see Home Alone 2 on Thanksgiving. Did you go, or the little ones in my family, like Roland Allen very much, and bought the same down jacket sold in the theater, which cost me more than $200? They may not really like it, but they will definitely complain helplessly with good intentions. Because the initial driving point did not let them have supreme expectations. Is this a good thing? For art films, this is definitely not a good thing. But for family popcorn, the movie has been successful. Unfortunately, no matter which era, there are keyboard warriors. Note, when filming The Beach in 1999, seeing the scene of the paradise, Leo asked Fox to pick up his friends from the United States to Thailand overnight for a party, and he would not shoot if he was not picked up. The filming of that crew also seriously damaged the ecological environment of Phi Phi Island, where the location was filmed, and Thailand listed him as an unwelcome entrant. Because the incident was a bit big, local residents wore masks and cursed him on the street. After returning, he set up an environmental protection foundation. This is also why I wrote before that I would never know whether he really loves environmental protection, because the initial motivation is a bit of a story. Chapter 113 makes sense, but I don't listen. This is definitely one of the worst movies ever. It is also one of the most logically twisted movies I have ever seen. If Ha-1 takes place in a wealthy community, where there are enough police forces to allow Kevin to travel smoothly, then what about Ha-2? A 12-year-old child, wearing expensive yuppie clothes, appears in Central Park at night, and is not robbed by robbers? This alone makes me sick. Is the security in New York so good? Have I been here for nothing for 30 years? I love Ha-1. Because there is normal logical thinking in that movie. The two thieves will cut off the power, so Kevin can't call the police. The community police are lazy and stupid, which gives the thieves an opportunity. The potential plot holes are cleverly handled by the screenwriter. But Ha-2 has no charm at all. It's just a poor retelling. I don't even understand why Kevin didn't call the police. I don't even understand how the hotel staff agreed to Kevin using his father's credit card. This is purely a Hollywood gangster sequel. Apart from making money, I don't see any sincerity. After watching Ha-2, there was only one picture in my mind. That is, Fox said to all the crew members, "Hey, let's do it again and make an exactly the same movie." If Kevin was just defending his home in Ha-1, then in Ha-2, he seemed to be the devil child in Pet Sematary. He tried to use fire, electricity, and bricks to deal with the two poor thieves. I shuddered to think that the children in the cinema who saw the thieves being cruelly tortured for half an hour could laugh out loud. And I also understood why Fox did not hold a premiere starting with Ha-1, because they were afraid that we, the film critics, would give them unsatisfactory reviews. In fact, as early as the cancellation of the premiere of Home Alone 2 and the screenings for film critics and media reporters, those guys who made a living by writing were already very dissatisfied. Because a review of a sequel of a popular movie is equivalent to the 13th salary in the year-end bonus, and for these guys who don't have a fixed salary, it's considered a good fortune to come across it once a year. According to their idea, the way of buying good reviews everywhere in Terminator 2 is what they want to see most. But what is the result? Fox actually blocked their opportunity to make money. Then, we won't be polite. Since you have blocked our way to wealth, even if it's an egg, we have to pick bones for you. There is no way. This is the living environment of current film critics. Before the movie is released, they can brag about it because the box office of the previous movie is 500 million, and even if the sequel takes a dive, it will definitely make a lot of money. Therefore, they are not afraid of being slapped in the face when they are paid to write public relations articles, and they can eat both ends. The fee and the manuscript fee can make them earn a lot of money, but after the movie is released, the situation is different. As the saying goes, it is icing on the cake, which is far less eye-catching than being unique. Only by picking faults can those newspapers that hope to increase sales publish their film reviews. As a result, as soon as the movie was released, they paid out of their own pockets and rushed into the theater. After watching the movie, the content full of complaints made these guys excited. Is this a movie? The plot is full of loopholes. Social symptoms that do not match reality. A highly remade plot with an old-fashioned plot. This is simply sending money to the door. Not only that, they also express deep emotion. Fortunately, Fox cancelled the screening for film critics and media reporters. Otherwise, wouldn't they become accomplices of being corrupted by money? The sudden excitement made these guys rush to write manuscripts. Many quick shooters even took only more than 10 minutes to hand over the palm-sized reviews to the editor-in-chief of the long-term newspaper. On the night of the movie's release, when evening newspapers in various places were printed in an expedited manner, the heartbroken film reviews emerged like bamboo shoots after rain and continued to spread to every corner of America. If we sum up what those guys said, we can actually summarize it into one sentence. The whole movie is completely devoid of nutrition, the plot logic is completely broken, and it completely tramples on humanitarian ideas. It has no merits except being funny. In the eyes of these guys, even if their evaluation cannot hit the movie head on, they still have to make their own contribution to eliminating this kind of rubbish movie. As for the fact that they are the boss, if they are paid, and they are two-faced, if they are not paid, they will not admit it. In their words, this is a strong counterattack to protect the art of film from being abused by capital. Sure enough, these guys still sprayed. Roland put down the newspaper with a helpless smile. In fact, as early as when he conceived the script, he had expected that there would be such a day. There is no way to make money, this kind of thing. As long as you do it, don't be afraid of being discovered by others. Film critics are not fools. Although most of the time, people in the circle hate them very much, but these guys are not blind. Although in the 3-minute short film celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Cannes Film Festival, Lars Till personally directed a good play of killing the critic. The content of the film is, when watching a movie, the critic sitting next to him kept pointing and criticizing, and Lars Till, who couldn't stand it, picked up an axe and chopped off the other's head without saying a word. When it was screened in Cannes that year, his colleagues at the scene applauded crazily. But, Lars Till's works are rarely the kind that sell well. Although the famous director Federico Fellini also publicly dissed the critics in his movie 8 1/2. In the movie, the critic who kept talking next to the director was directly dragged out and hanged by Fellini. But, Federico Fellini's works are rarely the kind that sell well. And 9, which is related to 8 1/2, is a complete mess. As for the guy who made an appointment with a film critic and knocked him out in front of more than 600 people, I'm sorry, this guy's called you a bull, a frequent Razzie winner. Admittedly, no one likes this kind of guy who sucks blood from them. But the problem is that sometimes, you have to admit, that some film critics are quite right without getting paid. There is only one guy like Pauline Kael who can forcibly overturn the review results and ask the MPAA to reclassify the movie, but even if she is the only one, it doesn't mean that other people's vision is worse than hers. Besides, if they can't see that they copied themselves, then they should just stop mixing. Roland also understands what these guys like. Speaking of the matter, if the plot of Home Alone 2 is slightly modified, then it will never be like this now. The movie begins. Kevin is separated from his parents and mistakenly enters New York. The plane his parents were on crashes, killing the whole family and becoming an orphan. Kevin, who is devastated, suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. With nowhere else to go, Kevin is adopted by the owner of the Plaza Hotel in New York and meets a rich girl. With the company of the rich girl, Kevin has not gotten out of his psychological shadow, but he has become an animalist protector and met the black woman who feeds pigeons in Central Park every day. During the chat, Kevin learned that the other party was also a homeless poor man, and he was moved by the scene. At the invitation of the other party, Kevin decided to go to the other party's residence. When he went to the black woman's house, Kevin suddenly found that the pirates he had encountered before appeared in New York and wanted to rob the toy store. So, the clever Kevin and the black woman stopped the other party's evil behavior. When catching them, Kevin accidentally learned that the two thieves were actually LGBT people and they were a couple. Even if one of them escaped, he would think about coming back to save the other. The reason why they kept stealing was that they were a pair of war refugees who were originally illegal residents and had no normal source of income. In addition, they had a paralyzed sister who believed in Islam to support at home, so they took risks. In front of this touching story, Kevin burst into tears. Not only did he get out of post-traumatic stress disorder, but he was kind-hearted and chose to let the two pirates go. The end of the movie. Under the cold moonlight, the world rang the bells of Christmas Eve. When Kevin looked at the back of the pirates and gradually disappeared in the dark night, a familiar hand also held his hand. If the script is written like this, would the critics dare to criticize it? If they dare to criticize it, let alone their mothers the next day, even their ancestors will be gone. But, do the audience like this thing? Are you kidding? Although the audience may support it verbally, their bodies will definitely sit at home honestly. What's good about this kind of movie? Only idiots will buy tickets. To put it bluntly, film critics are actually much more annoying than the pure trolls who say I'm the top of the immortals, proud of the world. As long as I have my keyboard, there is the sky. For those who troll for the sake of trolling, and try to bring your IQ to the same level as him, and then use their rich experience to defeat you, you can just block them, and ban them from speaking. But what about now? Roland just took a gun and shot them? Isn't this a dream? But he has no other choice. The mouths of film critics can never be blocked, and how many people in this circle have not been trolled? For this kind of thing, no matter whether it is the Jewish gang or the film company, they can only buy people to fight a war of words with them. In the end, the only thing that determines success or failure is the market. And the market. What's wrong with the brains of these film critics? This is originally a children's movie. Is there anything wrong with the plot of Heart 2? Isn't it the same thing if Kevin doesn't call the police and the queen asks the magic mirror who is the most beautiful woman in the world? If Kevin calls the police, how can there be a movie? If the queen doesn't ask the magic mirror, Snow White won't be targeted. Why don't they say that there is something wrong with Snow White? As for the cruel treatment of thieves, wow, are these people stupid? They actually sympathize with two villains? When your life is threatened, when you see two villains who you know have a bad record, they actually feel dissatisfied with the tragic experience of the villains. Could it be that they want to see a movie where children raise their hands and surrender and let the villains slaughter them? I can't help but suspect that they are spies sent by the USSR. When Emma put down the newspaper breathlessly and sulked with her hands on her hips, Eve, who shared the house with her, also looked dissatisfied, but still rational. But, dear, the USSR has been disbanded. That's Russia. Emma turned her head sharply, her eyes wide open. It can't be one of us anyway. Yes. Compared to Roland, who accepted the fact, his group of fans have exploded. For these sister fans, the accusations and comments in the newspaper are simply unreasonable. This is a popcorn movie, not those Oscar-winning movies. And the essence of popcorn movies is not to make the general public feel happy, joyful, and refreshed while telling a complete story. You see, many popcorn movies can't even tell a story clearly. Take Ghost in the Shell for example. As a B-level commercial film, it has missiles, special effects, beauties, and actions. Every fight is very exciting, and there are endless jokes and Easter eggs, but the chaotic editing and crazy flashbacks make people look confused. Normal commercial films are enjoyable, even if you watch them without thinking, but this commercial film is that, if you watch it without thinking, you can't figure out the plot at all, but if you watch it with your brain, sorry, I can't even hold on for half an hour, the flashbacks are too uncomfortable. Compared with Ghost in the Shell, Heart 2 is so much better. Although the plot is simple, it is not so easy to make children understand and enjoy it. It's just like taking care of a baby. It seems easy, but poop and fart can kill you. In the eyes of those sister fans, the critics' anger is all smearing. My Roland is so cute, how could he be fierce and cruel? He is just dealing with bad guys. He is guarding the toy store that symbolizes the children's dreams. Heart 2 has brought them a lot of laughter. I think it is worth the ticket price and time. Who are you? As for Kevin being more brutal than the first one, although the sister fans can't find fault with this, the father fans and mother fans just want to laugh after seeing it. Have you heard of the psychological terms quasi-adulthood and rebellious youth? During the period between the ages of 10 and 13, the temper of teenagers is inherently unstable. They will be annoyed by repeated instructions, will feel that there are loopholes in the words of adults, and will be disgusted by criticism. In this physiological period that everyone will go through, the 12-year-old Kevin in the film is like a demon. So, I would like to ask you film critics, do you have children at home? If you have physical reasons, then the public can understand. If you have children, then you are just making trouble. These film reviews were originally written for adults, and when adults read them, there are only 2 words in their heads: stupid. The whole article is full of anger, except for the issue of similar plots. Everything else is shit. Just like what Zuda Pengzi said, even if some parents are not interested in this movie, they take their children to watch it and think it is funny and nothing else. But now, the criticism makes them feel that this is not deliberately targeted. And who are these film critics targeting? Who is the most famous person in the whole movie? They are targeting him. Now, it is not the era when the movie was just released. Don't think people are too stupid. As parents of children, they should know that if a puberty child really rebels, it will be more terrible than Kevin in the movie. Okay, the interpretation in the movie has already stopped there. After all, every year in America, there are cases of children stealing guns and accidentally dying. In this way, will they still talk about "I took my children to see Home Alone 2 on Thanksgiving. Did you go?" Or "My children at home like Roland Allen very much and bought the same down jacket sold in the theater, which cost me more than $200. This is when people complain about the pampering of their own children without the media's anger. And when they find that the brain circuits of those high-ranking film critics are not on the same channel as themselves. A vengeful mentality caused by the desire to argue makes these parents who originally thought that Home Alone 2 was just like that open their mouths to recommend it. That's right, although they do think that Home Alone 2 is only suitable for children, it's just average, not terrible. They think normal reviews are reasonable, but wanton denigration? That's really boring. Although your reviews are reasonable, we don't listen to them because they are too extreme. Those reviews also made the public understand the problem. Do critics like good things? Bullshit. People's eyes are all on the top of their heads. So, just when Roland was expecting that the Jewish gang and Fox could get people to help him spray back, those sisters who thought the critics were too harsh, and those parents who thought the critics had no children and sprayed randomly, and those children who didn't read the reviews at all, took the lead in fighting back. Because there was no feedback from critics before the release, the box office on the first day of Thanksgiving was very stable. More than 20 million, within everyone's expectations. But, in the next 2 days, the reviews did not affect people. Or in other words, that kind of unbearable curse played a role in pushing in the opposite direction. After all, Ha and T2 were there. No one believed that Roland would take a bad script after such an epic start. When the box office of the first weekend came out, Lethal Weapon 3 also broke the record of the first weekend box office in America in 1992, 42 million. The movie paid back in 3 days. From then on, it was all net profit. Note, yuppies, in layman's terms, are very wealthy urban professional youths, just like the clothes of Leo in The Great Gatsby. You can tell you have money just by looking at them. The article does not mention the brand, which was only founded in 1999. It talks about the style, the dressing style of the materialistic society in the 1980s and 1990s. Pet Sematary, there is a perverted little boy in it. When Ha 2 was released, critics including Roger Ebert and Kenneth Turan were criticizing it, but even with their influence, Ha 2 still ranked second in the North American box office. This kind of fan-frantic support has only happened twice in history. One was Shirley Temple and the other was Macaulay, which is why Macaulay is firmly the second child star in North American history. In fact, he is just one step away from an Oscar. Since the internet was not well developed in 1992, many passers-by did not know what was going on back then, but in 1999, when Fox released the Ultimate Edition DVD, people discovered that those critics were firing all over the map, using art films to measure commercial films. This also led to a very interesting situation. Before 1999, Ha was the most broadcast movie on TV stations in various countries, but since 1999, it has become Ha 2, including last year, when Canadian TV replayed Ha 2. Not only that, CBC once again cut out Chuan Jiango, citing the reason of making time for advertisements. Chapter 114, Willful Capital, Confused Sony. 42 million in the first weekend, 78 million in the first week, and the North American box office forecast is running upwards of 200 million. What is this level? The wolf is coming. Although compared with the situation of breaking 100 million on the same day, breaking 100 million in more than 10 hours, and breaking 100 million in pre-sales in the future, the performance of 78 million in 7 days is not enough. But this is the movie market more than 20 years ago. The number of theaters and screens alone cannot be compared. In this era where 30 million in the first 3 days of the first weekend can win the championship, and there are still 10 million level movies on the annual box office rankings, Heart 2 has refreshed everyone's cognition. It also broke through the bottom line of countless people. What's more, The Bodyguard, which was released at the same time, made the investor wanna jump up and down. It's not that the box office is too outrageous, it's that the fans are too fanatical. With 60% of the film critics on the market criticizing and blasting, Heart 2 directly refreshed the first week box office record. Doesn't this mean one thing? Those film critics who were once well served by the film companies and regarded as thorns in the eyes and flesh by the practitioners, and who could influence the fate of a movie with a flick of the finger, have no effect on Roland Allen at all. What does this mean? This means that his base is much more terrifying than the 10 million shown by Terminator 2. No, I personally think that this is actually the influence brought by Terminator 2, or in other words, this is the superposition of Home Alone, Terminator 2, and next year's Jurassic Park, as well as the healthy love affair that broke out before. When those film critics were pressed to the ground and fucked wildly by Roland's fans, the film companies that were supposed to make arrangements for the Oscars were all silent. From top to bottom, all the powerful people who could be related to the promotion of the film were pulled to the meeting. The most fierce debates were between 5 companies. The first was Fox, which was directly related to Heart 2. The second was Universal, which controlled the Jurassic project. The third was Warner, which was cursing, "I gave you the cover of People, but you treated me like this." The fourth was Disney, which wanted to take advantage of the situation to postpone the release. The fifth was Sony, which wanted to gain a firm foothold the most. As for Paramount, although it could withdraw at any time, it was currently preparing for the big move of Forrest Gump. Among the 5 companies, Sony was the only one that had no projects at the moment, and they were also the most serious one among all the discussion groups. Regardless of whether it was the empty shell Sony Pictures or the real filming Columbia TriStar Pictures, all the guys who had the power to decide on the project gathered together. The people who made the analysis report were the helmsmen of Columbia TriStar Pictures, Peter Guber and Jane Peters. According to our analysis, the box office success of Heart 2 has nothing to do with the movie itself. More than 90% of the credit can be attributed to marketing. They first released the romance, and then used the father and daughter of Chu and Jiangaro to say that Roland wanted to take filming seriously, so they temporarily rejected her news. We always thought that this was an excuse Steven and his team had come up with, but unexpectedly, it actually hinted to fans in advance that Roland is someone who is very dedicated to movies. Under normal circumstances, this is just the establishment of the actor's image, but later, Chris and Robin's statements on the show reiterated this point. As a result, there is a situation where both colleagues and boastful kings think that Roland is making movies with heart, so no matter how the critics criticize, people who believe in Roland will not believe them, because the historical achievements of Har and T2 are the capital for people to believe in Roland. And in this case, Steven and his Jurassic are also strong evidence. If there is a problem with Roland, Steven will they continue to use him twice? Obviously, it is impossible, which is also the key reason why the critics' comments cannot stand up. Of course, there is another key point, that is, the critics are too harsh. Heart 2 may not reach 8 points, but it still has 7 points. At worst, it will not be lower than the passing line, but in the mouth of the critics, this is a 0-point movie. In addition, the public knows that this movie is for children, families, and people to bring laughter. They don't have too much deep expectations for the movie itself. Therefore, the more the critics scold, the more disgusted they are. They will feel that it is precisely because of the existence of these critics that there are so few things that truly entertain the public. Because no one wants to offend them, the award is too high. For the producers, making a movie is actually solving an equation. Regardless of whether it is the Big 6 or the Big 8, their green light committees are all math experts. The scripts reviewed by them are not completely popular, but they are definitely much better than taking chances and shooting blindly. But the problem is that real blockbusters rarely come from their hands. There is no blank market in Hollywood. Behind every excellent movie, there are several movies that are equally excellent or even better than it. But why does the market choose the current top movie instead of a better movie? Although many people attribute this situation to luck, the question is, why does such luck linger on a person? They prefer to believe that they cannot grasp the connotation. This is also the reason why each company will analyze every time a hit appears. However, after listening to this kind of paper analysis, they will also find a problem. Why are all the successes related to them? Then I want to know, since you can analyze the principle of the success of Ha2, can you replicate it? When Peter Guber and Jane Peters touted Fox's successful marketing and frantically pulled all the credit to the external hotspots, the Japanese who were sitting aside and listening with their heads down slowly raised their heads. As far as I know, there are only 3 guys who can make fans so crazy since the birth of Hollywood. George, who created Star Wars, Stephen, who created Indiana Jones, and Roland, who created Ha. Now as long as George releases the news that he is going to make another Southwestern movie, all film companies including us will give at least 100 million budgets, and the same goes for Stephen. Paramount is willing to cut all existing projects in exchange for the establishment of Indiana Jones. Since you want to analyze the success of Ha2, can't you see that Roland is not the only one behind the box office explosion? And the guys with him can keep replicating the success you are talking about. As soon as these words came out, Peter Guber and Jane Peter, who were still excited to give a speech, suddenly turned pale. It's not that they can't find George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, but they don't want to mention the Jewish gang at all. In the year when Sony acquired Columbia Pictures, Sony founder Akio Morita emphasized that this was not a cultural invasion. They would use local talents to manage local business. Peter Guber and Jane Peters, who had produced blockbuster movies for Warner, were selected by them. But the problem is that these two people only know how to brag about themselves and are laymen in business. You know, when Spielberg was filming The Color Purple, he had specially informed Warner in advance. If these two dared to enter the studio when he was filming, the project would be aborted. In the case that a guy like Spielberg had to be strictly guarded, you can see how awesome the debuff on them was. When they knew that there was a shadow of the Jewish gang behind the Ha series, these two guys would never talk to Nobuaki Ide about each other. That's right, the guy who was listening in the Sony conference room was Nobuaki Ide, who would become the president of Sony in the future. The reason why he came here, when the founder Akio Morita emphasized autonomy, was not for the Ha series, but for Roland Allen, who had a surprising fixed plate behind him, and Spielberg, who had already proposed a copyright transaction method. Ever since Roland drew up that Nintendo could not get cheap that day, the transaction had already begun to be negotiated. Sony was not only not surprised, but even very happy about Spielberg's idea of using game copyrights to increase the stakes in the global distribution company, because this approach meant deep binding. After 3 consecutive years of losses, Sony has been trying to find a way to make the film company profitable. Now that the other party is willing to get involved in the film project, if they refuse, wouldn't it be pushing the opportunity to make money outside? But during the negotiation, they encountered a little problem. Well, okay, it's the fingertip universe. Sony is willing to sell the shares of the global distribution company to Spielberg, but they also hope that they can get the investment rights of Spielberg's next 5 films. Not only that, they also want to tie Roland in with the blatant misappropriation of filming funds for apprentices in Captain Hook and Jurassic Park. According to the results of the meeting at Sony headquarters, the operating capacity of the global distribution company is maintained by a series of hit movies, and instead of investing in those bad movies, the film company might as well invest the money in Spielberg and Roland Allen's movies. Investing in them is much safer than investing in other projects. Since the top has spoken, the tone of cooperation is naturally set. But the problem is that when they are studying how much shares of the global distribution company should be sold to Spielberg and how much the game copyright of Jurassic Park should be priced, and then asking for how much investment in Spielberg and Roland's several movies and how much cash to bring, Hard to exploded at an inopportune time. This is so embarrassing. Originally, according to their idea, Roland's box office influence should be made 40% to 50% of Spielberg's, and then converted into an equal amount of cash. But now, 78 million in the first week of the film's opening. This is already Spielberg's level. In this case, if they negotiate with half the price, people will definitely kick them out after seeing it. It is true that they ask for a sky-high price and pay it back, but asking for a 40% discount is more excessive than your mother doubling the price when buying vegetables, right? Talents all have tempers. And there are only 3 such talents in the whole of America. In this case, if the discount is too harsh, isn't it telling the other party that I'm here to insult you? Sony actually regrets it, because the internal process is too cumbersome. Otherwise, they can completely complete the cooperation negotiations before Hard 2 is released. But if he didn't seize the opportunity, then that was the only way. In this way, Norio Oga, who pushed Sony to acquire Columbia Pictures, and was regarded as one of Sony's 3 pillars, pushed his own man Nobuaki Idoi over. In his opinion, as long as Nobuaki Idoi could get the home game consoles that Sony needed, and the film projects that had been losing money for years, he would be able to push him to the top in the future. But unfortunately, after listening for a long time, Nobuaki Idoi didn't hear any constructive opinions. While Peter Guber and Jane Peters were looking black, he also understood that these 2 guys were actually just stirring up shit. And Sony Pictures Entertainment at the moment was a pile of shit. I don't want to listen to the analysis report of Hard 2. Tell me, if we want to sign a long-term cooperation contract with Roland Allen, what price do we need to offer? Let's take 5 movies as an example. Nobuaki Idoi knocked on the table. As a guy who was airborne temporarily, he just wanted to complete the industrial tasks above. And the work style of not talking about projects, but only talking about quantity directly shocked the guys present. It is true that this kind of quantity contract is very popular in Hollywood, but most of the time, it is the film and television giants who open it to the production companies below. How much money I pay you a year depends on how many movies you produce. As for what you shoot, I don't care, but I need to sign a minimum return with you. If it is not reached, you pay for it yourself. And there are some who sign people individually, and the most famous ones, well, the circle is so small, and you can't get around those few. To be honest, with Roland's appeal, signing people is definitely no problem, but Peter Guber and Jane Peters looked at each other, and both saw the worry in each other's eyes. Because Spielberg once asked them to get out in public, which made them lose face. In this case, who wants Roland to be signed by Sony? But they don't know that Sony wants them to cooperate, so we can calculate the price. But well, let's put it this way, the first week box office reflects the appeal of the star. This data can only tell us that, as long as we can let the public know that Roland has such a movie, no matter what type it is, no matter how high the threshold is, there will be a stable group of audiences who will go to the theater to support it. But we also know that box office appeal is like a credit card. It has a limit. Hard to looks luxurious, but it is actually cashing out illegally. It is overdrawing people's credit for Roland. Although it still brings joy to people, compared with Har and T2, there is still a big gap. This time people will be provoked by film critics to resist. What about next time? When the next movie is released, will they still go to watch it for no reason? So, hang on. Just when Peter Guber wanted to disparage Roland in order to stop Nobuaki Idoi from continuing to sign him, Nobuaki Idoi suddenly raised his hand and asked in an unbelievable tone, "Peter, before you draw your conclusion, I want to know first, what is Roland's next movie?" "Jurassic." Peter Guber blurted out without hesitation. "Do you think Jurassic will fail?" Nobuaki Idoi squinted at him. "Fuck." Peter Guber, who wanted to push Roland away, was choked and speechless. Yes, Hard 2 is indeed overdrawing Roland's credit line, but so what? Even if people are watching movies out of revenge, even if people think that I helped you once and everyone is even, but so what? His next movie is Jurassic. No one in the circle thinks that this movie will fail. Not only because the original Jurassic has been on the list for many consecutive periods, but also because there is a guarantee over there. You know, Roland Allen's base does not overlap with Spielberg's base. The former He eats families of the same age and young ladies, while the latter eats more men. And when these two people are combined, what does that mean? Their base is equal to a kill. Even if the credit limit is used this time, who dares to predict that the movie will fail in the case of a kill? They have the capital to be willful, so why not cash it in? It is generally believed in the industry that Jurassic is aimed at breaking records, but in the case of breaking more or less, utter rubbish. Are you telling me that Roland's box office appeal has been discounted? Wow. How did you stay here? The glaring questioning eyes made Peter Guber and Jane Peters unable to continue speaking. After a long silence, they simply gave up on themselves and stopped talking about it. Part 2 and Jurassic offered 10 million, but Steven exchanged 10 million for 8% of Jurassic. Of course, this is based on the price of HRT2. If you add the current R2, 20 million is a base, and there is a share. Basically about 6%, and we can't do his share. Idina Buayuki understood what they meant. The bigger the background, the harder it is to cheat. Why don't many directors and actors want to share? Isn't it because they know they can't get it? But what about Roland? You can cheat him this time, and from now on, don't look for them to film. As for directly advancing to the 20 million club, to be honest, with his current performance, every company is willing to give him 10 million at home with a guaranteed 18% share. That is to say, based on a cost of 50 million and a box office of 300 million, he can make a net profit of about 30 to 40 million for a movie now. Idina Buayuki knocked on the table. So how much profit can we basically make? Similar to him, those who bid this price basically keep half. 50%? Idina Buayuki nodded to show that he understood. They will do the negotiation, and as for the valuation, it will naturally be up to whoever knows. After understanding Roland's current approximate price, he said, I heard that he wants to make Spider-Man. Yeah. Go contact Carolco and see if they will sell it. Buy Spider-Man? Go ask the price first. Okay. Peter Guber and Jane Peters looked disgusted. If he was the president, he would have fired these two guys who only took money, but did not work. Your immediate superior has an idea, why are you asking so many questions? Can't you just do it? Besides, he took the copyright, just to have more bargaining chips. As for the core, of course, he will be tied to Sony first. While asking Spider-Man, go and find out about Steven and Roland's project plans. I want to know what movie they are going to make next. However, just when the Buayuki Ida wanted to make a quick decision and finalize the cooperation, the answer from Peter Guber and Jane Peters made him jump 3 feet high. Steven and Roland, it seems that they have no new movie plans. What? Note, when Sony bought Columbia Pictures, they wanted to find a powerful guy to run the company, but they kept throwing money away. In order to poach Peter Guber and Jane Peters, they paid more than $1 billion, 200 million of which was the money used to acquire their company. Not only that, their annual salary was 3 times higher than that of Norio Oga, one of the 3 leaders at the time, and they also enjoyed 8% of Columbia Pictures' net value-added dividends, as well as a super high treatment of 50 million bonuses for the next 5 years, if the profit exceeded 200 million that year. In addition, Sony did not know that the two had a production contract with Warner before, so they were sued by Warner and paid 800 million. At the same time, Warner also bought 50% of the rights and interests of Sony's largest audiovisual product club in the United States, as well as the exclusive cable TV broadcast rights of all Columbia Pictures movies. Under such circumstances, the idiot who was poached by Sony and made Spielberg speechless led Sony to do only one thing in 5 years, which was not to invest in movies, but to keep spending money on decoration. After a 5-year cumulative loss of $3.1 billion, Shinji Ida fired those two idiots as soon as he took office and invited John Kelly, a former executive of Warner and MGM, to take charge of the business. His greatest achievement was that he got Spielberg's Men in Black as soon as he took office, and then got the Da Vinci Code from Ron Howard. With their crazy spending, as long as they could make money, they would let Kathleen Kennedy directly join Sony Pictures, let alone overseas distribution. They really couldn't get anyone to come, even if they spent money. Chapter 115, Self-Sacrifice, Physiological Changes, Quantum Mechanics. Leaky, your brother is here. As soon as the loud call came out, the sound of footsteps came from far away and quickly approached. The little lolly with shoulder-length hair came out of the classroom, looking around with big watery eyes. When her sight caught the familiar figure, her already happy face raised a smile, grinned, opened her arms, and rushed directly to the guy who squatted down, and shouted in a baby voice, "Roland with a peer." Roland caught the little gun, smiling and raising his head, while nodding to the teacher beside him. He also asked casually, "Leaky, have you been good today?" "Good," the little lolly answered without hesitation. "Oh." Hearing the sound in his ear, Roland smiled even more. "Did you cause trouble to the teacher today?" "No." While answering, the little lolly also distanced herself from Roland, looking at Roland with bling eyes, as if she was very obedient and wanted a reward. "I want to eat Blizzard." "Then say goodbye to the teacher first, and then I will take you to buy it." Roland took the baseball cap handed by the teacher and put it on the girl's head. Hearing this, the girl also turned her head and said sweetly, "Goodbye, teacher, goodbye." Licky the female teacher waved at them. After saying goodbye, Roland took the jumping Elizabeth out of the kindergarten. He was very familiar with this way home. In fact, as early as the first week of the box office of Home Alone 2, Jurassic Park had already been completed, but the completion of the filming did not mean the end of the work. After a small gathering with the crew members, Roland was dragged by Spielberg by the collar to the Letterman Digital Arts Center in San Francisco, which is the home of industrial light and magic. There is a saying, there is a sequence in learning, and there is a specialization in skills. Roland did not come here to learn how to make CGI special effects. After reviewing all the visual effects on the storyboard scripts, his work of following the crew for zero salary was all over. He did not need to intervene in the visual effects. After all, George Lucas was watching. To put it bluntly, if he told Spielberg that our picture needed to be changed, then he would definitely listen carefully. Just like what was said in the macro variety show Women 30 Plus, when there is a movie to shoot, you are an actor, and when there is no movie to shoot, you are a vagrant. With the end of all the work, Roland naturally declared himself unemployed. Of course, he was a popular guy at the moment, and unemployment anxiety syndrome had nothing to do with him. He could sleep until he woke up naturally every day, after getting rid of the miserable life of working and studying every day. No wonder. Ever since he told his family that he was fine, Elizabeth, the little girl, would pull his arm and ask him to pick her up from school. If Roland didn't agree, she would start crying at 6 o'clock every morning. Roland naturally responded to this unreasonable request with a righteous attitude. He agreed. Not only that, while agreeing, he also cast a proud look at James, who was eating at the same table. "Oh, you didn't expect it. It was your sister who brought it up first this time." Of course, how could Roland not know what Elizabeth was thinking? On weekdays, when her mother picked her up, she wouldn't buy her those beautiful snacks that tasted especially good, but he could take whatever he wanted. Money wasn't a problem. Originally, Roland's life as an unemployed person was extremely empty, taking the kids for a walk, going to the gym nearby, going to Blizzard when he had nothing to do, and running away when something happened. There was nothing he could do, because the beautiful skin was cracking down on pornography and the interesting soul account violated the rules. But Elizabeth made such a fuss. "Hey, this life is not boring anymore. Get up at 6 in the morning, run for 45 minutes in the gym, take a shower and brush your teeth, go to the next door to eat, then take Elizabeth by the hand, walk on the street, to send her to school, and after that, do whatever you want. For example, go to Universal and let the oral teachers there solve the language problems in different places, or let the fitness coaches in the factory arrange teaching courses for him, or help Aunt Canetti watch the Olsen sisters shoot the 6th season of Full House. Occasionally slap your thighs and tell the director, your shots are a bit watery, let me do it." At first, the new director who had been replaced was unwilling. But the problem is that the production directors sent by the film companies dare not let the director be unwilling. After Roland directed a segment, the shock of "fuck, this is actually Spielberg's style" made Roland, who was used to playing in the orphan peak and returned to the novice village, finally find a trace of pleasure. "Fuck. I have been following several groups in a row, and I have been scolded by those full level big guys every day. Now I can finally strike down and say that others are noobs. After showing off his skills and finding the refreshing feeling when Cameron and Spielberg knocked on the table and scolded him, Roland, who was pretending to be crazy, ran away. He is not stupid. That kind of admiring look is not a good thing. What if the new director quits? Then he, who started the trouble first, will have to take the blame. After playing for a while during the day, Roland would go to pick up Elizabeth and go home on time. Of course, compared to the above days, Roland's favorite is actually the new program after dinner. Leaning on the sofa, Ashley and Mary looked at each other on the left and right. Elizabeth sat in her and then held Andersen's fairy tales and told them stories. In the picturesque kingdom of Arendelle surrounded by the sea, there lived two lovely and beautiful little princesses. The elder sister is Elsa, who is born with the ability to make ice and snow, and the younger sister is Anna, who is an ordinary person. Although the two of them are not the same, they love each other. Elsa's ability can bring endless fun to the sisters' daily games, but as she grows older, her ability becomes stronger and stronger, and she almost took her sister's life. Yes, after opening Andersen's fairy tales, Roland shamelessly told the three little kids that Andersen was just a pen holder. How could he understand what a fairy tale is? The story of the Snow Queen is not written correctly at all. What curse? What grandmother? They don't exist at all. Okay. This is a story full of citrus fragrance. Such words made James, who was lying in the corner and observing secretly, raise his eyebrows. After Roland finished telling the story, he kissed the three little ones on the forehead one by one, and then let them play by themselves. Roland, who was feeling relaxed and was going home to do things, was blocked by James, who followed him at the door. Wow. Roland, please don't leave my sister's ashtray here. What are you talking about? I was clearly telling them Andersen's fairy tales there. Do you think I'm deaf or blind? You just said that Andersen was a novelist. Oh, that's just an exaggeration. Besides, is the dark fairy tale like the Snow Queen really interesting? If you don't believe me, go ask Lizzie and the others. Who is better, the story of Elsa and Anna, or the story of the Devil Queen? Roland's tone of let's speak with facts almost choked James to death. My three sisters are on your side now. If I go to them to seek the facts, isn't that crazy? After seeing the frustrated little silly face, Roland directly put his arm around his shoulders and went into the house together. If you have anything to say, go in and talk. Don't stand at the door, otherwise your sister will see us, and they will definitely think that you are bullying me again. God of conscience. It is obviously you who has been bullying me, okay? James' lips trembled, and he wanted to fight back, but he was powerless. Ever since he tricked Roland that time, but Roland killed him in return. From comics to mathematics to physics, after changing 2 rooms of books inside and outside, James realized that his good brother was not easy to mess with. But even if he was not easy to mess with, he still had to take good care of his own cabbage dumplings. With the overwhelming publicity of the love affair, James felt for the first time that what Roland said before was very likely to be true. Of course, no matter what he thought, for James, entering Roland's house was just like going back to his own home. The cat went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. The snacks all over the floor were all forbidden by his mother. He took out a bag of Lay's potato chips and a can of Fat House Happy Water. He didn't care whether Roland would eat or not. He just drank it first. Burp. After swallowing a can, all the resentment in his heart was gone. Looking at the guy beside him with his arms around his chest, looking at him with a smug look, he was already trying to lose weight, but with no effect. He sighed and said, Roland, why do I feel that you are different this time? After filming Home Alone, you were preparing for Hook and Terminator 2. After filming Hook, you were preparing for Home Alone 2 and Jurassic Park. What about now? You don't seem to be planning to do anything. Although James didn't finish his words, how could Roland not hear that the second half of the sentence that was swallowed by the other party was you have always been stubborn with my sister? That's right. Since the filming of Jurassic Park was completed, Roland didn't ask anything and didn't care about anything. He didn't think about continuing to accept scripts, and the reason was very simple, because the movie shot in 1993 had to be released in 1994. And what was 1994? It was said to be the year God wanted to watch movies. Well, actually, it was because 1995 was the 100th anniversary of world cinema, and according to the Oscar selection rules, 1994 was on the list, and it happened to be selected in 1995. So, these people in Hollywood were trying their best to shoot. But no matter whether it was God who wanted to watch it, or a commemorative tribute, Roland didn't want to join in the fun. There were Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, The Lion King, Pulp Fiction, Legends of the Fallen, True Lies, Interview with a Vampire, Ed Wood, Natural Born Killers, Speed, The Mask, The Chase. These gods were fighting, and one movie a month could occupy the entire year's schedule, so what was he doing? What's more, the leading actors of these movies are either Tom Hanks, Harrison Ford, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jim Carrey, Tom Cruise, Anthony Hopkins, Brad Pitt, Keanu Reeves, Johnny Depp. Either they are Super A, or they are guys who are constantly running on the road of Super A. With such a lineup, no one wants to compete with Roland, and Roland doesn't want to compete with them. In this way, Jurassic Park is his last film work. At least it was the case before 1995. However, after James heard Roland's words, the potato chips in his mouth burst into fragrance instantly. I didn't expect it. You're afraid one day too? Go away. Roland was immediately unhappy when he heard this. What do you mean by afraid? This is clearly a strategic shift. Steven didn't plan to make a movie in 1994. We planned to leave the opportunity to pay tribute to those who need it. For ordinary years like 1993, 1992, 1991, and 1990, we'll just give it a try. I don't believe you. You old man are so bad. James didn't believe Roland's nonsense at all. Give the opportunity to others. Give it a try yourself. You gave it a try first, and won the championship for 3 years. How can others survive? With Ha winning the championship and T2 winning the championship again. Ha 2, which has been released for a month, successfully won $200 million box office in North America. Although the explosive viewing emotion overdrew the subsequent life of the entire movie, it didn't matter, because it had exceeded the second place Batman Returns by more than 40 million. And the Aladdin in Roland's previous life memory? Sorry Dick Mouse just released the movie. No matter what, even if Aladdin has the potential to surpass Ha 2, Roland will definitely not be able to escape the title of Triple Crown in the next few months. In this case, will he be afraid of the extreme lineup in 1994? Haha. James just took Roland's words as a joke. Seriously, are you really going to take a break? James narrowed his eyes, a little suspicious. Looking at the face full of disbelief, Roland shrugged helplessly and stopped talking nonsense. Well, haven't you noticed that my voice has been a little hoarse recently? A little hoarse. Yes, can't you hear it? After Roland said a few more words, James finally reacted. Are you in the voice change period? That's right. After going to the language teacher at Universal a few more times, Roland learned from the other party that his voice had changed. His voice was hoarse and his range was narrow. After comparing the sound effects in the later stage, he found that his voice was almost an octave lower than the tone in the edited film of Jurassic Park. The language teacher who taught him how to make voices didn't have a good way to deal with this physiological change. Of course, if he was in this state, it would be fine to film a movie. But after thinking about it, Roland decided to forget it. In his memory, filming during the voice change period was actually very troublesome. In order to avoid being inconsistent, movies with live sound recordings all needed to be dubbed in the later stage. Edward Furlong in Terminator 2 that he had intercepted was troubled by this problem. Moreover, unlike other guys who were looking for opportunities and resources, even if he didn't film for the time being, he would meet the public after this physiological change was over. Roland would not be at all in the least bit disappointed. You know, Jurassic Park was released in the summer of 1993, and it was pushed back a year, which was only the summer of 1994. The longest time for the voice change period was that long, and if he waited a little longer, he could directly film Spider-Man. It's not like Roland didn't have any projects. He took a break for a year or two, so what was he afraid of? Moreover, he felt that this voice change period came at a very timely time, just in time for him to avoid the Battle of Gods in 1994. After listening to Roland's explanation, James, who was still chewing potato chips, suddenly felt that the food in his hand was no longer fragrant. Resting at home for a year or so? How can this be possible? Aren't you going to pick up and drop off my sister to and from school for a year or so? And then tell them some weird stories every night? It is said that it takes 3 months to cultivate a good habit. You are already 18 months old. When you go to film, my sister Elizabeth will be 6 years old. And then she cries every day to listen to your stories. People are ruined by you like this. Hooala. James clenched the bag in his hand. The way he looked at Roland was like looking at a class enemy. Roland. Huh. Don't you have anything else to do? Not for now. Our teacher said that if people stay at home all the time, they are likely to develop mental illnesses. You have to go out more. Don't I pick up your sister from school every day and tell them stories? Your circle of friends can't be narrow. Then when she has a break on vacation, I'll take her to Mohammed's place to play, or go directly to Steven's house to teach her how to play games. Steven has a lot of game consoles anyway. James held his breath. You can't give up your work. For example, have you written the script for Spider-Man? Oh, are you asking that? Roland had actually seen through James's thoughts a long time ago, but he just didn't say it out loud. After being blasted by film critics, I already had an idea for the script of Spider-Man. Ah, so fast? You spent a year thinking about it and couldn't figure it out. What kind of logic does a comic book movie need? When indecisive, quantum mechanics, style jumps, virtual world, explanations don't make sense, time travel, don't understand color matching, cyberpunk, not enough imagination. Parallel universe, old-fashioned pictures, pursuit of retro, unclear, Laudrillien. What do you think? Does it make sense? When Roland looked at the fat boy with a teasing look, James was stunned. Why did he feel that Roland was here to stay? Before, when he was tinkering with the script of Spider-Man, he couldn't say a word for a long time, but now, why is he talking so much? Is the power of love really that great? Note, the original soundtrack will not be used during the voice change period, because it sounds unstable, and it is all done by myself in the later stage. Laudrillien is Cthulhu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Embrace the fans. Recharge plan. Cherish your feathers. People's choice. The power of love is certainly not that great, and Roland is just complaining about the weird things in the film industry. Ever since he read the review of Ha 2, Roland remembered something. In his previous life, no matter whether it was Star Wars, Jurassic Park, Titanic, The Lord of the Rings, Pirates of the Caribbean, or Avatar, the academic community didn't like them. Or, these commercial and entertainment-oriented films would never be accepted by the critics. What they favored were always more meaningful and thoughtful art films. As a result, a special routine for biopics to win awards emerged in later generations. Why? Isn't it because, as long as you plagiarize historical facts, you can directly use the best costumes and props? In addition, the guys who are rushing for awards have good acting skills, so just match them up, and OT will be there. In this case, is it meaningful for critics to review commercial films? Yes, but it doesn't make much sense. Just like Star Wars 8, The Last Jedi was widely praised by film critics, but it turned over in the audience's reputation, and Star Wars 9, The Rise of Skywalker was criticized by film critics, but the audience still guaranteed the popcorn certification. In most cases, film critics and audiences are in opposition. In this way, it is obvious to take care of which side. Commercial films abandon film critics, and award-winning films abandon ordinary audiences, and want to take care of both sides. Hey, you know what? This really happens. However, the so-called taking care of both sides is actually more like pure strength crushing. Schindler's List won awards and sold well, but the reason why it sold well is actually Spielberg's basic base. To put it bluntly, if the director's name is hidden, this movie will not sell 300 million anyway. Forrest Gump sold nearly 700 million because it won an award. This is nonsense. $24 million in the first weekend. It was all due to the halo of Tom Hanks and director Robert Zemeckis. As for Lord of the Rings 3, it is a work recorded in the history of British literature. Just in terms of the ratings, it instantly crushes other fantasy films. In addition, the trilogy is extremely popular, and the original book was published when those old white men who have the right to vote were in their childhood. This billion-dollar bestseller was also the favorite bedside reading for those guys back then. Just like those fans who watch movies for revenge now, those judges have waited for 3 years and finally got to give the award. Because of this, when those fans found out that the critics had criticized them, they would take the initiative to go to the theater to support them. Roland understood how he should choose. To please those writers, to please those judges? Come on. The audience who supports him is his root. As long as there are enough audiences who like his movies, those writers will eventually like them too. Instead of pleasing them, it is better to use their strength to crush them. In this way, the script of Spider-Man is naturally to add logic as much as possible, while retaining the excitement. As for meeting the requirements of those film critics, this kind of superhero movie can never be suitable. Of course, Roland and James's talk of rest is true. Roland is not going to take any roles before his voice change period. But in terms of the schedule, it is just a lie. Staring at Elizabeth all day long? What a joke. He can learn from Spielberg and take time to tease them before and after dinner, but on weekdays, Roland still focuses on recharging, or in other words, he has discovered his own shortcomings. After being trained many times by those guys who can transform the producer-centered system into the director-centered system, Roland has felt the charm of creating the world. At the same time, he also understands that, while his overall view is constantly improving, his acting skills can no longer keep up. When directing the children's scenes in Captain Hook, Roland was at ease. After all, those children did not act as well as he did. But in Jurassic Park, when he touched the scenes of the adult group, he saw that those actors could quickly get his ideas and fully express the emotions he wanted in each scene. The professionalism of just stopping at the right point made him feel a sense of crisis. To put it simply, Cameron and Spielberg helped Roland with the word of mouth. It's okay to be a director just by word of mouth. Just like Quentin, just tell the royal photographer which movie or which picture I need next, and you copy it for me directly. That's it. But turning word of mouth into reality is a problem. Roland can indeed change his career, but he is so handsome. Wouldn't it be a loss for the audience if he changes his career? To put it bluntly, most of the time, directors are average looking, because those who are handsome will be preferred as actors. How glorious it is to be on stage. Wherever you go, there are girls shouting that they want to give birth to a baby for you. Although the throttle has been completely stuck under the gaze of a certain supreme god, the sound of cheering alone is comfortable to listen to. Therefore, unless he is really unable to do it, Roland really doesn't want to turn behind the scenes. In this case, it is very necessary to find a teacher to make up for the acting class. If it were other actors, they would not have enough time to make money, so where would they have time to recharge? You can enter the 20 million club just by relying on your face. What else do you need to improve? If you are criticized, then pull out the words of Isabelle Huppert, the queen of French art films who won the 3 major international film festivals. I never prepare, I know how to shoot. When I joined the group, she billed herself as a personal experience experientialist who dedicates her life to acting, and said that she was in the crew and fought the enemy with real swords and guns. If you think I didn't act well, that means he doesn't understand art. Of course, Roland admits that he can't learn the Frenchman's tough way of devoting himself to art. He believes that, if he really does this, he will really have no movies to shoot. For this reason, after learning that he has entered the voice change period, Roland contacted Tom Hanks. That's right, although he vowed that he would not interfere in the year when the gods fight, the opportunity is at hand, so why not use it? After communicating with the other party and making sure that he can follow the Forrest Gump group throughout the whole process, Roland is now so relaxed, compared with the guy who can say, why do you want to act? Why can't you let the role be myself? The acting teachers in any school are all scum. Acting is actually based on talent. Roland doesn't expect himself to be as fierce as Hanks. As long as he can steal 30% or 40%, he will wake up happily. There is a bottom line. No matter how bad it is, the audience can't feel out of the play. At the very least, he has to smoothly eat and live in those commercial films. If he can't do this, it's better to quit while he's still young. Of course, Roland admitted that, while he was learning, he also had the idea of showing up in Forrest Gump. Spider-Man does have a guaranteed popularity, but he himself also has to maintain it. For child stars, disappearing for a year or two is very fatal, because the guys in the circle will not wait for you to grow up. But what if you use Forrest Gump to show your face? No matter what, after discovering him, people will have an idea in their heads. Roland Allen has not retired, he is just learning and improving, and working hard to bring everyone a better self. As for doubts, the performance of Forrest Gump can overwhelm all doubts. Roland is not making a lot of money in the crew of a failed drama. This alone can give people who like him more expectations. Abundant resources allow Roland to maintain the most popular popularity in the best way and strive to be the best version of himself. In the case of a mountain higher than another mountain, Roland does not have to worry about being arrogant, because the guys who are more arrogant than him, although they are extremely arrogant in the outside world, are still down to earth when doing things. And when these guys can teach him hand in hand, Roland, who can feel the vastness of the sea of clouds, can know his own insignificance. The practice of burning real money is much more enjoyable than listening to lectures in class. It is better to burn a million wrong ones than to listen to the correct ones 100 times, because the former has no feeling, and the latter directors will jump up and blow Roland's head. Of course, this is not a masochism, but the more mistakes you make, the more you can remember. When you are beaten up a lot, when you are learning, you can beat others. When you do it yourself, while determining his own development path, and not telling James, Roland also talked with Gennady about the future projects of the Olsen sisters. At first, Roland thought that this guy who wanted his son to be successful and his daughter to be a phoenix would do his best to let his daughter get into the film industry, but who knew that when they were communicating, the style of the picture that came to him was completely different. Movies? Don't worry, wait until Sleepless in Seattle and Jurassic Park are released. The calm words surprised Roland, and just when he was curious about why Aunt Gennetta's thoughts drifted and reversed history, she laughed and said, "It's easy to get out of the circle, but hard to get in. If there are high quality resources, who would be willing to make those bad movies? We know that many scripts will definitely fail when we see them, but we have to take them in order to get into the circle. Now that I have you, I don't have to waste my popularity and destroy my image. I'm not a witch who wants to make money with them every day." The frank words made Roland smile and narrow his eyes. It seems that his existence has indeed changed something. Did it change Gennetta's own ideas? Stop kidding. Isn't it the readily available resources that keep the Olsens in love? Life is all about firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. When you have enough food and clothing and a smooth road ahead, the quality of the film will naturally improve, because after material things, you will pursue spiritual things. And when compared with those great gods, it is natural to see the reason. Guys like Hanks and Ziroli have no shortage of money or fame. Only in this case, can you pursue excitement with peace of mind. Art is just burning money and pursuing art when you can't even have enough food. Who are you telling it to? You can't even meet your own material foundation, and you still talk about building spiritual civilization for others? Who believes it? What's more, which guy who spent all his money to make a movie dares to touch his chest and say that the movie in his hand is not for winning awards and becoming famous? And in the end, isn't it still the popularity that is converted into material foundation? And Gennady, this guy who wants his daughter to become a phoenix, has obviously passed the link of material needs. They were not short of money, and now they had Roland as a resource. This way, they would not have to destroy their daughter's reputation. Since Gennady was going to see the market feedback first, before seeking projects for the Olsen sisters, Roland did not get involved. Besides, Roland felt that this state was good. It was not a Buddhist way, nor was it a desperate pursuit of art. It was to cherish feathers, while embracing mass commerce. Because now, they did not need to roll in the mud. With the arrival of 1993, the first thing Roland did was to give bonuses to the people at Blizzard. While working on Heart 2, The Lost Vikings was also successfully launched. As for sales, well, compared with the sales of tens of millions or hundreds of millions in the future, in this era, a game made by a handicraft workshop could be considered a success if it sold 500,000 copies. There was no point in pursuing records that could be broken in the future. Roland did not care about sales, but that did not mean that Mohami and others could look down on it. The day after he received the bonus, Roland received a call from them, inviting him to join the celebration. Roland was really impressed by the fact that these guys were paying out of their own pockets to celebrate. It's great to be young. And he didn't join in the fun. My voice has been a little hoarse lately. I went to the doctor, and he said that I've entered the voice change period. During this period, it's best not to eat irritating things. So, I won't join in the fun, so as not to be jealous. Is that so? That's such a pity. What's there to be sorry about? You work hard to develop real-time strategy games. When you have developed the engine and the game, and it sells well on the market, I will pay for you to go wherever you want to celebrate for half a month. I've been waiting for you to say that. We will definitely develop the best-selling game and plant the company flag on Mount Everest. Okay. Don't talk about the company flag. You can dig a hole on Mount Everest and plant me there. That's fine. Roland felt helpless at the joy of Blizzard. The reason is simple. After shooting 4 hit movies, he didn't even have a celebration party. Is this still called the entertainment industry? As the youngest male protagonist with 1.2 billion in history, he has never seen the glitz and glamour, not to mention the filth and dirtiness under the glitz. Although the celebration party of Ha was aborted due to internal conflicts, T2 occupied the schedule, and Hook was a guest appearance. What is the excuse of Ha? 2 not wanting to stir up public opinion? That's right, while Ha 2 was a big hit, Fox also killed the celebration party that it should have had. In their words, the whole country is watching, and if they celebrate the success, they will not please both sides. Those film critics will think that they are deliberately provoking trouble, while the fans who resist watching the movie will have an illusion that they are being fooled. Since the celebration party makes both sides have bad thoughts, then just save the money. Although Roland felt that what Fox said was right, but he felt that saving money was the bottom line. A celebration banquet would cost at least $1 million, and all this money was paid by Fox. But now, they saved money by not having to hold it, and the saved money was not given to them. Isn't this stingy? Thinking of Fox's stingy behavior in the future, Roland suddenly felt a little emotional. This is what a capitalist is. He will never spend money where he can save. However, although there was no celebration banquet, there was still an award. Of course, this award has nothing to do with the Golden Globe or the Oscars, but the People's Choice Award. The People's Choice Award is hosted by the Gallup poll, and the results are entirely voted by movie, TV, and music lovers. It represents the popularity award of the American Trend Indicator. To put it simply, it is similar to a Awarding. However, if Awarding is a wild award that is held separately for film and television, can be held 3 times a year, and tries every means to give away the trophy, then the People's Choice Award is much more worthy. After all, Gallup poll relies on credibility to make a living. If they don't want billion, their main business will be ruined. Compared with the Teen Choice Award, which is jokingly called the Teen Choice Award, the People's Choice Award is a popular award in the mainstream of America with a very good reputation. However, it is precisely because of its good reputation that it lacks a bit of human touch. Because the People's Choice Award is voted, it is very unfriendly to Roland. Now is not the internet age, and voting cannot be done online. The traditional voting method is really difficult for Roland's fans. Therefore, even if he wins the award, it is not him, but the movie Heart 2, and Roland. Well, it is also related. After all, he acted in the movie. Of course, having said that, Roland did not go to the scene, because the award was received by the producer. While he was at home, bored and watching John Hughes holding the trophy on TV, he was filled with relief at the end of everything. Regardless of whether those guys watched the movie out of revenge, they finally chose Heart 2. This is a victory for movie fans, and also for him. What a lovely group of guys. No wonder Steven is so keen on making movies. It feels so good to be liked by others. However, Before Roland finished his words of emotion, the landline next to him suddenly rang. He picked it up, and before he could speak, a familiar roar came from the other end of the phone. Roland Allen. What did you do? Note, the data of Star Wars 8 and 9 in the article is from Rotten Tomatoes. Huppert did say such a thing in the wild European film industry. Although the Teen Choice Awards are also mainstream awards, it is really a Teen Choice Award. The organizer Fox has been complaining for many years. The People's Choice Awards were presented in November last year and the year before, but before that they were always in January, which means that before, it was a pattern of presenting last year's awards this year, while last year and the year before, 19 and 18, it was a pattern of presenting that year's awards that year. The Oscars being influenced by public opinion as described in the article is real, especially for Lord of the Rings 3. There was no suspense in that year. When it was nominated, people all over New Zealand were celebrating that Fatty Peter was going to win the award. I looked through media reports, and no one thought he would fail. Chapter 117. The Troublemaker Who Stirs Up Trouble. Cameron feels wronged. Los Angeles in January has a mild climate. Wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, cotton and linen shorts, beach pants, and flip-flops. No matter if you are fat or not, as long as you walk slowly enough, you will feel like a retired old man. And if you lean on the sofa and imitate the charm of teachers who teaching Beethoven, the feeling that life is not worth it will all come out. Of course, it doesn't matter if you wear casual clothes, but Roland still can't do the Jelly-like slump. After all, the old man sitting opposite him is so angry that he almost wants to eat him alive. Roland, don't you have anything to explain to me? Cameron, leaning against the back of the chair, folded his arms and focused his scrutiny on him. The feeling of being lenient to those who confess and strict to those who resist even made Roland wonder if he was reborn again. James, what do you want me to explain? Roland was confused. That's right, the unexpected call while watching the People's Choice Awards was from Cameron. He seemed to be angry at the time. After awing, he asked Roland to come over the next morning and then hung up the phone. Roland was puzzled by his behavior. Although he suspected that this guy had drunk too much last night and his brain circuit suddenly collapsed, he still asked the driver to turn around and go to the other party's house after sending Elizabeth to school this morning. As soon as he sat down, he didn't even have a sip of hot tea, and the old man opened the eye of death. If Roland didn't know that this guy would not lose his temper easily, he would have been indecisive. Seeing Roland's innocent face and nothing but confusion in his beautiful eyes, the old man frowned and asked with some self-doubt, "You are not acting with me, are you?" Roland rolled his eyes and smiled poorly. "What should I act in front of you? We both did what we should and shouldn't do." Okay. After hearing what Roland said, James, who was still playing the good guy, quickly raised his hands and signaled him to shut up. "Okay, it seems that this was indeed not done by you." "It wasn't me." Regardless of whether he said this or not, Roland knew that he was the one who was wronged. "You know it wasn't me. Why don't you explain it to me? I came here with a lot of questions in my head, and I have to know something when I leave." If Roland didn't change his expression or heartbeat when facing the questioning just now, then now, he shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, which means he was wronged and miserable. After seeing the old man pretending to be upset, he knew that he was wrong, and clapped his hands and denied it. "You can't say that. Even if it wasn't you, this matter has something to do with you. I'm asking you, Sony offered $4 million to buy the copyright of Spider-Man from Kirolco. You really don't know? What?" Hearing this, Roland, who was about to continue talking nonsense, was directly possessed by young Master Yang and almost jumped up. Did Sony, that bastard, actually target Spider-Man again? In fact, as early as after the premiere of Terminator 2, Roland, who had secretly finalized the ownership of the role, asked Catherine to help him check the copyright transaction of Spider-Man. In 1985, the copyright was in the hands of Canon Pictures, but in 1986, when New World, which acquired Marvel, learned that it had acquired Marvel and Spider-Man instead of DC and Superman, Canon Pictures' project was stopped. In 1989, Canon Pictures was acquired by EMI Pictures. The copyright of Spider-Man was not given away by Canon, but was taken to Fox by their chairman. However, Fox did not want to shoot this thing, and James Cameron was interested in this thing at the time, so it went around and came to Carolco, who was relying on Columbia to make movies at the time. Originally, this kind of big copyright should belong directly to Columbia, but the problem was that Sony was acquiring Columbia at the time, so the copyright was not taken down by them. As for why this situation occurred, it was actually very simple, because Marvel had specified in the copyright transaction that if the company to which the copyright belonged was acquired, the copyright would automatically return to Marvel. If it was not Carolco who bought it, but Columbia, then when they bought it, it happened to coincide with Sony's acquisition period, which was equivalent to wasting money and not getting the copyright. After learning all the procedures, Roland became wary of Sony. There was no way, in the past, they made a living by this thing, and when he knew that the other party was interested in this copyright in 1989, he would not be able to watch the other party take it away, right? Not only because he wanted to shoot it himself, but also because this thing was valuable. And now, Sony wanted to buy it? Not only was Cameron a little annoyed, but even Roland was a little anxious. Sony was a pixie who could only eat and not spit. Things that he targeted generally could not escape. There is no way. After the poaching incident, everyone in Hollywood knows that Sony is a fool with a lot of money. Carolco's reply to me is that the copyright of Spider-Man should have been bought by Sony that year, but it fell into their hands because of the acquisition. Since they want to acquire it now, they are willing to sell it, as long as the price is satisfactory. I didn't think so much at the beginning, but when I asked who was the guy who led the transaction, I found that something seemed wrong, because the person sent by Sony to negotiate the price was Mike McDavoy. You should know who Mike is better than me, Steven's first agent. Carolco and Cameron are in the same boat, so after receiving the acquisition invitation, they told Cameron directly. According to their thinking, Cameron can shoot anywhere, and it doesn't matter at all. Perhaps, after the copyright is sold, Sony will pay more attention to the movies they make. Cameron didn't think there was a problem at first, but when Steven's first agent took action, the situation was different. The moment Cameron learned the name, there was only one word in his head. Kudo. He smelled the smell of being kicked out by force again. Don't say it's impossible. If this project falls into Steven's hands, how can he still have a share? He even suspected that in the end, it would become a global control mode with Roland starring, Steven directing, Catherine as producer, and Lucas bang 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 giving them special effects. On one side, they have their own production team and streamlined production, and on the other side, they are completely in the dark and have to find someone again. In this situation, no matter which film company it is, they know who to choose. So, Cameron was incompetent and furious. As for shouting like Ren Hengzi, if fate is determined by heaven, I will break it. Come on, push it back 20 years. The ship and Avatar are pulling each other. In the era of hype rampant, Steven is still the first choice of the film company, not for anything else, just because the record of the producer and director's box office is still tightly held in his hands. He can pull the crew with his eyes closed. This is really unmatched. After listening to Cameron's complaints, Roland felt something was wrong. James, wait a minute. You mean, do you think we have to control the project? What else? Is it Sony itself that wants it? Cameron curled his lips, as if don't you feel guilty for saying this? It must be you who mentioned Spider-Man in front of Steven, otherwise. The old man didn't finish his words, but Roland understood what he meant. Except for those guys who can't access the top intelligence, everyone else knows that there are power players in Captain Hook and Jurassic Park. If they can give you this project, then what's wrong with being a producer for your new project? Besides, Steven's two apprentices were both helped by him as a producer, so, feeling Cameron's determined gaze, Roland didn't say anything, but stood up and leaned over to the telephone in the living room. At this moment, he had 100,000 questions in his mind. He felt that this could not be done by Steven. If it was true, he would definitely give him a heads up in advance. If not for anything else, just because he had seen the invitations from Sony and Nintendo. When Roland dialed the phone and told the other party about the problem he encountered, the guy on the other end of the phone fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, He said, "I'll call back," and then hung up the phone. About half an hour later, the ring rang again. When I picked up the receiver and listened, the other party said directly, "Are you at James' house in Malibu?" "Yes." "Then come to my house. I'm in the north of Cologne, and he's in the east. Hey, just ask him to take you here. It's a 15-minute journey." Steven's words were unclear, and Roland was also confused. As for Cameron, knowing that Steven dared to meet him, the nameless fire that had erupted last night had almost died down. But no matter what, he still felt unhappy before the truth came out. So, when he took Roland into Steven's house, as soon as he sat down, he asked in a sarcastic tone, "Did you mistake Spider-Man for Jurassic Park? Or did you mistake Marvel for?" The attitude of "why are you stealing my things again" made Spielberg smile and shake his head. "James, this time it's really not our problem. They are using you." Even in the internet age 20 years later, it would take half an hour for ordinary people to sort out such a confusing thing, but for Steven, he just scanned his face and made a phone call to ask, and the matter was clear. And when he asked, he realized that the two Sony troublemakers were still stirring up trouble. "Those two guys know your temper and the Jurassic Park thing. If I take Spider-Man away after I got Jurassic Park first, you will definitely jump out and curse. As long as the two of us quarrel, the possibility of the Spider-Man project being aborted is much greater. Once the project is aborted, the chances of winning over Roland will drop sharply. As long as we don't enter Sony, there is a high probability that their positions will be kept. The previously mentioned Columbia Pictures helmsman Peter Guber and Jane Peters are not good at anything and have nothing left. But in terms of fanning the flames, they are first class. Although I don't understand why the boss above must have Roland, the goal is nothing more than money. Even if they don't know the specific situation, whether they like the Jewish gang or not has nothing to do with the specific situation. Because they understand that, if Roland is really pulled in, they will face the same situation as when they were in Warner, being sidelined. In this way, ruining the Spider-Man project has become their means of self-protection. Your boss wants to buy Spider-Man? Sure. We'll ask for you. Since you want to win over Roland, let's ask the guys from the Jewish gang to come forward. So, Mike McDavoy, who is still in Columbia TreeStar, was pushed out. Let the guys from the Jewish gang ask for the price and stimulate Cameron, who had failed before. As long as Cameron jumps up and gets angry, then they will be safe, because no matter how much Steven admires Cameron, he can't swallow everything under the questioning in broad daylight. This is not a question of shame, but a question of status being challenged. Steven lightly revealed the matter today, and more people will cause trouble in the future. Because they will think that James dared to provoke with a movie T2, so we can do it too. Although this kind of childish behavior seems very childish. But don't think that there is no fool among the guys who do what they do. You know, during the 5 years when they were fanning the flames at Warner, they only contributed 9 of the top 10 films in the North American box office that year. It seems that a score of 9 over 50 is already very good, right? Hey, Sony also poached them because of this report card. But if you go deeper, you will find that among these, 2 projects were directly produced by Steven, 2 projects were led by Mel Gibson, and 2 projects were from Tim Burton. Of the remaining 3, only 2 were related to them, because the last one was also from the Jewish gang. In this way, it becomes 2 over 50, a 4% excellent rate. This is the operational answer sheet given by the senior management of the 2 projects. The reputation of who has bad movies was fanned by this. As for using Cameron, that's even simpler. Who in the circle doesn't know that Cameron is a fearless psychopath? If Mel Gibson dared to curse Jews when he was drunk, then Cameron, but he dared to roll up his sleeves and fight with Steven. Of course, the harder he cursed, the more fiercely he fought. In his case, it was actually a reflection of a good relationship. The better the relationship, the more serious he will be. You should know that in 1968, Cameron watched 2001, A Space Odyssey alone. While loving science fiction movies, he was also confused by the psychedelic shots in it. After walking out of the theater, he vomited crazily on the side of the road. He swore in his heart that he would make a movie to disgust Kubrick in the future. He actually did it. After filming True Lies, He invited Kubrick to watch his movie. Although he did not disgust him in the end, he successfully became a teacher in front of him and told Kubrick that 2001: A Space Odyssey could be done better if it was released now. After 26 years, Cameron has not forgotten to act cool in front of his senior. This kind of grudge-bearing nature is naturally the best thing to use, but no one expected that after learning that the Jewish gang wanted to steal his project again. Cameron actually went to Roland first. Cameron is not a fool. Although he was very annoyed, he also knew that he had to pick the weak persimmon. Roland, you are the soft persimmon. I have taught you. Do you dare to talk back? What? You have talked back during the filming of T2? Forget it. You are awesome. After he finished listening to Steven's narration, this thick-skinned guy didn't even feel ashamed. He coughed directly, and his eyes swept over Roland. I know I'm innocent, and changed the subject very naturally. He didn't think that the guy who wanted to roll up his sleeves and beat Roland just now was himself. You want to leave Universal and go to Sony. Well, after Steven took over the topic and made it clear what happened, Roland thought that he would be able to hear an apology after being cleared of the grievances. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't say a word. However, even if he had complaints in his heart, Roland was not angry because the things in front of him were more interesting. He understood what Steven said just now. Although the other party didn't mention his deal with Sony in front of Cameron, Roland knew it. In this case, he would not speak freely about Sony's attempt to win him over. Regardless of whether it was a secret or a white lie, Steven had to do it. Not only because the other party could take it, but also because it was good for Roland himself. When Roland could figure it out, Steven would not admit it. Impossible. I can't handle those two people in Sony. When I saw them, I wanted to punch them. It's just that Sony wanted to win Roland over. What? Aren't you angry now? Not angry? If those two guys were at the scene, Cameron would have rushed up with the coffee table, and after such a commotion, giving the copyright to Sony. Haha. He felt that no matter whether it was him or Steven, the movie couldn't be made. Once the movie project was established, just wait for those two guys to add fuel to the fire. Cameron sighed, knowing that he was on the wrong track. He blew his nose, and after his eyes wandered over the master and apprentice for a few times, he finally expressed his thoughts. Carolco will definitely sell it. But if it is sold, it will be very difficult for us to shoot it. So I plan to communicate with them, buy the copyright, and put it under the name of Lightstorm. The truck driver really likes Spider-Man. He likes him so much that he can even give him a script that Leo asked him to write. After knowing that the two famous idiots in Hollywood used him as a gun, he planned to get the copyright himself. Although it is not appropriate to go against Sony, the guy behind him can ensure that he has no worries about food and clothing. However, before he made a decision, Steven shook his head and said, "You can't get it." "Why? Don't say you want to buy it too." Cameron was immediately unhappy when he heard this. "These messes were caused by you. Now I'm cleaning up your ass, and you are still making sarcastic remarks. It's not that I want to buy it, but Sony will continue to raise the price after seeing you buy it. Sony wants to buy the copyright. It's nothing more than Roland wants to act in it. And how much profit can a movie starring Roland bring to the producer? Everyone can calculate this. So don't look at the current 4 million. As long as you buy it, they will definitely continue to increase the price. 10 million, they can follow. 20 million, they can still follow. And you, can you afford it? Even if it makes you angry, so what? As long as Roland wants to shoot, the copyright of 25 million will be used as the cost, and it won't be a loss. Although Steven's tone was quite calm when he spoke, the pride that came from his bones made Cameron angry. This was obviously the project he had his eyes on first. How come it was snatched away by you? He really wanted to curse, but he had to admit that Steven was right. As long as Roland wants to act, then he, the director, is not important. As long as Roland wants to act, after buying the copyright, those two troublemakers dare not bother Steven or Roland, because when it comes to the project establishment and filming, Sony knows better than them who is the boss here. In this way, he really can't buy it. Shit. Cameron cursed. I haven't provoked you, right? Why do I have to pay for the problems you caused in the end? Jurassic Park. When I was asking about the copyright, you had already taken it away. When I was talking to you about Jurassic Park, you intervened in my Terminator 2. When I wanted to make Spider-Man, you at Industrial Light and Magic told me to focus on the special effects of Jurassic Park. When I wanted to make Spider-Man with you, Sony jumped out and said we want the copyright. I just can't understand. Can't you just let me make a movie in peace? Why do you always take advantage of everything and then I get kicked out? I still have a book inspired by the shipwreck in my hand. Do you still want to see it? After hearing the tearful accusation, Roland just wanted to sing a song. Snowflowers are fluttering, north wind is whistling, the sky and the earth are averse. Miserable, really too miserable. It seemed that, after he showed up, everything was at odds with Cameron. The two of them might not be compatible, so Cameron always had the illusion that he was so unlucky, but Roland didn't really want this, right? He dared to swear on his chest that he really wanted to cooperate with the other party. Why did Roland feel his heart suddenly beat faster? It must be because he heard Ice Sea shipwreck. He was definitely not lying. No matter anyway, after Cameron complained like this, Roland was a lot happier. Nonsense. Roland was just wronged by the stubborn guy, and the stubborn guy was really cheated by him. But just when Roland was thinking that this matter could not go on and his Spider-Man might not be saved, hey, Steven, who had been watching Cameron complaining and did not stop him at all, said, actually, there is another way. Huh. Cameron, who was still howling there, and Roland, who was uneasy, turned their heads at the same time. Under their gaze, Steven smiled and said, whoever Sony wants to win over, let James take him to Kirolco to buy it. In this way, will they still raise the price? Can the value of Spider-Man be higher than that of a person? Note, because of the clause of the company is acquired, the copyright will automatically return. The copyright was in Kirolco's hands in the early 1990s. Later, Fox could not help Cameron get the copyright back, not only because the lawsuit was expensive, but also because they did a stupid thing when they helped Cameron get it back. The assets that the chairman of Canon Pictures had defected to them were sold to MGM by Fox, so they automatically lost the right to compete. Sony got the half that it got in this way. When Universal was acquired, the copyright of Iron Man and Hulk did not return, because Perelman and others did not have a return clause when they sold them, and when Spider-Man was sold in 1985, Perelman had not yet acquired Marvel to stir up trouble. The author of mentioned by Cameron in the article is Michael Crichton, that is. He is the author of Jurassic Park. In 1989, Spielberg wanted to make this TV series, so he contacted him. This is why he was able to get the copyright before Jurassic was published. He bought it when the manuscript was in progress. Cameron is vindictive to his friends. This has been confirmed by the governor and Leo. After the success of Avatar, he said in an interview with People that after the filming of True Lies, he went to Kubrick to watch it. He did have the idea of showing off. The shot of the missile hanging on the terrorists was the most amazing shot, he thought. As for wanting to make the other party vomit once, it was purely a joke. The ship is the inspiration of the ship. According to Fox's Anniversary News, as early as 1991, they approved $500,000 to let Tire and go for inspection. Chapter 118 Big deal, bad idea. If we push back 25 years, Spielberg would not have asked such a question. No matter how noisy the Avengers are, Spider-Man's value is always higher than the other party. But people of this era don't know. If we have to list them, Spielberg is a living example. In 1973, when he learned that Warner was going to make Superman, he wanted to try it because he was very interested in superheroes. However, he couldn't reach an agreement on the salary, and he was confident that Jaws would definitely be a success, so he missed the whole project. George Lucas also wanted to try it at the time, but because the offer was too low, Lucas felt that the money he spent on Superman was not as good as tinkering with Star Wars himself, so he took the initiative to withdraw. When the stalemate came, Marlon Brando, who finally starred in the film, was even more amazing. Not only did he receive $3.7 million in salary, he also asked for 11.75% of the box office dividend, and required that his filming time should not exceed 2 weeks, and he said that he would not memorize a single line. Although Jaws and Star Wars eventually won over Superman, when they were penniless, they would rather tinker with their own movies, and were too lazy to bargain with Warner, which gave us a glimpse of their attitude towards superheroes, and Brando's lion's mouth also reflected the whole circle's contempt for the theme of superheroes. Not only that, Tim Burton's first Batman had a budget of only $35 million. To put it bluntly, most of the money was given to Jack Nicholson. They like the superhero genre itself. But at the same time, they feel that the influence of superheroes on the box office is not as strong as their own inspiration. Or, no matter whether Batman is a big hit, they think it is the people and the movies that sell, not the characters. When these big names are reserved about this kind of movie, the value of hype cannot be reflected at all. Of course, this is also related to the fact that there was no CGI back then. In the era when Lucas had to make the handmade model special effects himself, those studios did not have the technology to bring the pictures in the comics to the screen. Therefore, Spielberg's words are no problem now. After T2 and Ha-2, Roland's personal cumulative box office is at least $1.4 billion, and the production costs of the three movies added together are less than $150 million. The nearly tenfold box office return rate can already crush all hypes on the market. When Sony wants people, Spider-Man, who can't reflect his own value at all, is garbage. In this way, Cameron, who heard the suggestion, was enlightened, but after a moment, this guy reacted. Hey, they are still targeting me. Look. You still want to occupy my project. How can this be called occupation? I'm just offering a solution. Even if Cameron yelled, Spielberg still had a smile on his face. If you're worried about not being able to direct, then let Roland sign an agreement with you. When the film project is established, as long as you are willing and have time to shoot, you will be the producer and director. I won't care. Is that okay? If you're still not at ease, I can also let George sign an agreement with you. During the film production stage, Industrial Light and Magic under Lucasfilm must allocate at least 40% of its staff to do visual effects. In this way, you won't want to shoot Spider-Man, but Industrial Light and Magic will have to make my Jurassic Park. Humph. Cameron rolled his eyes arrogantly. How could he not know what the other party was thinking? Now he was the only one who could get the copyright from Kirolco first, but he didn't have that much money to waste. The Jewish gang could buy it at a low price, but they couldn't pry open Kirolco's mouth. In the case of cooperation between the two parties, the project would really belong to them. The priority shooting agreement is actually a guarantee. No matter what the situation is, Cameron is the first choice. As for visual effects, he just laughed. The reason why he wanted to set up his own visual effects company is because Industrial Light and Magic is so disgusting. They don't care about other people's projects, but they keep squeezing in their own projects. Although 40% is high, when it really comes to being made, it must be that everyone in the company is supporting this film. Then it's settled. I'll contact Kirolco and tell them that Roland wants to buy it. After the matter is settled, I'll tell you the signing time. Although he looked unhappy, Cameron was still quite active because he understood that when the Jewish gang took over the things, at least the investment funds and technical support would not be worried. Roland, you have money, right? I'll try my best to negotiate it down to $4 million. Oh, no, you are richer than me. As the other party patted his butt and turned to leave, Roland, who came to his senses, felt that everything in the world was a little unreal. Am I dreaming? What can be sold for $5 billion in the future, but you can only get it for $4 million? Or did you get it from Sony? He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain that went straight to his head made Roland grimace and take a breath of cold air. When Spielberg, who had just returned after sending Cameron away, saw his confused expression, his previous smile disappeared and was replaced by a face full of anger. Those two guys are really disgusting. No matter which company they go to, they can mess up everything. Although he just laughed happily. In fact, compared with Cameron's copying of the coffee table, he had seen the power of those stupid guys and wanted to stab them a long time ago. Those two guys deliberately want to destroy our cooperation with Sony. If we really make a deal, they must go away. With mutual contact information, half an hour can actually understand a lot of things. And Spielberg can't just make a phone call. Cameron was here, so he wouldn't say anything. Now that he's gone, he didn't hold it in. After a long chatter, Roland finally understood what these guys were thinking. According to what was discussed last year, it was naturally a simple deal, but when Sony wanted to tie it up, things were not so simple. Compared to game copyrights and movie copyrights, people are the most important, and when Spielberg and Roland had no movie plans, the whole deal was actually infinitely close to bankruptcy. But no one wants the deal to go bankrupt. So I called and asked, do you think the Spider-Man copyright is so easy to buy? Sony only allows you to star, starting at the age of 15, for the next 5 years, at least 3 films, at least 30%, and at most 50% of the investment in each film, and put their logo in front of the film. Only then will they let go. Sony is indeed rich, but they are not fools. They were cheated by Warner before, because they were new, and didn't understand the situation. Now, of course, they want to make as much money as they can. What's more, the overseas distribution left by Columbia Pictures is a huge treasure. If they let Spielberg get involved easily, then they can't do this business. They want to pull Panasonic together, because Panasonic has money, and can help them, and Spielberg does it, because they can make money. But you want to eat alone, and want our channels? Get lost. They have been sucked once, and it's impossible for them to be sucked a second time. So I promised them for you first. Because Spider-Man is indeed a good thing that fits your image. You won't blame me for giving up the investment amount without authorization, right? Faced with the old man's serious questioning, Roland laughed directly. If half of the investment of Perpetual can be exchanged for the right to speak for overseas distribution companies, this business will definitely be a net profit. Compared with the distribution channels, the value of the movie itself is almost negligible. Because if they want to do it, they can't just make this one movie. Besides, isn't it normal to attract investment for a movie? Sharing the risk, that's what you taught me. Lucas's Star Wars, Indiana Jones, your Jurassic Park, Back to the Future. As long as we have the copyright, the decision to shoot or not is in our hands, and if we find a rich investor first, the whole project will be easier to get approved, because the rest of the investors will be easy to find. Such words made the old man nod happily. Unless it is a project like Avengers or Star Wars that is sure to make a big profit, no company would be stupid enough to take all the investment of a movie. What's more, the significance of Spielberg's Amblin is not to invest money to make movies, but the company holds the copyright, and then approves the project and finds others to invest. To put it bluntly, when he only publishes the rights, and invests a small part, the producer's share plus director's share plus copyright share, can take up to 28 points. Since I can take so much without investing a penny, why should I spend money? It seems to make more money? Don't be ridiculous. The production cycle of a movie is very long. It is not that you shoot it today, it will be released tomorrow, and the theaters in all countries and regions will give you money the day after tomorrow. The normal operation cycle is 2 to 3 years. In these 2 to 3 years, they can do more things with the cash in their hands, collect more copyrights, instead of leaving it there and waiting for dividends. Moreover, with more investors, the risk is also smaller. This risk does not refer to the risk of failure in film creation, but the troubles in a series of links such as production, post-production, review, publicity, and distribution, which will be reduced a lot. Take Titanic for example. Fox and Paramount made it. In this case, when the movie is released, it is equivalent to one less opponent, because no one wants their project to lose money. In the case of one less opponent, it is actually equivalent to being able to earn more. In his previous life, when Spielberg established DreamWorks, he also used the money of Microsoft, Samsung of South Korea, and Chase Bank. Even if those people withdrew their investment, they used the money of the group of rich people in India. As for the rich people in those film companies, they are not fools. Take Gemini Man for example. Paramount took on 35% of the $140 million investment, while the remaining 35% was borne by Skydance, which was invested by Penguin, or Oracle Sun. The remaining 25% was borne by Armamos Fuxing Pictures, and the last 5% was borne by 40 Thieves. As for Dark Fate, Paramount, Fox and Skydance each invested 30%, and the remaining 10% was still from Penguin. Don't look at those film companies shouting about losses every day. The real money-making projects calculated by the Green Light Committee will not be allowed to be invested by others, but there will always be guys who want to squeeze in. So, Roland didn't think about investing himself at the beginning. Holding the copyright is nothing more than getting the right to speak. When everyone sticks together, they can get something for nothing, so they will never accumulate funds. Isn't it better to invest in other projects with higher returns? There is no need to confront those investors. Besides, many of those investors are going for derivatives, such as discs, radio broadcasts, and online on-demand. These things can bring them endless value. Otherwise, companies like MGM can't sell at high prices. This is the charm of copyright, which allows you to make money without doing anything. Therefore, after knowing that he would definitely get Spider-Man, Roland didn't care who invested at all, and even his posture of leaning on the sofa was much more relaxed. What about the others? How much are they going to sell us for the shares of the distribution company? I want 50, but they can't give it to me. Of course they can't give it to me. Paramount, Universal and MGM didn't even divide the shares equally when they first set up United International Pictures. Yes, so we each took a step back. 40 is at least right. 40? How much will it cost? How much? It's actually quite cheap. 3 Spider-Man movies are guaranteed, and then I'm going to release Men in Black, as well as the investment rights for my next independent movie, and of course, there's also a game copyright. I asked them to divest Columbia International and set up a separate overseas distribution company with us. Of course, I also emphasized to them that they must fire those 2 guys before we will officially move in, otherwise, no deal. And, before the first movie you and I make is released, we won't pay for the losses of the distribution company. Damn. This is really a big deal. The old man's game copyright can be valued at 20 million, and the Men in Black series is also a hit. In addition, with the investment rights of an independent film, although Sony did not say how much the share is, it can at least make 200 million in the whole transaction. If Spider-Man is included, even if the price is lowered, 40% of the shares will be 400 million. Although Columbia International cannot be worth 1 billion, because Sony only spent 5 billion to acquire Columbia, this is also a gamble. Roland has memories of his previous life, so he thinks Sony has not lost money, but what about Sony? In fact, they only got a game copyright and 3 Spider-Man movies and a movie promised by Spielberg. Men in Black is just a producer, with a small halo. To put it bluntly, they think that Roland and Spielberg's 4 movies can make a net profit of 400 million. They have confidence in people, not gambling on projects. Of course, this result is also what Roland is happy to see. It is equivalent to getting an overseas distribution channel for free without spending a penny. If Sony had not been losing money for years and was about to become a laughing stock in the industry and urgently needed to revive the company, then this bargain would definitely not be available. Only dying people would be extremely hungry for the big guys in the industry. If it were Fox, Universal, Paramount, Warner, or Disney, they would really go wherever they want. They can only accept an employee, not a partner. Then it has nothing to do with me next, right? I'll just wait for James' call. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. Jurassic is profitable. I'll keep 10 million first. You contributed Spider-Man, and the distribution company will have your share. I will re-register a company and take 40% of the shares of the new distribution company. We'll calculate it according to the film projects. You have 3, and I have 4, 3/7, which is your 43% equity. The 10 million is equivalent to half of Jurassic Park. In this way, no one else needs to intervene. The reason why Spielberg he has expanded his business to such a large scale, and he can still live comfortably, even when he is besieged by the big 6. The reason for this is that he is not greedy. After he put down the director's baton, he is indeed a businessman, but he has calculated everyone's money clearly. Harrison Ford has been filming for so many years, and he has never received a high price for the Indiana Jones series, so he will help him get it. We misunderstood Tom Hanks before, and when he was interested in Band of Brothers, we will find investors. You can't let your teammates down. After doing it once, you will have no friends. The deal can't be done immediately, right? At least we have to wait until Schindler's List is released. Yes, sign the contract first, and then trade after the Oscars next year, 1994. We can't let other companies know that we are doing this. I will tell James and we will have a fight. Let the outside world think that I'm the one who wants to control Spider-Man. Anyway, he scolded you first, so it's okay, even if those guys check the call records. Acting. Well, it's thanks to these guys that they can come up with such a bad idea, but safety comes first. Of course, Roland won't ask stupid questions like what to do if Sony leaks the information. This is not a pigeon rally at some point. Sony is not those pigeons. There won't be any chain of circles where everyone is cooing, and Bebe even asked for leave with an ellipsis the next day. Sony also wants to do a good job, so after a little calculation, Roland found that he had made a net profit, so he put the matter behind him. Oh, by the way, what about that James mentioned before? I didn't hear that you were going to make a TV series? With the idea that I would not lose out, Roland's mind suddenly became active. He had seen her. Of course he had forgotten the plot, but there were two people in it that left a deep impression on him. One was George Clooney and the other was Juliana Margulies. Needless to say, although Clooney's profitability is very shaken, he has a good family relationship. Moreover, he learned from Arnold Schwarzenegger and pursued a career in politics. As for Juliana, the most impressive thing about her is of course the American TV series A Good Wife. Of course, she is also Jewish. Which TV series are you talking about? I'm too lazy to even put my name on it. It's enough that Amblin is involved in the production. What? Don't tell me you want to make a TV series. There are huge differences between TV series and movies. The lighting, the setting, the narrative structure are all different. When making a movie, just make a good movie and don't think about TV series. It's easy to get confused if you learn two at the same time. Roland was certainly not thinking about TV series. He was actually thinking about Friends. In 1994, when 100 Flowers Bloomed, Friends also came out. Regardless of whether they were pseudo-literary youths or real film critics, it seemed that no one had not watched this show. The point is that this show also provided a lot of material for flipping the apartment. Of course, Roland was not interested in the show itself, but, well, after spending a long time with these guys, he admitted that he was a little addicted to collecting copyrights. Before, they couldn't afford it and didn't have the channels. Now they can afford it, and they can do it anytime when they meet. However, before he could reveal his wolfish ambition, Spielberg, who walked to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water, shrugged and said, "You mean that? I know. The project of NBC TV under General Motors. I know their president Bob Wright. Why do you want to guest star?" Well, this special code is really a dimensionality reduction attack. Roland found a very serious problem. If he wanted something, he really couldn't ask them. Because there are only two results of asking them. One is that they don't know, then Roland has to find it himself. The other is that they know, but once it reaches this level, it means that the beauty has been taken. There is no way. The news that can reach their ears is already the best choice that has been filtered countless times. In this case, Roland has nothing to say. Note, when Superman was just established, Lucas and Spielberg went to discuss it, but the price offered by Warner was too low, and they didn't want to waste time. Brando was so awesome that he finished filming his scenes in 12 days, and all the lines were on the prompter, which was equivalent to making 19 million just by showing his face. Although Batman made money, the industry still believes that it was the star effect that made Batman more valuable, not that Batman himself was valuable. So in the following films, there was still a crazy pile of stars, such as Jim Carrey, Tommy Jones, Michelle Pfeiffer, Uma Thurman, The Governor, Clooney, whoever was popular was invited. DreamWorks took a total of $800 million from Paul Allen of Microsoft and the Lee family of Samsung at that time, and Chase opened a $1 billion quota for them. The three of them had a total of $100 million for music, animation, and live-action movies. Hollywood makes movies by hoarding copyrights. There are a lot of old scripts in the library, and the film company's own investment is also raised by the film fund. To put it bluntly, the routine of the Jewish gang is to do their own projects. The film company and Wall Street collude to set up funds. If they make money, everyone is happy, and if they lose money, the leaks jump off the building. The information about Gemini Killer and Dark Fate comes from penguin.com, which is the news released by their editor after review. Chapter 119 3 Years of Harvest, Future Goals, Burying Jade and Incense, and Exhibiting in Berlin. After returning home, Roland went straight into the study without greeting anyone. The amount of information he received today was quite large, and he had to sort it out carefully. What exactly did he do in the past 3 years? Needless to say, he could not forget the movies he made, and the resources he had in his hands made him very happy. First of all, the company David registered for him, after plucking the bear's hair. All the funds were used to buy Berkshire stocks, a total of 10,800 shares. Due to the low turnover rate, the cost price per share was around 9,220. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that the current price per share was 12,100, which means that he did nothing. Since he received the net profit after tax last summer, his assets have increased by 23% in half a year. In addition, there is the copyright of the Avengers. If today's event is counted, then he has actually collected all of them. After deducting these two items, there is still 8% of the Jurassic Park dividends that have not been paid, as well as Blizzard, which is a wholly owned subsidiary, and will have to give up its equity in the future, plus a real-time strategy classification license. It is no exaggeration to say, I have become a billionaire in just 3 years. Looking at the piles of contracts taken out of the safe, a sense of accomplishment, that you reap what you sow arises spontaneously. You know, in January 1990, Roland was still thinking about how to survive in Hollywood without a backer. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, in January 1993, he already had everything. Of course, it's a bit exaggerated to say that he had everything, but when he thought of the 43% equity that Spielberg mentioned today, Roland's inner feelings finally couldn't be suppressed. 43% of 40% is equivalent to 17.2% of the equity of the overseas distribution company to be established. Although overseas distribution in this era is a money-losing product, otherwise Universal, Paramount and MGM would not have joined forces to share the distribution costs, but Roland knew that with the development of the internet, this thing would become more and more valuable, even more valuable than the Berkshire stock in his hands. If he does nothing now and just eats and waits for death, by 2019, the stock in his hands will be worth more than $3 billion. What about the 17.2% distribution company? For the film companies at that time, this was the lifeblood. And the lifeblood was obtained so easily? Although even Roland himself was amazed at how smoothly all this went, he understood that this was actually the result of a group of people playing games together, and he just sold off the expected future earnings and exchanged them for a pile of garbage at the moment. It was just that with foresight, he felt that he had made a fortune. As for why Spielberg would share the equity, that's even simpler. After several consecutive movies, Roland could no longer wash off the Jewish gang mark on him. If he played with everyone, all projects would be easy to develop, but if he jumped out, what's the point of holding the equity of the distribution company? What's more, Ronald Perelman and Carl Icahn, whom Roland touched through Cameron, were all Jews. Although the limitations of this circle would directly define Roland's identity, he didn't care. Now is indeed the best time, with gold everywhere. But in the case of class solidification, who can eat those things without a background? Like in many novels, investing in Penguin, as soon as you are reborn. When Zyomar started his business, his father drove a Mercedes-Benz to manage his business. Let alone if you invested $1 million US, even if it was 10 million, they would give priority to the son of their fellow villager, Little Superman. And the yellow kangaroo, whose market value is expected to reach 100 billion. Its father dared to say that the tunnels and bridges in Fujian province use cement produced by itself. Do you really think it copied Facebook? Without his father throwing money behind him, he couldn't even pay the salary. To put it bluntly, sometimes success is not because they did something right, but because the people around them can help them to eat the results of doing the right thing. Otherwise, why did Wang An refuse to join forces with Bill Gates? Isn't it because his mother and IBM are his real backers? So, when Spielberg was not worried about him jumping, Roland himself didn't think about turning against him. He also felt that when the other party gave him 40% of the distribution company, it might not be without the intention of guarding against others. The old man didn't tell him about DreamWorks, but would Roland forget it? Among the three giants of DreamWorks, Jeffrey Katzenberg, who is in charge of animation, knows the value of the distribution company, and David Geffen is a guy who bought a house on the Forbes billionaire list. If they knew that Spielberg had shares of Sony's overseas distribution, they would definitely try to get the old man to integrate the shares into DreamWorks, but the problem is that Spielberg will never give up such things. In this case, giving some to Roland can better keep this thing, because before on the TV show, the one who will be promoted to the leader in 11 has made public the relationship between Roland and Perelman and Iker. Regardless of whether it is true or false, at least there is a backer who can confuse people, and Roland has the shares. Spielberg has more initiative, and if he holds it alone, it will eventually tear it apart. As for Roland's judging others by his own heart, if the three of them really love each other, they will not just pay money. There are a lot of copyrights in the company under each person's name, but they are just unwilling to accumulate these and share them. After accepting these priceless things with peace of mind, Roland wanted to sing a song to the sky. Blue sky. Well, the sky in Los Angeles is still so hot. Although there is Hollywood in the south and Silicon Valley in the north, the air quality is not very good. Even compared with Australia, which is known as wind, forest, volcano, and kangaroo cemetery, Los Angeles is still passable. But if Roland really has to choose, he will definitely ride a horse to enclose the land, do some greening, raise some lions and tigers, peacocks, and alpacas, and by the way hire a girl named Kelly to take care of the overall situation. Let her take charge when there is something to do, and take care of her when there is nothing to do. Then tell her and Elizabeth stories. As long as there is no Rosemore Wildlife Park hanging on the door, he is not afraid of being targeted by Jason Bourne. Of course, this is just Roland's beautiful vision and goal. As for what to do next, of course, it is to make a good movie. With his status rising, and his relationship getting closer, Roland can now buy things easily. Investment? If it were before, if he invested in Jerry Yang next year, people might have retreated tactically, wondering whether this 14-year-old kid in front of him was a liar who could talk more than Madaho. But now, people don't even need to verify his assets. Just based on a handsome and charming face, they can negotiate the price. Ugh. Why does this feel the same as those young handsome guys in later generations who were pulled to negotiate radio station purchases? However, the meaning is the same. After people become famous, all kinds of things are easy to do. Roland's name is there, and he himself is the best golden signboard. Whatever he wants to buy, people can convince him with the words Hollywood Super A country old man with too much money in his pocket and nowhere to spend it. There are too many people like this in Hollywood. Or in other words, Hollywood's low-educated children have always been the favorites of those entrepreneurs. As long as the deception is successful, the money will come. So, whether it's investment or squandering, those guys won't care at all. Not only that, they will also go to Roland's channels. As long as those guys have the concept that Roland's investment is beneficial, Roland will not be rejected for some weird reasons. Just like Chuang Mi's tinkering with technology companies. We don't know whether he was deceived or for the household registration. As for filming, Roland will be unemployed for at least half a year. Tom Hanks is filming Philadelphia Story, which will be completed in February. Although Forrest Gump has been finalized, it will not start filming until August. During this process, Roland can indeed join the crew of Schindler's List, but this kind of thing is just a matter of thought. He didn't ask, and he knew that the old man would not take him. Schindler's List is the old man's hard work. Not only did he prepare for 10 years, but he also took out the information his father had collected for a lifetime. The child actors in the film are all descendants of Schindler's Jews. This may not be a pure biographical film, because the old man knows how to shoot it, so that more people can see what happened back then, but it is definitely a commercial film shot seriously in Cameron's words, because only when more people see it can more people be moved. Although missing it is a lifetime, Roland does not want to test the relationship between the two parties on such things. In normal times, he can be clever, and when they want to cry, let them stay quiet for a while. Besides, he still remembers that the little girl in red in the movie was required by Spielberg to watch the movie after she became an adult. Although the other party did not comply, the act of tasting the forbidden fruit also made her completely leave the entertainment industry. Just as Roland was scratching his head and waiting for the time when Cameron and Spielberg would quarrel, a big event happened on January 20th. Was it the guy supported by Perelman who moved into the White House? No, it was Audrey Hepburn who died of colon cancer in Olsens, Switzerland. She became famous all over the world with Roman Holiday, but she finally left the world with Givenchy's company. When the overwhelming news reported that when Hepburn passed away, Givenchy was the only one in the room. Cameron and Spielberg's project dispute may not be quarreled for the time being, because on the day the news came out, Roland could see with his naked eyes that a lot of people in Hollywood disappeared. When he habitually sneaked into Universal and pushed open the door of the old man's office, the empty scene proved everything. "Where is Steven?" Roland asked an assistant at random. "The director left for Switzerland on a private plane last night." "Mrs. Hepburn?" "Yes, the last movie that Mrs. Hepburn acted in 1989, Until Forever, was directed by the director. The director and his wife had a good relationship, so after hearing the news, he pushed everything off. Death is the most important thing, and the dead are the greatest. This kind of sudden incident is not within Roland's memory range at all, but it would be hypocritical to say that he felt bad and missed her. He didn't know Hepburn, and he had no intersection with her. Even if the people around him mourned and sent her off, he didn't feel much. At most, a celebrity died. Of course, although this kind of thing can't mobilize Roland's emotions, he won't make random remarks like Kaisi, because Kaisi will at most be scolded, while Givenchy can really pay out 80 million for someone's head. The old man ran away, and no one stopped him, because he didn't have any important projects on his hands. But guys like Mr. Dungmy can't run away, because the Golden Globe Award ceremony will be on the 24th. To be honest, Roland can't remember which year and which work won which award. Unless it's a movie that's so big that you can't forget it in your next life, or a movie with extremely shady scenes. Otherwise, he only has some impression. So, when Scent of a Woman won the Best Drama Film, Dungmy won the Best Director for Unforgiven, and Al Pacino was crowned the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor, he actually had a feeling of oh, so that's how it is. As for the others, that is, I really can't recognize Dumbledore without a beard. Gabrielle Anwar is so beautiful, Demi Moore is so thin, Nicole Kidman is really cheaper than Tom Cruise. And a series of exclamatory words. Don't ask Roland why he stares at the actresses. He is watching the live broadcast at home, not participating in the scene. Why can't he watch it when there are no reporters around? After the Golden Globe Awards, what Roland was most looking forward to was actually Groundhog Day, which was released in early February. The movie starring Bill Murray was his personal experience. The feeling that happiness will come if you live seriously in the present made Roland, who went to the theater to watch the movie, smile knowingly. According to the current situation, the state of being a prisoner for a day may not come again, but he has actually gained enough things like the guy in the movie. As long as you don't repeat yourself day after day, you can become a better self. After watching the movie, Roland, who was full of emotion, wanted to collect the behind the scenes information of the entire movie. Not only because he had experienced it, but also because he estimated that he would never have the courage to shoot a time loop theme movie in his life. The feeling of wanting to touch, but not daring to touch, is like scratching an itch through a boot, which makes people feel itchy. When he followed the opening logo of the movie and went directly to Sony, he heard a passage from inside before he pried open the door of Mike McDavoy's office, because he had no obstacles, because of face recognition. "Mr. Medavoy, our film has been submitted to the Berlin Film Festival. Then you should go through the international procurement channel. But your procurement manager said that they can't make the decision, so let me come to you." "Why can't they make the decision? What's the name of your film, and what's it about?" Our film is called, it's about comedy, love, family, and note, it's very normal for Hollywood stars to be cheated. Spielberg and Kevin Bacon were involved in the $50 billion Madoff fraud case. Sometimes they invest too much and don't even know they've been cheated. It's true that the little girl in red can only watch Schindler's List after she becomes an adult. Spielberg was afraid that the children would not be able to accept it, so he made it clear to the parents when recruiting people, but the other party still watched it in advance. This is what she herself admitted, and she originally wanted to develop in the film industry, but after watching it, she didn't want to make movies anymore. Chapter 120. Everyone has someone above them, striding towards a new era. When Roland heard these two words, his right hand, which was about to knock on the door, was suspended in the air. A name had already popped up in his mind, Ang Lee. Since crossing over, he has not been looking for the familiar points in his past life memories. Everything has been left to nature. But even with the erosion of time, the name Ang Lee can still make him stop and look. The reason is simple. It is purely because the other party has won 3 Oscars. Regardless of whether he is a spectator or an insider, Roland is not very interested in awards, because as long as it is selected by people, there is no such thing as absolute fairness. But the fact that he can win 3 Oscars is also a manifestation of his awesomeness. The point is that the 3 movies that won the awards have excellent box office, which is even more rare. So, when he heard the words with a sense of promotion, he stopped. He wanted to continue listening to what the guy inside would say. In the office, the guy who looked like the father of the national husband, but with brown hair and a bald spot on his forehead, frowned at the 30-year-old man with glasses in front of him. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Medavoy repeated the word uncertainly. Yeah. Although his tone was a little weak, the man with glasses still nodded. The affirmative words made Medavoy raise his hand to scratch the back of his head, and his face showed an expression of being attacked by lice. I think you may have found the wrong place. We are Columbia TriStar Pictures, not a B-level film company. If you want to find a distributor for your independent film, I think you shouldn't come here. But the main content of our movie is still about love and family. Although he heard the intention of expelling him, he still wanted to continue struggling. I brought the briefing materials. But before he finished speaking, Medavoy made a stop gesture, then raised his right hand and pointed to the door. Mr. Shams, I don't want to call security. Wow. It turned out to be him? When Roland heard the name Mr. Shams, he was still lamenting how he could run into a famous director just by walking around, and he immediately laughed. Who is Shams? How could he not know? This guy, that's Ang Lee's exclusive producer. James Shams. 20 years later, the famous Good Machine company managed by him, which was renamed Focus Features in 2004, was called the new Miramax by the industry. As an Oscar-winning machine, his achievements are extremely impressive. 2 Oscars for Best Director, 1 Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film, 5 Best Actor, 1 Best Supporting Actor, 1 Best Supporting Actress, plus various small awards and countless nominations. In short, his existence is a face for low-cost independent films for Universal Pictures. After all, these achievements were made by competing with the Weinstein brothers since the millennium. And now, he actually ran into him? Roland's face showed surprise. Although he knew all these achievements well, he did not show any intention of greeting. Not only was it bad to eavesdrop, but he also had nothing to say to the other party. So he turned and went into an empty office nearby, and when the footsteps faded away, he jumped out. Mike McDavoy was an old acquaintance of Roland. When filming T2, this guy often came to the studio to hang out, and naturally saw the scene of Roland and Cameron arguing with each other. When filming Hook, every time Spielberg asked him to deliver film, he knew that Roland had overspent again. In this situation, where 2 powerful directors could not knock him out, as Spielberg's former agent, he would not hold back on Roland's request. When he learned that Roland wanted to copy a copy of the behind-the-scenes information of the movie Groundhog Day, he directly picked up the phone and threw these brainless things to his assistant. After he gave the task, Roland, who had already read the briefing materials that Shams had left at the scene, asked with a smile, why would an independent film producer like this come to you to sell his movie? Whether to purchase overseas movies should not be the responsibility of the purchasing department. As the general manager of the project, why would you care about such a trivial matter? After saying this, McEvoy, who was already unhappy, rolled his eyes and said to Roland casually, I can't help it. My friend asked me to help take a look. I can't refuse, right? Friend? The briefing materials are clean. There is no one I know. What friends do they have that can find you? Although Roland did not meet the other party, he still wanted to gossip. There is no way. The Oscars are something that no one can't play, and the fact that a Chinese like Ang Lee can win the award can further prove how deep Shams' background is. Now, even McAvoy said that he was asked by a friend to help take a look, and this kind of favor is not something that ordinary people can give. In response to his inquiry, McAvoy smiled and shook his head, saying, "Oh, yes, you may not know these things. Stephen and the others would not be bored to tell you these things. Anyway, it's okay, then I'll tell you. Look at the list of producers of the wedding banquet. Isn't there a guy named Dolly Hall? She was an unknown actor before, and then she turned to behind the scenes. The first movie she made was Vengeance of the Venomous, and then she became an assistant director at Troma. In 1990, she made a movie Love Is Life and Death with someone else, and the supporting actor was nominated for an Oscar in 1991. She asked someone from MGM to ask me to help. So that's it." When McAvoy told Roland the twists and turns behind the movie, he heard Troma and Vengeance of the Venomous, and he directly sorted out the interpersonal network behind James Shams. Troma, that's a famous B-level movie company. All kinds of weird element can be found in their movies. And the movies they produced, such as Three Queens and a King, Waitress, Stuck on You. Just by looking at the names, you can tell that the speed is so fast that the wheels can be thrown off. Of course, starting out by making porn movies is not the point. The point is that they can't make money by making such movies. When they found that these blonde girls in bikinis were not selling well, they switched to horror movies. Venom is the representative work of their company. Of course, although it is called a horror movie, Venom is more like an anti-hero movie like Venom. After the success of the movie, they fell in love with the crazy mixed genre of blood plasma, body parts, naked women. As they became bigger and bigger, their influence also surpassed the movies themselves. Quentin Tarantino publicly admitted that he was a fan of Troma, and Peter Jackson, who made Over the Top, said that his inspiration came from Troma's madness. Because Troma has so many fans, many ordinary people who really like movies will regard this place as the starting point of their careers. Samuel Jackson, Angelina Jolie's ex-husband Billy Thornton, Kevin Costner who won the Oscar for Best Director and Best Picture for Dances with Wolves, Oliver Stone, who was a disciple of Martin Scorsese, and John Avildsen, the director of Rocky, James Gunn, the director of the Guardians of the Galaxy series. They all came from Troma. Even Brad Pitt borrowed the power of Troma. Troma is a real novice village in Hollywood. A poor guy can try to rise after 2 years in it. As long as you don't use the resources like the gods and leave, the guys who have made a name for themselves will take care of you. Because everyone is an ordinary person. So you are from Troma? I understand. Why can the wedding banquet appear in Sony? This question is like why Roland can't sit here. If we must divide Hollywood into a whole, apart from the small factions like the Australian gang, the second largest force is actually the Troma, which represents the common people, and the largest one is naturally the Jewish gang. So Ang Lee opened up the American market with the relationship of the Troma faction. Roland originally came to get the information of Groundhog Day, but he didn't expect that this sudden gossip would make him full. Although such things are not important to others, it is quite meaningful to Roland. Is it because he found James Shams, who can snatch food from Miramax, the fixed villain of American entertainment novels? No, Roland has no intention to understand the guy who can spray even a small steel cannon. Some people are willing to lean on the upper level, and are willing to show themselves like Harry and Meghan. What can he do? What really made him remember James Shams and the Troma faction was actually the Hong Kong martial arts instructor. That's right, while Roland was smiling, countless kung fu movies had already appeared in his mind. In fact, as early as when he was filming T2 and Hook, Roland discovered something that he didn't expect. Hollywood didn't have any action directors at all. How to shoot an action movie. The director drew the action on the storyboard, asked the actors to learn it one by one, and then filmed it one by one. Through post-editing, the scene became tense and exciting. Because of this, before 1995, Hollywood action movies would be full of punches and flesh, not because they didn't want to be elegant, but because they were frozen, and it was not easy to be elegant. As a result, such a situation appeared. T1. The governor drove a car against the wall. T2. The governor's candidate against the wall. T3. The governor himself against the wall. T4. The governor pinched people against the wall. T5. The governor hit the wall with his head. T6. The governor turned into a pile driver and kept hitting the wall. Although T800 is set like this, he is the devil's Terminator. He must have an absolute sense of power, and he can't do those fancy things, but this is also related to shooting according to the storyboard. The actions are all dismembered. How can you make them coherent? Just like a movie Flashpoint, it can make the guys on YouTube scream. In the case of freeze frame shooting, the action of Captain America trying to strangle Ultron can be done. You want him to float, but he can't float. So when Roland saw Schwarzenegger, Williams, Hoffman and other guys dancing alone, or in pairs on the set, he was just like Cheojet, with a confused face, and asked the soul-searching question, what are you doing? And this is actually the real reason why Roland couldn't write the script of Spider-Man at all. Because he couldn't design freeze-frame actions, he didn't know how to write each fighting scene at all, and there was no channel for plagiarism, not to mention that Roland looked down on this low-level action shooting method at all. He wanted a Hong Kong martial arts instructor to save his life. He didn't want to turn the graceful Spider-Man into Tim Burton's Batman. The watery fighting was not even as good as the flying Bat Olsens. However, it's okay to find someone, but there is a problem. How could he tell Spielberg and Cameron that he needed to ask the guys in the film company to go to the other side of the ocean to invite some awesome martial artists to come to Hollywood when there was no concept of action directors in Hollywood? According to Spielberg's agreement, Spider-Man was to be filmed in 1995, but Jackie Chan only entered Hollywood with Rumble in the Bronx in 1996, and Wu Beige only filmed Broken Arrow in the same year. Under such circumstances, it doesn't make sense. Yes, after Hong Kong kung fu movies entered Hollywood, those who thought it was magical began to learn the routine of action directors designing actions, actors learning, and starting to shoot after 2 moves. Face slash off, Mission Impossible 2, The Matrix, Charlie's Angels, these are all products of learning. And the Pirates of the Caribbean series, which was monopolized by Jet Li's junior brother, the Chan clan, as well as Skyfall, Rogue One, The Last Jedi, Kingsman, and Aquaman, are all works by martial arts directors stationed there. The most typical example is the handsome stormtrooper in The Force Awakens, played by the northeastern brother Yang Liang. He was also the guy who fought Ethan and Superman in the bathroom in Mission Impossible 6. He also took down the action director in Wonder Woman 2. If Roland didn't care when he knew there was a martial arts director who could be used, wouldn't he be stupid? If you want to do it to the best of your ability. Peter Parker's Spider-Sense candy bullet time. In this case, Keanu Reeves, it's not your turn to show off this time. I, Roland, will definitely be the big boss in the new era of action movies. Just imagine, in the era when Rumble in the Bronx did not appear in North America and Broken Arrow did not appear, I would have already broken away from the set shooting and ran wildly on the road of Hard Bridge and Hard Horse Liu Jialiang and the imaginative Cheng family team. In the case of Hong Kong martial arts directors plus Industrial Light and Magic plus Super 8 plus Cameron, that unlucky guy will become a director. How can other guys compare with me? Just look at my taillights and follow me to eat dust. Alas, the feeling of being surrounded by top resources is so plain and boring. Before, he really couldn't find a good way to explain to those big guys who taught him bit by bit. How the hell did I know that there were a bunch of talented people in Bruce Lee's hometown? But now, isn't the channel right in front of him? Among the producers, in addition to James Schamus, there is also Zhu Ligang from Taiwan. Zhu Ligang is indeed not from Hong Kong, but he is very familiar with Enlightenment Pictures, which occupies 40% of the Hong Kong cinema market. Ang Lee had no money to shoot Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, so Zhu Ligang immediately went to Enlightenment boss Jiang Ziqiang to get investment. Chow Yun-fat, Michelle Yeoh and Yun Wu-ping were also found by Jiang Ziqiang. In this way, Russian nesting dolls can be played. Martin Scorsese is Oliver Stone's teacher. Oliver Stone is a senior of the Troma faction. James Schamus is from Troma and is also a good brother of Ang Lee, and Ang Lee's boss is Zhu Ligang. Zhu Ligang is Jiang Ziqiang's good friend, and Jiang Ziqiang. Oh, this 6 degrees of separation theory is really useful. This is just like Roland asking David to help him pluck the hair of a bear and then directly putting the blame on Perelman. This is just like Roland instigating Spielberg to set up a distribution company and directly putting the blame on Cameron. This is just like Roland buying a game company and then putting the blame on Spielberg for his hobbies. Something that can't be explained? Then just find someone who can explain it and push it to them, right? Brother K has deployed a super aim, and he still has to shout that Llewellyn didn't cheat. And now, Ang Lee, look at this pot. It's black and heavy, just like the award, big and thick. After taking the Groundhog Day information handed over by the beautiful Black Silk secretary, Roland pushed the information in front of Medavoy. Mike, I want to ask you another favor. Huh? You don't want me to buy this movie for distribution? Is it difficult? Buying it is no problem, and distributing it is no problem, but you have to give me a reason. I like it, okay? What? Do you believe that Steven will beat you to death when he finds out? Bah. What are you talking about? I mean, I like James Shams. Hey, you see, I said it wrong myself. I mean, this person called Ang Lee's director is from the Tisch School of the Arts at New York University, and he graduated from the same school as Martin and Oliver. Plus, you just mentioned Troma. Give him a chance. Wow, how come you like to give others a chance just like Steven? How dare you say that in front of Steven? Just ignore me, but you can buy it. But I told you in advance that this kind of film can't be released on a large scale, and the production cost of the whole film is only $750,000. So, okay, don't calculate that for me. If you don't want to buy it, I'll pay for it, and then let Columbia Samsung distribute it. If you're afraid of losing money, then I'll take 8% after deducting the fees. If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you. Do you want to do it? Yes. When Roland saw the guy who was so upright, his eyes flashed with contempt. Isn't it just because he's afraid of losing money? Is it necessary to be so stingy? Note, after the golden age, there is no such thing as hitting the jackpot in Hollywood. Troma is also a faction. Although they are all small budget films, they still have people at the top. Brad Pitt was brought up by Kevin Costner. The waiter was chosen, and he worked hard. It was all toxic chicken soup. Ang Lee is the same. That movie was promoted by people from Troma, but it was actually taken over by MGM. The situation of action directors is true. Before Wu Beige and Jackie Chan went there were only 2 concepts in Hollywood. One is stunt coordinator and the other is stunt double. The Powell family was also derived, starting from Denny Powell. His nephews, nieces, and 3 generations of the family were doubles in the 007 series, specializing in making good-looking actions for the actors. Before the use of martial arts directors, only a few movies hired professionals to specialize in action guidance, The Mask of Zorro and the Star Wars series, but they were all swordplay. Wu Beige once said that when he went to film The Target in 1993, he found that there was no action director, and he could not draw Hollywood freeze-frame pictures, so all the actions were designed by Jean-Claude Van Damme himself. It was only after he and Jackie Chan entered Hollywood that there was such a thing as an action director, and Hollywood companies are very smart. Later, when they filmed The Matrix, they wanted to make all of Jet Li's actions into CGI, keep the copyright, and use them at will. It was Jet Li who refused. Now there are many martial arts directors in Hollywood. Yang Liang mentioned in the article has a very rich resume. I checked. Bullet Time has existed since 1994. Chapter 121 Take photos and get inheritance. Licky, relax, relax, don't be so nervous. I can move by myself. Yes, yes, lean back, this pose will make you more beautiful. Put your hands behind your back, tap your toes, raise your head and squint. Look at my fingers. Yes, yes, very good. When Roland, holding the camera, muttered unprofessional words and directed the little guy in front of the camera to make various movements and pose in strange ways, those fake photographers and real tool people who were standing behind the main lights, auxiliary lights, and background lights with work badges all looked confused. Their foreheads seemed to have been hit by a 9-toothed rake. The deep and shallow ravines showed the suffocating feeling of wanting to vomit, but forcing themselves to swallow it down. With Roland's words and deeds, they wondered if they had walked into the wrong set. Yes, Roland was not filming now, but he was indeed working. Since David Olsen mentioned to Roland that he wanted to use the Olsen sisters and Roland's personal image to create an age-appropriate clothing brand, he has been preparing for these things. At the beginning of the filming of Sleepless in Seattle and Jurassic Park, the company's establishment and clothing design had already started. Since he was new to the film industry, he did not overdo it and did not immediately implant his products in the movies, but this did not mean that he was not prepared to take advantage of the momentum. After learning the release dates of Jurassic Park and Sleepless in Seattle, the announcement date and launch date of the brand clothing that had already started production were determined. On June 15th, the day after the box office of Jurassic Park was released, it was officially announced that on June 25th, the day when the movie Sleepless in Seattle was released, it would be fully distributed in North America. With the momentum of the two movies, he didn't believe that he couldn't make the brand famous. As for how a real estate developer could design clothing across industries and have the courage to distribute it across North America without any retail resources, this is actually still relying on the star effect of Roland and the Olsen sisters. In addition to recruiting people to design styles, David spends the rest of his time contacting OEM factories, hoping that they can help with production, communicate with Walmart, and source goods. If it were a poor boy who was starting a business with nothing, the OEM factory might pay attention, but Walmart would never show mercy. Want to use our channels without fame? Dream on. But the problem is that Roland and Olsen are guys with their own traffic. If they cooperate, it means that the former has a very high probability of getting a steady stream of orders, and Walmart can also successfully divert traffic, because they are the only ones selling these popular clothes. So, after picking out the details, the cooperation was officially finalized. The OEM factory helped with production. David was purely OEM, and Walmart was also willing to give screen advertisements in its own shopping malls to help promote it. In fact, when Roland heard the word OEM, he was a little hesitant. There is no way. Who made Miss Dong of the future generation angrily criticize Lei Jun, devalue the OEM rice products as worthless, and praise the mobile phone that will display her beautiful photos when it is turned on. But after thinking carefully, he didn't think there was any problem. After all, this is just OEM clothing. You know, even the Italian local brand Guxi was turned upside down by its own TV station Ray 3 in the report program. Women's handbags, mini handbags and other things are all OEMs in the local factory in the Scandicci town of Florence. They assemble and so the finished materials of made in China, and the labor cost is about 24 euros. The total cost is less than 100, but the selling price is more than 1000. And after the news was exposed, Guxi president Patrizio Marco not only did not defend himself, but also dragged Louis Vuitton into the water again, saying that the cost of the other party's OEM products is not as high as his own. The classic canvas bag that sells for more than 1000 costs less than 80, and the profit is more than 60%. Since luxury brands dare to play OEM, why don't their people-friendly clothing dare? Besides, he is not afraid of something going wrong. There are loose threads? Then we say that this is purely handmade. Cannot be washed, bleached, ironed, or dry cleaned. That's because you didn't find the other party. Bring the clothes to after sales service, only 998 yuan, and take new clothes home. The clothes are broken, and the threads are unraveled when you sit down. That's because you are fat, and you stretched it when you sit down. Of course, this kind of arrogance of luxury goods will not appear in David and others, because compared with those luxury goods, people are their brand. If there is a problem with the goods, it is equivalent to a problem with people, so quality control is the key point he pays close attention to. and randomly selecting samples of goods and using them as model clothes is the most basic maintenance measure. In this way, Elizabeth would change her clothes in various ways and dance in front of Roland. When Roland smiled and made an okay gesture, telling the little lolly that he had finished taking pictures, the little one jumped over and then got in front of Roland with a peer chirp. After looking around, he looked at the camera curiously. "Roland, where are the photos?" "Photos? What photos?" Roland didn't react for a while. "It's my photos." Elizabeth raised her hand and gestured. "When the teacher took pictures of us, we could get the photos as soon as we finished taking them." "Oh, that's called a Polaroid. Ours isn't." "Can't we see ours?" "Yes, we have to take it to be developed, and we can't see it now." "Then how do you know if your photos are good?" Elizabeth was like a curious baby. While lying on Roland's back, she also put her chin on his shoulder. "What if the photos don't look good? Do you think I'll make you look ugly?" Roland asked in a pretended angry tone. "No." Elizabeth shook her head without thinking, but the next second, she continued to add, "But I also want to take a picture of you, but I don't know if it will make you ugly." With these words, Roland, who wanted to pretend for a while, laughed directly. He pinched the little guy's face with his left hand and put his right hand back. The sharp-eyed assistant immediately stepped forward and stuffed the camera that had been prepared long ago into his hands. Dang, 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 dang. While dubbing himself, Roland also took out the camera. Before he could say anything, the little lolly, who felt surprised, first kissed Roland's cheek, then snatched the Polaroid camera and started playing with it curiously. "Is this the Polaroid camera that can take photos?" "Yes, you can take photos of me later. It looks so big, it's not convenient for me to hold it." "Don't worry, it will get smaller and smaller, and it can be integrated with mobile phones in the future, and it can also take movies." "Mobile phone? Take movies? Why, don't you believe it? I tell you, the nominees for the Oscars and Golden Globe will use mobile phones to take photos of dumplings stuffed with chives and eggs." Although Elizabeth is small, she is not stupid. Even if she sometimes behaves in a cute and silly way, it is also an instinctive expression of curiosity. After discovering that Roland was talking nonsense, she rolled her eyes at Roland, then pulled his arm and pushed him into the dressing room. "Go change your clothes quickly. I want to take a photo of you." With a bang, she closed the door. This sound made Roland smile and shook his head. Elizabeth with a baby voice is so funny, especially when she was lying on his shoulder and looking around like a mouse. Her curiosity was so cute, and when the little one wanted to pat him alternately, she first patted him and then played excitedly, which made Roland very satisfied. Just as a great man said, education should start from childhood, and under his deliberate guidance, Elizabeth Wanda Olsen has gradually been on the right track. In this way, it won't hurt to let her pat him. While collecting his thoughts, Roland also looked at himself in the mirror and took off his clothes. Since the physiological reaction of the voice change period appeared, Roland, who entered puberty, has grown rapidly. He is now 5 feet 4 inches tall at the age of 10 and 39 months. His grown face surprised him even more. If I used 2 words to describe it, it is cool. If you have to describe it in detail, it's the whole face, with a high degree of folding, narrow face, sharp face, and angular, and then add the big back like blonde hair. Even if the whole forehead is exposed, no one will say that he is big. And if you find a reference, it is 10,086 times more handsome than Luke in the 40-year-old middle-aged photo in Growing Pains. Don't believe it? He has no belly and no fat now. How can he not be better than him? Of course, because he has grown taller, his face has opened up, and he has become thinner. So when designing clothes according to his appearance, David has been sighing with regret. If he had started clothing a year earlier, Roland could still cheer for children's clothing and help. Now, he can only target those teenagers who are about the same age as him, and sell youth to these guys. Roland naturally didn't take David's regretful thoughts seriously. He knew that the other party was just complaining. If he really had to compete with the sponsors of Ha2 for the market, he would definitely give up wisely. After all, everyone had to make money at that time. Fox wanted to eat, the sponsors wanted traffic, and the Django brothers needed a lot of attention. The idea of a quick visit only passed through Roland's mind when he changed into the clothes and pants he needed to promote and distribute the goods, and appeared in front of everyone with quick movements. Elizabeth, who was sitting on the ground waiting board, immediately bit her fingers, and the male staff around her showed jealous eyes. Just when Roland was about to stand in front of the camera and wanted the photographer to take a good picture and let Elizabeth have a good time, a young woman with a work badge suddenly jumped in front of him with golden eyes. "Want an autograph? It's working hours now?" Roland frowned imperceptibly. He felt good about himself and felt that the staff had overstepped a little. However, before he could cast his eyes on the other person's work card, the young woman spoke first. No, Mr. Allen, I don't want an autograph. I'm your makeup artist. You haven't put on makeup yet. It won't look good on camera without makeup." Quack, quack, quack. The strange sound like a crow flying by made Roland choke on the spot. But the next second, he glanced around quietly and returned to his natural state. He can charm everyone without makeup. He is indeed more handsome than Leo. The frivolous Roland and Elizabeth were taking photos randomly, while the Olsen sisters were performing a dress-changing show in the studio next door. Compared with the two who were hesitant, the sisters who were already used to being photographed moved smoothly, and their smiles remained unchanged. Because of their good foundation and rich experience, the effect of the two of them is the same as the post-90s beauty is actually a middle-aged clothing model of teobeo.com. The neat spirit of I can look so beautiful, if I wear it is actually the real culprit that induces everyone to continue to consume. Sometimes, it is not that the clothes are good looking, but that you think you can look as good as others when you wear this set of clothes. If you must make an analogy, then my brother's diva is a seller show. And Futuana? That is at best a bio show. With the bonus booth of the Empress, my brother can't lose. From 9 o'clock, the shooting lasted until more than 12 o'clock, and all the clothes were worn by them. There are actually not many styles, and there is only one theme, that is, summer coolness. In fact, Roland wanted to take advantage of the popularity of dinosaurs in a fair and square manner at the beginning, and cooperated with Universal to shoot an advertising video in which a little doll in the future beats the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and finally the black tiger took out the cotton wool directly from the doll's heart, so as to thoroughly promote his own brand. Universal deeply agrees with his idea. Global, we can't do anything if we don't agree. Your master has done a lot of things like going to the parent company and slamming the table to ask who agrees and who disagrees. And in the end, everyone agrees. But unfortunately, since they have already sold the copyright of toy sales, they can't make the decision on such behavior that may damage the interests of others. After David communicated with the toy manufacturer, the other party shook his head and said, "You can scratch our toys with one claw." Isn't this implying to customers that our toys are of poor quality? No, absolutely not. In this way, while erasing the creativity, it also reduced the burden on Roland and others. At noon, everyone who had finished work had a meal together. When Ganetti turned his head to ask Elizabeth if she was happy today, the little guy took out a bunch of photos directly from his bag. Because he was too young and short, but too ambitious, Roland in the photos was either missing arms and legs or half of his head, and things like all limbs below the eyebrows were amputated, were also fooled by the little guy. The other four people were so happy to see the photos, but Roland, well, compared to James who was locked up in the school and couldn't take care of other people's business, he felt that he had done well. But good is good, and what should be retaliated is what should be retaliated. How could you take such an ugly photo of me? Look at me rubbing my head in anger. Grabbing Elizabeth, he rubbed her face, as if he was petting a dog. When the little girl couldn't dodge and giggled, David smiled and shook his head, and knocked on the table. The punishment is over. Stop it. It's lunchtime now. Don't laugh your food into your trachea. The parents had spoken, and everyone would give some face. As everyone sat down, David turned his gaze to Roland and said, "Roland, your parents' inheritance has been dealt with." Roland, who hadn't heard about this for a long time, was a little surprised. It wasn't confiscated. What are you thinking about? David was stunned when he heard this. Then he raised his hand to support his forehead and said helplessly, "The inheritance tax is indeed a lot, but people won't swallow up all your property. Under normal circumstances, the heirs need to pay the tax within 9 months. If they cannot pay, they can apply for a 6-month extension. In other words, starting from January 1990, you have to pay in March 1991. If you don't, the court will auction the estate one after another. But that only applies to adults. For you, the situation is different. Because you were a minor when you became an heir. If you went directly to the welfare home, you would follow the process of 9 plus 6. The federal agency would help you to inherit on your behalf, but you were adopted by us, so there is a problem of guardians acting as agents for inheritance. Artificial adoption has the possibility that an adopter will defraud the estate, so there is a waiting period. After the process is completed, the court will auction it, deduct taxes, pay off debts, and the rest will be inherited by you. That is, you are so famous now that the judges think it is impossible for me to defraud your parents' estate, because you can get more by training you. Otherwise, it will take some time." Roland was not interested in understanding the complicated legal terms. He only knew that his money did not run away after all. "How much is the total?" Roland asked with a wry smile. "There is still 1.7 left." David sighed. "Is this the number after deducting half?" Roland was a little surprised. Since Cheap Daddy and David are partners, his wealth should be similar to David's. David in his previous life could ignore his daughter's 1.5 billion company, which proves that no matter how little his wealth is, it will not be too different from 1.5 billion. Of course, considering that 1.5 billion is a figure after the millennium, so no matter how you calculate it, there is still a net worth of 1 billion. No, this is the amount after deducting half first and then repaying the bank loan and debt. People in our industry all ask banks for loans. As long as you have a house, you must have a high debt. After hearing what David said, Roland understood. Although it is not a high turnover, everyone's situation is similar. The sudden arrival of 1.7 also made Roland speechless. If it was more than 30 months earlier, he would not have filmed. Now, filming makes more money. As for the extra money, David, invest in the company and continue to buy Berkshire. No problem. But their total share capital is only more than 1 million shares, and you have already bought more than 10,000. It's hard to buy, but there are still some circulating shares. What's more, buying his stocks is just like taking out a loan. Okay, you have a point. Buffett's company's stocks are hard currency. Whenever you are short of money, you can pledge them for loans. And the interest rate of the loan is not as fast as the increase in other people's stocks. If you really need money, it's equivalent to using part of the increase to pay the interest on the loan, and there is still extra money. It sounds vulgar, but as long as you can use other people's money to make money for yourself in the simplest way, what's wrong with being a little vulgar? As long as you can't do without grains, firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, you can't get rid of vulgarity. Taking a photo, the net worth more than doubled. These two small things really can't have much impact on Roland. If you put 170 million in front of him, he might be as excited as Wang Boyu. But as for the numbers, I have swum in the sea of books of the rich. This little money, okay, I still can't pretend. After all, this extra is more than half. After March, nothing big happened in April. In mid-May, the American Secretary of Defense announced that the era of Star Wars is over. No matter how angry he is, this fictitious plan can't make the Russian bear crawl out of the grave. On the 24th of that month, the news that Farewell My Concubine won the Palme d'Or at Cannes came out. Two films of the same genre were released in the same year, which put all the pressure on Venice. If Venice chooses another film of the same type, then there will be something interesting to watch. Unfortunately, these things are not very important to Roland. He takes oral classes and fitness classes. Although the guitar has been lost for a long time, it is the same to pick it up and continue to play. When everyone is on vacation, he does not stay at home. With an economic foundation, he pursues the superstructure, fishing, playing football, camping and climbing mountains in the wild. He even learns golf and equestrianism. Unfortunately, his realm is not high enough to appreciate the charm of them. But he knows one thing. He can't experience the days of being young and having free time but no money, and being old and having money but no free time. Oh, what a pity. Of course, while he was regretting, time quietly came to June. The temperature rose slowly, just as people expected. When the dinosaur skeleton logo was broadcast throughout America through major TV stations, the roar seemed to happen right next to my ears. Note, the estate tax is very annoying. Normally it is 9 plus 6, that is, after the heirs are determined, the estate tax must be paid within 9 months. If there is no money, it can be extended for up to 6 months, that is, 15 months, and there are special loans to help people solve the problem. However, I read the 1968 Uniform Code of Succession and found that there is a problem with intestate succession and estate management. If the heir is a minor and has no relatives to adopt him, when he enters an orphanage, the court auction will be used. But if he is adopted, a guardian will be involved in the inheritance. The problem is that, since the signature of a minor has no legal effect, the adoption of a child with a large inheritance will involve the problem of defrauding the inheritance. I have googled the cases, and some said that this money cannot be defrauded, and only a few hundred yuan is given every month, and it can only be inherited when one reaches adulthood. Some said that there is a review freeze period. When I turned to the tax exemption privilege loophole in 2010, I found the case of American energy giant Duncan, which mentioned the substitutional inheritance and the situation of only one person left. It takes at least 30 months to get the money. In addition to the auction process and the type of inheritance, the actual delay can be longer. Then there were 20 houses that could not be inherited for 2 years, so the time in the article was taken as 30 plus. Of course, this is my own case of eating raw meat, and there must be bugs. I personally can accept this bug. If I had money at the beginning, I would not have written Hollywood. Now it is filling a hole. If I calculated it wrong, you are welcome to point it out. Chapter 122 A Stunning Miracle. For the general public, the entertainment industry in 1993 was extremely boring. Since Hart caused a backlash in public opinion, the movies that were competing for awards during the New Year's Eve have been affected to a certain extent, because people feel that those film critics like to use their own preferences to criticize the high and praise the low, and this kind of asymmetric guidance of information makes them disgusted. It is also because of this that the new movies released in 1993 basically all failed. Groundhog Day, released in February, even with Bill Murray as the leading actor, only earned more than $70 million at the box office. Indecent Proposal, released in April, even with Robert Redford and Demi Moore, the box office barely broke $100 million. As for The President, released in May, after a month of screening, the box office only collected $63 million. And these are the top 3 North American box office in the first half of 1993. That's right, the top 3 added up to only $230 million. Compared with previous years, this result is simply full of positive words. How can it be described as miserable? As a result, fans who were looking forward to great movies and media looking for topics all focused their attention on the summer season. The first to be released was Cliffhanger, starring Sylvester Stallone, which was released at the end of May, and then the dinosaur movie. In fact, almost everyone in America now has an illusion. I closed my eyes and opened them again. How come Roland's movie is released again? It's not even half a year after Ha became popular, and T2 became popular again. It's not even half a year after T2 became popular, and this guy appeared in MJ's MV again. And then many people played the game of finding the difference in Hook. It's been half a year since Hook was released, and then there was news that Jurassic was officially filmed, and not long after that, there was a romance rumor. And then Ha 2 was boycotted by critics, but with the support of loyal fans, it was overturned on the spot, and now, half a year later, dinosaurs are coming again. Roland is like a tireless machine, shining in front of the public. If all the movies are bad, the media can still criticize him for making money, but when the audience applauds, and the movies are selling well, the term model worker may be the best description. Of course, these descriptions are for outsiders to see. Compared with the eagerly waiting public, Hollywood is shocked by the falling out between James Cameron and Steven Spielberg. Who doesn't know that Cameron likes Spider-Man? And now, the copyright of Spider-Man has quietly fallen into Roland's hands. Coupled with the exaggeration of the grapevine, it is said that Spielberg felt that Cameron was not good at making this kind of movie, so he snatched the copyright away. It is also said that after Cameron learned that Spielberg was going to snatch the copyright, he called Roland to his house and beat him up to vent his anger. It is also said that after Spielberg learned that Cameron had beaten Roland, he asked Roland to call Cameron to his house, wanting to have a real-life fight with him. Cameron was not to be outdone and fought back on the spot, but accidentally injured Roland's butt, causing him to be unable to get out of bed to film in the short term. In order to make up for his mistake and block Roland's mouth, the two reached an agreement and helped Roland get the copyright. In short, no matter how the news spreads, Roland is always the unlucky one. However, even if Roland is portrayed as extremely miserable, no one will feel sorry for him, because everyone knows that the copyright is in his hands, and anyone can shoot it. Compared with other producers who desperately look for directors and are eager to hand over the script, the Jewish gang is not afraid of not finding people to film. Even if they really don't get along with Cameron, they can pull out a bunch of substitutes. The nearest ones are Chris Columbus, Robert Zemeckis, and Ron Howard. The ones a little further away are all A-listers. If they still can't find one, they can also go out on their own. You know, Spielberg himself, after Schindler's List, has no plans for the first time. As a guy who knows how to make a movie with his eyes closed, with him as a substitute, how can others sympathize with Roland? They wish Roland would die. Stop jumping around in front of them, it's annoying. But they were unhappy, and they couldn't stop Universal, which was in a coalition, from advertising the 30-second trailer for the Super Bowl final, the spray-painted logo on public buses, the huge patterns on landmark buildings. Although Spielberg had a firm grip on the IP of Jurassic, Universal, which had a fixed investment share, also spent a lot of money. After all, it was too rare for a director and starring actor to be able to hit all ages. Now, for every 1% of people they influenced, they could earn at least millions more at the box office. Perhaps knowing that Spielberg might start his own business after this year, Universal's tolerance for the two films was very different. Unlike the previous premiere in Los Angeles, this time, they directly moved the premiere to the National Building Museum in Washington, and then in order to shut up those critics, they also invited Jack Horner, an honorary doctor of the University of Montana, a paleontologist at the Montana Rocky Mountain Museum, who had touched dinosaur fossils with his own hands, and was the technical consultant for the dinosaur image of the entire film. To the scene. Hey, didn't you say that R2 was illogical? We don't need you to criticize Jurassic Park this time. We will directly bring in the academic bigwigs to support us. If you penholders feel that there are still problems, then come and criticize him. Have you seen dinosaurs with your own eyes? Or have you lived from the Jurassic period to the present? This is just like the later Interstellar using Kip Thorne. He personally gave the mathematical black hole model and personally calculated the black hole scene based on the physical principles. Even if there are film critics who want to criticize, they have nowhere to start. How can you criticize? Do you understand? If you really understand, then you are still a shitty film critic. As for whether there are bugs, as long as it is a cultural work created by people, there will be no bugs. The most typical example is the Western Zire in the Demigods and Semi-Devils. Because it is in the West, the song people called it Western Zire, and they called themselves Bang Needingo or Bageo Daxiago and Zacheo. As a result, the book always says I'm Western Zire, which is just like the phrase I'm Zion's, which makes people's scalps numb. This is because the threshold for reading literary works is low, so everyone can criticize. But if it rises to the level of mathematics, physics, and astronomy, it is not easy for film critics to criticize. No matter whether those professors are wrong or not, as long as their reputation is down, the public will believe their statements more. In this way, Universal directly cancelled the so-called film critic preview. From the core of archaeology, no film critic can understand it better than Jack Horner, and from the perspective of film analysis, none of those keyboard warriors can beat Spielberg. This way, a situation has emerged. On the day of the premiere, People outside the outside world knew nothing about the film, except the main creative team. But in this situation, where we don't know what the whole movie is about, the data analysis agency still put this movie in the first place of the annual box office, and the North American Theatre Alliance directly gave more than 60% of the screenings. If it weren't for Allen's face, this data would have to be pushed up. There is no way. In the case of a cold film market for half a year, the theaters are relying on this movie to make a living. No matter whether it is good in the end or not, the lineup is explosive. You guys go make money for me first. This situation also amazed everyone in the circle. They believe that, as long as the quality of the movie is not bad, it will be the annual champion this year, and Roland Allen will be on the top 4 consecutive years. Although it can't be compared with the old and strong Clint Eastwood, but topping the list and entering the top 10 are two different concepts. Cole, we meet again. Mike Mohaim, who was wearing a suit and combed his hair like an adult, opened his arms and hugged the guy who was coming towards him tightly. When was the last time we met? December 1991, the premiere of Captain Hook. Cole Needham, who was already bald, had a red nose and laughed and patted Mohaim's back. After they separated, he hugged Allen Adham and Frank Pierce one by one. Thank you for the invitation. Oh no. Yes, you should thank your boss Roland. I heard that your company was acquired by him. How is it? Judging from your current situation, the development funds are sufficient. Although Roland had not been in touch with Cole Needham, he still asked Mohammed and others to send out the invitation letter for the premiere of Jurassic Park. After receiving the transatlantic letter, this guy who watched a movie every day jumped up excitedly, rushed into his boss's office with the invitation letter, and asked for leave in the envious eyes of the other party. Yes, it was acquired. Since they had chatted via email before, Allen Adham did not hide anything when facing this colleague who used to make games. He smiled and said, the finance, management and various troubles that we didn't understand before have all been taken over by the new president, but he never cares about our research and development content. If we have any ideas, we call Roland directly. As long as we can convince him and make him find it interesting, the research and development funds will be transferred to us the next morning. Wow. This is much more cost effective than selling to those big companies. Cole Needham raised his eyebrows, very surprised. Yes, it's because he plays games that he understands that profit is not the first priority of game companies. As long as players find it fun, they will naturally support the company. Frank Pierce nodded in agreement. Don't you think it's great? How about you quit your job at HP and come with us? Even though our company can't compete with HP, we work for our hobbies. Oh, forget it. Although Cole Needham was tempted, he knew what he liked. I used to write games because I needed money to buy storage devices to store data. Unlike you who like games, I like movies. Then you can also quit your job at HP and move your things to HP. It's much more convenient to watch movies in California than in the UK, right? If you spend more time with Roland, maybe you can go to the studio to watch them. Aren't these what you've always wanted to know? While queuing for ticket checking, the three Blizzard giants were constantly instigating Cole Needham to move his movie database from the UK to Los Angeles. In their words, eating the big guys is addictive, and working in a place where the boss says you can do it yourself, as long as the public thinks the game is fun, then you can do it. The kind of life where you turn on the computer and bury your head all day can make people feel extremely fulfilled. The proposal of the three also made Cole Needham somewhat excited. In fact, after the functions of Tidbits, biography, and film plot were launched one after another, he found that the matter of using love to generate electricity might not last long. Without capital injection, these guys who worked voluntarily would not even have the money to buy servers to store databases. Before attending the premiere, he even thought that after returning, he would talk to the universities that cooperated with HP to see if he could rent a school server for free. He didn't want his interest to die, but if all interests in this world become big, they would burn money. Don't rush to resign. I have always lived in the UK. I have to go back and think about it. While showing his invitation to the security personnel for inspection, Cole Needham also changed the subject. Let's go and watch the movie first. I have been looking forward to dinosaurs for a long time. Yes, today is the premiere after all. Let's go to see dinosaurs first, and talk about other things later. The three giants of Blizzard did not object, but smiled and went into the venue. In fact, Cole Needham's expectations for the movie Jurassic Park are very complicated. As a guy who fell in love with movies because of Jaws, he expected Spielberg to make a fascinating movie more than anyone else. His obsession with pictures is far beyond that of ordinary people. The villains that can be shaped in T2 made him see the hope of film revolution. Because of Roland, after meeting the master he had been thinking about day and night, he included Roland's personal movies in his collection. But to be honest, after watching Heart 2, he was a little disappointed with Roland. The script that was called a tribute, but actually plagiarized, really made him unable to love it. But he could also understand that under the kidnapping of Capitol, Roland and his group of guys did not struggle on the old jokes, but refurbished the jokes. This change is not easy. It's not easy, but stagnation in creation is not something fans want to see. Even though Heart 2 has brought countless laughs to people, Cole Needham doesn't want him to bring this helplessness to Jurassic Park. For this reason, after the boring premiere speech, he sat down in an orderly manner and directly untied his bow tie. In the mentality of watching movies with expectations and fear of failure, the lights of the museum that temporarily served as a screening room dimmed, and the Universal logo that would not change for hundreds of years and the Amblin Entertainment logo that had no opening animation at all appeared one by one. Movies with dinosaur themes are not new in Hollywood, or in other words, they have been filmed badly. But unfortunately, those movies are all bad movies, and they belong to the dead in the survivor bias, because most of the movies do not have dinosaurs at all, and the remaining part is also hand-painted freeze-frame pictures. In this case, the invited guests naturally wanted to know what Spielberg had come up with. At the beginning of the movie, the director had already used a big trick. Against the backdrop of a dark and windy night, a container loaded with unidentified creatures naturally attracted everyone's attention. The workers with the Jurassic Park logo on their heads, holding stun guns in their hands, stared at the slowly descending box with trepidation. When the container landed, the strange screams and the metal collision sounds caused by the shaking made the workers on the side terrified. Under the guidance of the leader, they push the box to the docking station. Unlock. The unloading group retreats. Open the gate. Hurry up. Under the order of the leader, a black worker climbed to the top of the container. When he pressed the unlock button and pulled the gate open with force, wanting to open the connection between the container and the docking device, a sound similar to the croaking of a frog with a thickened and sharpened voice suddenly came. The next second, the camera, which was originally facing the worker opening the gate, instantly switched to an indescribable shadow that everyone understood, suddenly attacked from right to left. As it moved, the container that was originally fitted with the docking device was suddenly knocked open. The worker on top of the container lost his balance and fell directly. Before he could struggle and wail, the worker lying on the ground seemed to be strangled by the throat of fate, and the whole person jumped inward against common sense. Block the door. Don't let it get out. With a tense roar, the workers holding stun guns stepped forward instantly. When they inserted the tips of the stun guns through the holes in the container from the left or right, from the front or the back, to tame the monster inside, the wailing due to pain made the audience frown. Just as they were guessing the director's intention of shooting this scene, the picture on the screen also went around the container from left to right. When the sudden burst of electric light illuminated the interior of the container as bright as day, the lifelike face of the dinosaur appeared instantly. The pupils that were originally looking forward seemed to have discovered the existence of the camera. The natural stare that instinctively shifted due to alertness gave people the illusion that it discovered me. Fuck. Is this really a dinosaur? Wow. Its size can actually move. Oh my god. How was this filmed? Although the entire scene is only 2 seconds long, it is easy to miss this scene if you are not concentrating, but this short scene is already amazing enough. No, it should be said that it exceeded the expectations of everyone at the scene. Even if it was just a glimpse, the delicate skin texture was like a hammer, knocking the guests dizzy, and the moving eyeballs made them even more creepy. Before this, no matter whether it was a dinosaur movie or a monster movie, even if it was a close-up, it didn't dare to use real scenes, because just virtual scenes would give people a feeling of patch. But now, not only did it give a big close-up, but the eyeballs also moved. What does this mean? Does this mean that Hollywood's technical bottleneck has finally been overcome? No. This means that, just based on this opening shot, this movie will be a hit. It's amazing. Is this thing made with computers like T2? Can anyone tell me what technology Industrial Light and Magic has mastered? This is definitely a landmark movie. I don't think the dinosaur scenes will disappoint me. Regardless of whether they are insiders invited by Universal, or outsiders like Mohammed who got the invitation through connections, or those media reporters and film critics who want to criticize but can't. At this moment, no one can calmly deal with such an opening, because this scene is something they have never heard of. They have never seen before. For them, everything shown on the screen is simply a miracle. Compared with them, Cole Needham, who has watched thousands of movies, sat up straight, widened his eyes, and even his breathing became rapid. The excitement of watching Jaws when he was 8 years old made him hold the armrest beside him tightly. The emotion of seeing the movie for the first time made his eyes wet. He was still suspicious before, but now he was amazed. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. As beautiful as that shark. No, it's more beautiful than the shark. Note, before IMDb was registered as a commercial company, those guys had always been generating electricity for love. The server was borrowed from Cardiff University. All the data was recorded by the maintenance staff themselves without salary, including the bandwidth, which was donated by kind people who checked the data. After the company was established, their profits were also used to update the server. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, the most famous supporting role in history. What was the first movie you watched? Although many people who pursue connotation, ideas, and art always like to devalue commerce, as if the disgusting smell of money is the root of the pollution of art, the first contact of everyone with movies cannot be an artistic film with profound connotations, because when you are ignorant, only the simple story, the eye-catching pictures, and the moments that leave you with a deep impression, are the root of your desire to dig into and want to understand it in depth. When a guy gets used to the impact of popcorn and wants to find something that can inspire thinking, they will be deeply immersed in the ocean of art, and then spray those guys who are still in the visual sensory stage, as if their own evolution is the real high end, and use heart-wrenching words to express their indignation at those directors who still embrace commerce. They have completely forgotten that, if they were not moved by the initial surprise, they would not be where they are now. What is the difference between this and picking up the rice bowl to eat meat, putting down the chopsticks to curse your mother? Cole Needham is not such a person. As a guy who would die if he didn't watch a movie for a day, he understands better than anyone that only when the commercial films that the public likes become more and more popular, those who pursue art can get a larger market, because there will always be some people who will grow up. If there is no commercial film to lead the way, there will be no subsequent habits and boredom, and there will be no increasingly expanding art market, and real art will only die out gradually, because of the decline in the number of people. Because of this, after watching thousands of movies, Cole Needham, who could have been separated from commercial films long ago, still watches the commercial blockbusters every year with his heart. He hopes to find a movie that can fascinate himself, the audience, and the world like Jaws. And now, he feels that he has found it. Although he is still the same person, this time, he does not bring deep sea horror, but a landmark science fiction movie. If we must delve into the highlights of Jurassic Park, the ideas embedded in it are far less important than the glimpse of the dinosaurs at the beginning. To put it crudely, it is realistic, and to put it more meaningfully, it is to inject life into the model. Since the emergence of movies, there have been countless fantasy movies, but no matter whether they are far or near, they cannot withstand scrutiny. Take King Kong in 1976 for example. Although it was given a close-up, the plastic feeling of the skin was too strong. However, this technical defect did not stop people's fantasy. What is exciting is that there are a lot of people who have been thinking about these things. Even if Star Wars was criticized for its simple plot and single character, it used all the original technological effects and imagination. Monsters of various strange shapes gathered in a bar, and the space battle was a reenactment of all the guys who had an interest in exploring the universe. Jurassic Park is actually copying all of this. It is selling people's curiosity about ancient creatures and the mystery of those who lived on unknown continents thousands of years ago. A future and a past, piled with people's fantasies and pursuits. That's why when the first scene of the opening is like a heavy punch, giving people a thunderous blow, the next 2 hours can make people spend their time in anticipation. Even if the story is long and boring, even if there are preachings inside. But these are not important. What due to an accident in the park, they need to ask for help. What other companies have set their sights on the dinosaurs in the park, and want internal personnel to steal living dinosaur embryos? What simple preaching? The male and female protagonists introduce dinosaur knowledge to the children. This kind of logical behavior that usually appears in science and education dramas. The process that has to be watered down in order to increase the length of the film. For the guys who used to be uncomfortable with preaching, it is all a good foreshadowing. When they waited for nearly 20 minutes and finally saw the dinosaurs again in the daytime in the film, the lifelike Brachiosaurus made them open their eyes and mouths wide. The guy who walked clumsily across the screen seemed to be integrated with everything around him. The embarrassment and disharmony of the past are now gone. What excited them most was that the Brachiosaur lifted its front limbs off the ground, stood on its hind limbs, and pulled the tree canopy in a backward posture, chewing and eating. That was a complete long shot. In the daytime, the whole picture was shown without reservation. The guests attending the premiere were numbed. Oh my god. It's not night. The Warner executives who were invited to the premiere expressed their exclamation as investors. How did they do this? A model? No. Such a large model can't be made at all, let alone move. The film critics who wanted to emphasize the story and logic have lost their logic. Fuck. 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 Those lucky fans who wanted to express their excitement, but had no cultural knowledge shouted out their shock in the simplest and plainest way. This is the picture that the audience wants to see the most. The people at Industrial Light and Magic actually made a dinosaur. The media people who write articles every day understand that the selling point of the movie in front of them is completely in line with the public's taste. They also understand that the dinosaurs that appear generously on the screen and their vivid movements will open a new era for movies. Especially the scene of the dinosaur breaking out of its shell. When the little guy with blood and mucus on his body struggled hard in the eggshell, his trembling body was like the audience's heart. The feeling of witnessing history made them hold their breath and concentrate. Jurassic Park is a typical soft science fiction story. They will not describe every scientific concept as unusually reasonable, nor will they think about whether their fantasy will come true. What the author pursues is actually what kind of changes will be brought to society after the emergence of scientific inventions. The reason why Spielberg took a fancy to this story was because he was not hard. And in the writing of the script, the author's own ideas were incorporated. So after the scene of the dinosaur breaking out of its shell appeared, the mathematician who played the prototype of the author in the movie began to criticize the old professor for modifying the DNA of the dinosaurs in order to prevent the dinosaurs from reproducing on their own and setting all the artificially hatched creatures as females. But this ethical discussion that violates the laws of nature is actually a tool to promote the development of the plot for the audience. To put it bluntly, when you spend more than 200 yuan and sit in the cinema to watch Avatar, will you care whether the story of the little blue man mining is childish? From the moment you buy the ticket, you know what you want to see, and as long as the movie portrays your needs in place, it will not be a loss. If you feel amazing, it will be a big profit. This principle is also applicable to Jurassic Park. The core of humanism. Please stop talking. The guys who come here for dinosaurs don't want to listen to this noisy explanation at all. They would rather stare at the dinosaurs like a cursory glance for a day, and they are too lazy to listen to what the director wants to tell us. Because of this, after the glimpse at night, the direct portrayal during the day, and the high definition close-ups in the laboratory, the slowed down plot and the disputes among the characters in the movie are actually a time for relaxation for most viewers. They are not interested in the ethics and morals that the characters in the movie are arguing about, or in other words, the technological progress in front of them allows them to ignore the daily trivialities. Of course, during the resting time, everyone also found a problem. The movie has been shown for more than 30 minutes. Why haven't Roland Allen and the Olsen sisters appeared yet? Aren't they the main actors? Why haven't they had a single shot so far? How long is the total length of this movie? 2 hours? They are not there for a quarter of the time. How can their characters stand out? Listening to the whispers coming from the backstage, Roland, who was sitting in the front watching the movie, was deeply relieved. Fortunately, these guys did not forget about him because of the appearance of the dinosaurs and treat him as a dispensable tool. In fact, in all special effects blockbusters, the protagonist will always be the most embarrassing guy. Avatar. Do you remember who the protagonist is? The one who can directly report the male protagonist's name as Langmy, and if it weren't for the fact that the female protagonist also has Star Trek and Guardians of the Galaxy series, and beat up Star-Lord in Avengers, who would remember who she is? The same is true for Transformers. Who else can you remember besides Megan Fox? Many male actors don't want to shoot special effects movies, because even if they show their arms and legs, they are not as impressive as those special effects. Most of the time, compared with those vases responsible for beauty, they only have the role of plot promoters. And Roland and the Olsen sisters have the same role in Jurassic Park. After the plots of dinosaurs appear in the world, the principles of the resurrection of these creatures, and conflicts caused by cloning and reconstruction, Roland and the Olsen sisters finally appeared on the stage. They first greeted their grandfather, and then boarded the sightseeing bus in Jurassic Park with the male and female protagonists. While wandering around the park, they also encountered an injured Triceratops who was asking for help. After working together to treat the wounds on each other's bodies, the response of the dragon with a light probing of the cheek and a light rubbing of the tongue was very much like the spiritual creatures in many fairy tales who are grateful. It seems that herbivorous dinosaurs are relatively docile. Oh, the plot is as expected, and the warm rhythm is Steven's forte. It seems that the whole movie focuses on introducing science. Then there are a few scenes of stealing dinosaur embryos and mistakenly entering the dinosaur park and being punished by dinosaurs. Although the narrative plot is good, it seems a bit boring. Well, this kind of picture is no longer boring. Roland and the Olsen sisters have a weak presence. Are they just here to show their faces? After the initial shock, as the dinosaur pictures appeared in large numbers, the audience at the premiere gradually calmed down, especially when Roland and the Olsen sisters interacted with the dinosaurs. The warm pictures made them smile knowingly in addition to being shocked. After all, this kind of picture is indeed not scary. While watching, the minds of the people at the scene also began to become active. They hoped to see something more powerful. It seems that the audience's voice was heard, but in fact it is the key to the routine process of Hollywood scripts. When the audience gradually accepts the screen image and the adrenaline secreted before has begun to subside, the plot of the movie suddenly turns over. The originally clear sky is suddenly covered with dark clouds. With the arrival of the storm, the engineer who wanted to steal the dinosaur embryos and sell them for money immediately started a series of operations. He shut down the security system of the park directly in order to go to the laboratory to get the embryos. In order to retreat, he chose to shut down most of the power system inside the park. So, with the arrival of night, the feature film finally arrived. Like the protagonists in other special effects blockbusters, Roland and the Olsen sisters are also the driving force of the plot. However, unlike those who promote death, after the script was revised, due to the change of perspective, they actually became food. What does it mean? In Transformers, the Autobots and Decepticons are the protagonists, and humans are just incidental. In superhero movies, both sides have abilities, and the one with a bad character is bad. The Matrix and Men in Black are the same. The abilities far beyond ordinary people make it impossible for the screenwriter to write the plot with normal logic, so only by using the aura of reduced intelligence can the plot end smoothly. But Jurassic Park doesn't need that. You can understand that dinosaurs are more powerful than humans by thinking with your feet. And when the security system and power system are all shut down, they can stay away from the restraints and take the initiative to attack humans. Isn't it an instinct for foraging? Since there is instinct as a driving force, children don't have to bear stupid characters. Because of this, when the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex finally appeared and bit the goat trapped in the park to death in front of the Olsen sisters, who were curiously playing with telescopes, the red liquid that shot out splashed all over the car body. Just as she opened her eyes wide, her facial features twisted, her mouth opened wide, and used a terrified roar to cover up her helplessness. Roland, who heard the sound and realized something was wrong, turned around. After seeing the huge monster sticking out of the woods, although he was terrified, he immediately raised his hand to cover his sister's mouth and pulled her back from the car window. Don't be afraid, don't look, it can't get through, we are separated by a 10,000 volt high voltage wire fence. Roland held the Olsen sisters in his arms, and the camera also faithfully gave a close-up shot. The trembling sister was closing her eyes at the moment. When she heard Roland's soothing words, she wanted to seek affirmation and comfort, and asked in an ambiguous tone, "Really? Yes, it can't. Fuck." As Roland was speaking, the high voltage power line network that had been cut off from the power could not stop the Tyrannosaurus Rex's pace at all. It seemed to be attracted by the abrupt shout. While breaking through the defense line, the huge head also came in front of Roland. Although there was only a window between them, the condescending look and the trembling upward gaze portrayed the idea of going forward to hell and retreating to heaven vividly. While Roland was swearing, the little girl who felt something was wrong also wanted to look back again, but even though Roland was so scared that he almost peed his pants, he still instinctively raised his hand to hold his sister's head, not wanting her to see everything in front of him. Fuck. 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 This Tyrannosaurus Rex is so cool. The scene of it eating the sheep is so cool. Wow. Two people fleeing together? Can the two of them survive the pursuit of the Tyrannosaurus Rex? So manly. So manly. My Roland has grown up. Is this movie played by the elder sister or the younger sister? Well, it doesn't matter. She is so cute. That scared little face is so cute that I can almost squeeze water out of it. I really want to take her home. The audience's love and hate for the actors actually have nothing to do with the actors, but are all given by the roles. If the character is good and the acting is not bad, the audience will naturally like it. If the character is bad and the acting is good, the audience will naturally hate it. This is just like Feng Yuan's Heng in Don't Talk to Strangers. The better he acts, the less people like him. Although they will remember him, negative memories are actually quite unpopular with the audience. And now, Roland and the Olsen sisters don't need the stupid children in the previous Life movie. They just need to show fear of dinosaurs and then run away from them. This is just like the most old-fashioned horror movies and monster movies, which only require acting skills as small as a fingernail. But even so, they can gain the most. Is it because they act well? Don't be funny. It's because the Tyrannosaurus Rex acted well. The unprecedented creatures made with the best technology at the moment are played by two people. Under the psychological sympathy of the audience for the weak, the characters of escape created by the two of them can gain the most attention. And when the sister shows her instincts and the brother moves forward rationally, the contrast and complementarity in the character setting come out. This is indeed a way to deceive the audience's favor in a psychological way. But, isn't the movie an art of deception? As long as the audience is satisfied, he will feel it's worth it. In this way, with the appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the popular science movie ends and the hunting game officially begins. The Tyrannosaurus Rex pierces the transparent roof with a slap. With a wave of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's cheeks, the car is upside down. Just as the audience was clenching their teeth, wondering how the children in front of them would deal with all this, Roland, who had been holding his sister tightly in his arms, suddenly saw a flashlight. He quickly grabbed it, turned it on, and threw it to the side. As the light moved, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was roaring to the sky, also turned his eyes and cast his gaze towards the unknown object rolling on the ground. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex turn its head, the guys at the scene immediately cheered. However, before they could be happy for 2 seconds, and before they had time to praise Roland for his cleverness, the big guy crushed the toy with just a few steps, and then followed the smell, and found the 2 little ghosts who were covered in mud, and wanted to seize the time to escape. The big guy's pupils suddenly shrank, like an invisible big hand, pinching the necks of everyone at the scene. Just as they were eager to cheer for Roland and the others, the guy slowly raised his right foot. Everyone's nerves were also tense. Roland and the Olsen sisters, who had their backs to the big guy, didn't know that, as long as the director and screenwriter took care of them, as long as the best technology at the time was used to pile up the most brutal creatures in people's hearts, they would be the protagonists, even if they only appeared in a few shots. Because in this world, there is no other supporting role more famous than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The audience can't remember the actors in the special effects blockbuster? Then let the first realistic Tyrannosaurus Rex on the movie screen play a role. Who is the guy being chased by the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Roland Allen. The Olsen sisters. Chapter 124. The first in film history. If it is pushed back 5 years, no matter which big name plays a role of the giant beast chasing, it will be a thankless task. Because this kind of thing is to play with the sense of surprise. As time goes by, special effects technology becomes more mature, and the plot structure can be more complete. But the problem is that there will be more guys competing with you, and after being baptized by the same type of movies, your immunity to this type of movies and plots will gradually increase. Want to show surprise and shock like the first time you saw a dinosaur? Unrealistic. When you already have real memories in your head, unless it is an IMAX 3D like Avatar. Otherwise, it's just like that. To put it bluntly, the first person to eat crabs may not make the most money, but he will always be the most remembered by the public. Harris, T2 is, and Jurassic Park is even more. With the foundation of 2 movies with epoch-making significance, Roland on the screen can completely ignore the process of being remembered by the audience and directly enter the growth of this child has grown up. He is no longer the naughty and willful kid, but an adult who knows how to protect the weak. This kind of visible growth is what Roland needs most, and the plot of the movie is to help him achieve this goal. Because of this, the more brutal the Tyrannosaurus Rex behaved, the more frightened the sister was, and the more selfless Roland was, the stronger the stimulation would be. After 2 rounds of dealing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex and finally reaching a dead end, the audience's hearts suddenly jumped into their throats. At this time, the doctor suddenly appeared and drove a car to attract the attention of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, the Triceratops, who had been favored before, also inexplicably rushed out and threw the 2 little guys on himself. Seeing that something was wrong, the Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and took a step forward to chase. Under the gaze of everyone, a chase scene of temple escape appeared on the screen. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex was exhausted and gave up voluntarily, the victory of defeating the dinosaurs made everyone at the scene breathe a sigh of relief. Many people even found that they were sweating. Wow. This is the coolest movie I've ever seen in my life. It's a pity that the music was wrong when the Tyrannosaurus Rex was chasing. It might be better if Indiana Jones's entrance music was played. You idiot. What are you thinking about? Why did you describe a terrifying scene as so funny? But I think playing the Star Wars theme might make it more epic. Bullshit. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is obviously the villain. You want to give it some majestic music? For the Tyrannosaurus Rex? What are you thinking? This is obviously for the Triceratops. Oh my god. I actually cried. I've only cried twice in the cinema in my life. Once was Jaws. Once was Star Wars. I thought I wouldn't cry after I grew up, but I didn't expect to see living dinosaurs again. Roland and, is that Ashley or Mary? Never mind. Anyway, they acted really well. This movie is great. The aftertaste after the tension was the breathing time that Spielberg deliberately left for everyone. In other words, even if the special effects are not difficult to make, and the cost of dinosaurs is not too high, the old man will add so many character plots in the movie. The reason is nothing but to give the audience enough time to digest. A work cannot be unlimited orgasm. The so-called producer-centered system is actually to edit the movie in the most neat format, with 40 minutes, 90 minutes, 120 minutes and other time periods as intersections. There must be a conflict at each time point. Although this standardized and neat editing method has no soul, it is the most commercial editing method. It is calculated based on a person's mental concentration. Of course, this editing method is only suitable for ordinary directors. Big Coffee has its own rhythm. When the audience knows its name, they will give enough patience. For a chaotic movie like World War Z, even the director can't edit a complete rhythm. Even if the producer has a slow of skills, he can only reshoot it. In this way, after Roland and others were rescued, the water plot that delayed the time appeared again. Stealing embryos, questioning the founder of the park, discovering eggshells left behind after dinosaur reproduction in the park. The three lines progress simultaneously. Although the camera cuts are fancy, the plot is easy to understand, and Spielberg never uses any hidden metaphors. He finishes one line, and then talks about the second one. It is not only simple, but also easy to understand for adults and children. After the thief who stole the embryos was killed by the righteous dinosaur that fell from the sky, the storyline of the whole movie became Roland, his sister and a doctor fled in the park, and the male and female protagonists, who are tools, have to restore the power and security of the park. Dazzling special effects, no fighting at all, just a plot that was used to fill up the time, and the appearances of Velociraptor, Brachiosaurus, Ctenosaurus, Dilophosaurus, Gallimimus, and pterosaurs in turn. In this cycle, the movie gradually came to an end when Roland and others were stared at from afar by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and forced into a corner. The Triceratops that had saved everyone's life before appeared again. When the bulky body stomped the ground of the park with a loud noise, the short-armed monster who was interested in Roland turned his head instantly and cast his eyes on the guy who had ruined his good deeds before. While the two sides looked at each other, the group decisively ran for their lives. Then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex roared very handsomely, and the Triceratops turned around and ran away. Do you think they can fight? Roland thought so before. But after shooting it himself, he realized that he was just dreaming. The Triceratops is a mechanical suit, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex also has a mechanical suit. It is already very difficult for the staff to get in and control one to run. You also want them to fight? Oh my god. In the case that a fart can kill a group of people, this is more troublesome than the female Ultraman. Why did Spielberg add the scene of the Tyrannosaurus Rex eating the Velociraptor? It's completely because the Velociraptor is made of CGI. It's too easy to kill this thing with a tail, and you want him to bite the Triceratops to death. A group of post-production staff, I can't do it. So, with the plot of one chasing and one escaping, gradually going away, the scene also switched, and the reborn group boarded the escaping helicopter. With the grand music, Jurassic Park ended. Sunset, sea surface. When the sign directed by Steven Spielberg appeared, there was warm applause at the premiere. The scouts from the major film companies, the film critics who had nothing to say, the ordinary fans who got lucky, and those who had connections like Mike Mahamy, all praised the whole movie. That's right, there was no almost this time, because Jurassic Park is the only one at the moment. It's so exciting. I can't wait to see the movie released. I want to watch it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. I want to go to the preview with my family. If my son knew that dinosaurs really appeared, he would be so excited that he wouldn't be able to sleep. Oh, and his favorite character is Roland. I think he will like the scene where Roland protects his sister. In fact, as early as after watching T2, he told me that he would be as strong as Roland. This movie is so good, but it's a pity that it's too short. How can 2 hours be enough? It should be at least 4 hours. It ended before I could get enough of it. It's such a pity. Oh my god. Will there be a sequel to this movie? I was wondering what it would be like when a Triceratops and a Tyrannosaurus Rex fought. I didn't expect it to be gone now. Is it because of insufficient funds? The scene where Roland and the Olsen sisters escaped by riding on a Triceratops was so exciting. If that could be filmed, why can't the fight be filmed? The guest audience will not demand logic from the movie. You said that even surreal things like dinosaurs have been made. Then what logic is there in the whole movie? This is like you pursuing scientific settings in the wandering Earth. The sun is about to be destroyed, and you are still talking about whether the Jupiter slingshot effect is okay. Then come up with a solution. Don't be like the Swedish girl. I'm here to raise questions, but I don't know how to solve them. Because of this, no one would bother about why the Triceratops jumped out to save people, or even those film critics felt that this was director Spielberg expressing his own thoughts. I think what Steven wants to say is, technology is innocent, and the guilty ones are those who use technology to commit crimes and those who do not strictly control the use of technology. The Triceratops in the movie is obviously the embodiment of technological warmth, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex is a representative of tyranny. They are two sides of the same coin. If humans make good use of technology, then technology will give back more, but if it is abused and disordered, then technology will in turn punish people. I think the role played by Roland and the Olsen sisters represents humans. When faced with new technology, people are panicked and nervous, but after seeing the technological feasibility of the Triceratops, humans have been running all the way on this road, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex behind them is the ambition of humans. Ambition can never catch up with the speed of technological development, but ambition will persevere in following behind, firmly grasping those mature technologies, and then, profit, or control. No, I think the story of Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus Rex is about human nature and discrimination. Herbivores are gentle, while carnivores are ferocious. This is the nature of animals, and it also implies human nature. Just like Roland instinctively protects his sister, and the doctor finally regrets it. All people are born equal, and we cannot discriminate against others because of skin color or gender. The mastermind behind the movie is white, and the black administrator has been doing his duty faithfully, which is the equality that Steven wants to express the most. The equality after abandoning secular concepts. For this kind of judgment, similar to reading comprehension, you really can't do anything to the other party. Just like the strange light flashing in the fish's eyes, even the original author said that he just wrote it casually for fun. Who knew that his article, which had never taken the college entrance examination, would be selected as a college entrance examination question? It's the same now. If Spielberg heard these people's comments, he would definitely sneer in his heart. Sure enough, they are a bunch of fools. He just followed Roland's idea and retained the original plot. His fundamental purpose was to flatter people, regardless of whether it is a close-up of a man and a dinosaur looking at each other from a distance, or a mirror cut when they are desperately running away. All of this is to set off the person. Just like in Ed the Extraterrestrial, the little boy riding a bicycle, Ed wrapped in a white gauze is extremely classic. Even the later Under the Hawthorn Tree copied this kind of composition. As for the connotation, he has put all the connotations in the preaching scenes of the movie, and all the extensions are just over-interpretations. But this over-interpretation is actually a good thing, because Roland was criticized by film critics half a year ago, and now, whether it is because of good acting or good matching, as long as those guys are willing to praise him in the newspaper column they cooperate with, it is a thing that the people like to see. As a result, the day after the premiere, important magazines and newspapers such as Empire, Variety, The Washington Post, and the New York Times all published reviews of Jurassic Park. They were amazed at the visual effects, used the exaggerated phrase living life to describe the dinosaurs, and described the frozen frame of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Roland as a gaze spanning 10,000 years. Such praises that surpassed the past made the fans excited. There is no way who can make the director plus the leading actor cover fans of all ages? After seeing the media's bragging, Roland's fans smiled. Weren't they still criticizing half a year ago? What about now? They like the description of a century-long gaze. Of course, no matter how loud the critics' praises, it is far less strong than the words of George Lucas, Spielberg's brother who also participated in the production. Jurassic Park made me see the progress and hope of technology. The story outline I wrote in 1976 may be ready for filming now. I also look forward to your feedback on this movie, because I really want to bring the origin of Skywalker to the screen. When this interview video was released, America was directly blown up. Lucas is finally going to shoot the origin story of Star Wars? When was the last return of the Jedi? In 1983. And now? In 1993. 10 years. A full 10 years. The young boys at that time have now grown beards. The girls who imitated the princess hairstyle at that time have grown up. The children who grew up watching Star Wars have now started families and careers. And they finally heard the news of the sequel. Why don't you buy Jurassic Park quickly? When Lucas released the final promotion before the film was released, the North American Theatre Alliance didn't give anyone face. The slaughter has begun, and no one can help. On the night of June 10th, the lights were as bright as day. The entrances of major movie theaters in America were crowded with people. Some wore dinosaur t-shirts, some held lightsabers and blasters, some carried backpacks, some wore Santa hats, and some wore cowboy whips. Some people really wanted to see dinosaurs, some were just personal fans, some were Star Wars fans, and some, when epic series plus epic director plus epic child star are put together, what kind of chemical effect will be produced? No one knows. But the market will always give the most loyal feedback. In the first 3 days of the weekend, the average daily box office exceeded 20 million, and after 7 days, over 100 million. Over 100 million in the first week. Unlike the situation in the future where there are theaters everywhere, and the box office can exceed 100 million on the first day, 7 days is already the fastest at the moment. What unstoppable T2? What Guinness World Record ha? What national IP Southwestern? What is the current highest grossing it in the world? They all became the dead souls under the feet of ancient creatures. It broke 100 million in the first week. What will the global box office finally be? 700 million? 800 million? 900 million? Or 1 billion? So far, no movie has been able to break the 1 billion mark. But the closest to the record is still them. Well, it's just two people playing for their own entertainment. This is really a sad story. But even in sadness, for the audience, Jurassic Park is a miracle. I felt like I saw God in the cinema. I only watched it once, and I will keep watching it. I don't know what the movie is about. All I can think of now is the scene where Roland and the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at each other through the window. It was so cool. Tickets for this movie are so hard to buy. I hope those theaters can open theaters in small towns, so that I don't have to get up early and drive to the city every day. It's so troublesome. You ask me if I like it? Here's my ticket stub. Who do you like the most? The person who impressed me the most in the whole movie was, of course, Roland. He made me feel like Harrison Ford. As long as he's in it, it's a blockbuster. At least it's good. Yes, after a series of high-grossing movies. No, it was a series of high-grossing movies. The concept of Roland equals blockbuster has actually appeared in the minds of movie fans. No matter how deep the movie is, he will not disappoint the audience who go to the theater with high expectations. He gives people the feeling of Harrison Ford in the 1970s and 1980s, and you can go in just by looking at the name. But this kind of love is a heavy hammer for the industry. If Jurassic Park really breaks 1 billion, it will not be as simple as a world box office record. Putting aside Captain Hook, he has starred in a total of 4 movies, with a cumulative box office of more than 2.5 billion, and an average of more than 625 million per movie. The total investment of the 4 movies is only 220 million, and one of the 100 million is Terminator 2. 220 million investment, 2.5 billion box office, 11.3 times the super high rate of return. This is already the first in film history. Chapter 125, The 6 Great Reactions, The Emotional Lion. Tell me, who can tell me, why can't we make something like this? When Kevin, the CEO of Warner Group, who was dressed in a suit, slammed the newspapers and documents in his hands on the desk, his bloodshot eyes were like a jackal, as if he wanted to devour everyone in front of him. Look at the news outside. Look at what those film critics say. Jurassic Park is the best science fiction film in the world. Compared with it, The Batman Returns we watched last year was simply a pile of shit. It was not a movie at all, but a stage play with a poor setting. No buying and selling, no killing. Oh no, I went to the wrong set. There is no harm without comparison. Since Jurassic Park has set off a viewing craze, the whole of America is discussing this movie, and the pictures in it are regarded as the best in film history. There will always be unlucky guys who come out to take the blame. Otherwise, without the praise of comparison, it is like a ship without a helmsman, relying only on the wind direction. It will only turn around in place. Batman Returns is the unlucky guy. The reason is simple. who made it the closest sci-fi film to Jurassic Park. In the first half of 1993, there was no output. In 1991, Terminator 2 was the best. Batman Returns was regarded as a sandwich. It was criticized by film critics and fans, saying that it was an action movie under the banner of a comic-adapted sci-fi film, mediocre script, poor fighting, and insincere visual effects. It has nothing to do with sci-fi, and everything is just the director showing off his gothic style, etc. Although Batman Returns is not as bad as the outside world says, and it has an investment of $80 million and a global box office of $260 million, it is indeed profitable, but who made it so unlucky to be the only one? If the audience and film critics don't compare it, will they also bring up Terminator 2? Terminator 2 still had a box office of $500 million, and the profit was more than $200 million. In the field of commercial films, losing money and making less money is the original sin, especially for a sequel of a series. Even if you can't surpass it, you can't make too little money, otherwise, the whole team has to be replaced. Tim Burton was already on the verge of being fired, and now the criticism is the best excuse for Warner. So, no matter how angry the CEO Kevin was, the group of people in the conference room didn't say a word. They sat in silence, and didn't even look up. When the atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point, Kevin spoke up. Batman, the whole team has been replaced. Not only that, he also directly expressed his thoughts. Then, put the visual effects movie on the agenda. Is Roland Allen going to make Spider-Man? Is Steven Spielberg's contract with Universal expiring this year? Go contact Kathleen Kennedy for me and tell them that we can invest. We can give $100 million like Terminator 2. No, we can give $150 million. As long as the two of them participate in the production. Steven, we will still give him the highest producer and director's 20 points. Roland, we will give him 18 points of Super A. I hope. No, I must let you pull them over to me. I must see our Warner's name at the top of the box office rankings in 1995. Although the $10 billion box office is only an estimate, even if it is not achieved, it will not prevent the film companies from being crazy about them. After all, the record of breaking the $100 million box office in a single week is really shocking. According to the share discussed by Universal and the North American Theatre Alliance this time, the first week, that is as high as 85%. In other words, with a box office of $100 million, Universal can take $85 million. How much is the total investment in the whole movie? Just over $70 million. This means that Universal has already achieved the profit in the week when the movie was released. Next, it is just waiting to collect the money. This terrifying speed of return is something that all film companies are jealous of. In the case of the first batch of distribution in 4 weeks, Universal only needs to wait for 21 days to recover the funds. For film companies, how fast the funds are recovered, how fast their turnover is, and Roland, who has proven himself 4 times in a row, is enough for them to fight for their heads. As for supporting people, how many people have George Lucas and Steven Spielberg supported over the years? But there are only 2 who have such influence in the past 30 years. One Harrison Ford, one Roland Allen. How many people have waited for a lifetime, but they can't wait for a hot series, and these guys, whatever they play is popular. To be able to be supported to this extent, it is no longer luck, but their ability. Like Warner, there are many film companies that want to take advantage of the expiration of Spielberg and Universal's contract and directly package the master and apprentice to take down. At this moment, the inside of Paramount is also banging the table loudly. In their words, we have a solid cooperation foundation with them. We are responsible for the distribution of the Indiana Jones series. Now, since our old friend student wants to shoot Spider-Man, of course we will strongly support it. You go contact Kathleen Kennedy for me. We can offer a package price of up to 40%. Be sure to poach them from Universal for me. Of course, if Steven doesn't want to direct, we won't force him. James Cameron will also be fine, but we only guarantee a maximum investment of $100 million and Roland's 18% share. Let him negotiate for the other share of James himself. Fox, which had friendly cooperation with Lucas before, and let Cameron's production company be affiliated with its own name, was even more fantastic. Since George wants to shoot the origin story of Star Wars, we will support him. I know he is not short of money, so let's give the entire investment budget to Roland Allen. I have discussed with the Vice President of News Corporation. No matter whether it is James or Steven, we can get 150 million. As long as Industrial Light and Magic is willing to undertake the post-production, and as long as Steven is willing to be the producer, the Spider-Man project can skip the script review process of the Green Lantern Committee. We will only invest in distribution. As for filming, if they don't let us join the crew, we won't join the crew. Universal, which has tasted sweetness countless times, is even more ruthless than them. Roland enjoys 8% of the dividends. Steven has 28. This time we won't merge the calculations after the film is released offline. After 8 weeks in North America, we will settle them once, based on the total North American box office. The subsequent figures will be settled immediately after the film is released worldwide. Even if our funds are not recovered, we can pay them first. This is the resolution of the parent company's board of directors. Also, we are asked to win Spider-Man. If we succeed, everyone will be promoted to a higher level. We, and everyone present here will have the opportunity to go to the parent company American Music. While Warner, Paramount, Fox, and Universal were about to smash their conference tables, Sony, far away in Asia, also made the final decision. Steven wants to kick them both out. No problem. We'll fire whoever he wants out. As long as he wants. The chairman of Sony Pictures Entertainment, the US subsidiary, will be his. Roland's Spider-Man project can be invested as much as he wants. Anyway, it's a gamble to hire anyone now, so why don't we gamble that Roland's Spider-Man can become the next Jurassic Park? They have succeeded too many times. They know better than us how to play the movie game. 5 of the 7 have already spoken, and the remaining 2 don't want to speak, but they don't know how to speak. Disney? After seeing the performance of breaking 100 million in 7 days, Disney was like the new year. They were just about to set off fireworks to celebrate. Why? Because this time they are not the ones who get beaten. When Beauty and the Beast was released, we were forced to change the release date because of Roland. When Aladdin was released, we were forced to change the release date because of Roland. Now, what about you guys? It's your turn to be beaten by Roland. Before, because the fan base was not overlapping, you guys were not affected as much as I was. Now, what about you? The whole of America is watching his movies, and you guys, while being beaten to the point of being unable to get up, are trying to win him over. Can't help it, right? Laggy. As for MGM United Artists, the lion who created 007, Gone with the Wind, Tom and Jerry, initiated the establishment of the American Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, and launched the Oscars is now old. Don't they know that, if they can win over Roland, and get Spider-Man which can be strongly supported by the original team of Jurassic Park and Industrial Light and Magic, there will be hope to reorganize the film business? Of course they know. They have always played the star card, and launched the greatest actresses in the United States in the past 100 years. Katharine Hepburn, who ranked first, Greta Garbo, who ranked 5th, Cary Grant, who ranked 2nd, and Clark Gable, who ranked 7th. They know better than anyone what Roland's super high rate of return of 11.3 times means. It means that the audience's subconscious mind has blindly followed his movies. It means that the audience's subconscious mind has equated him with good movies. It means that he is the guy who can make the audience walk directly into the theater without watching the content of the movie after Harrison Ford. But, even if it is tempting, they can only watch. They have no money, they have no projects, and they have already withdrawn from United International Pictures, and they have no international distribution capabilities. Compared with the other 5 companies that make live action movies, MGM knows that they have no advantage at all, and in this case, they can only watch Roland being eaten by one of the other 5 companies. Having tasted the actor's extraordinary appeal, they can only envy him now. But there's nothing we can do. We don't have anything they like. In fact, I've always wondered if they were going it alone. If not, why did George release the news of making an origin movie at the critical moment when the movie was about to be released? Hey, if I could, I'd like to buy their current idea for $1. While the fans were in a frenzy, all the guys in the film companies wanted to figure out what was going on in Roland's head. He was now like Tom Cruise in 1986, or in other words, Roland was more popular than the handsome guy who made Top Gun that year. There was no way. When playing cards, the most they could do was to place a single king or queen, but what about him? Just a casual throw would be Zhang, Liu, Guo and Li. But no matter how much they wanted to sign him, these guys didn't mean to shorten the process and communicate directly. They didn't even bother to find out what Roland was doing now. Because his Super A is different from others. Those guys who have accumulated a lot of experience and worked hard for many years and finally became famous have slowly tested out one movie after another. They have no plan in their hands, so after being promoted to Super A, as long as a film company offers a higher price and a better project, they will gladly accept it after shopping around. But what about Roland? To put it bluntly, the projects of the film companies have no appeal to him at all. Or in other words, the senior executives of those film companies don't understand what projects they have that can tempt Roland. A movie series with a single box office of over 500 million. Got. If they knew what series could be so awesome, would they wait until now? Since they don't know, they can only invest in whatever Roland wants to shoot. In this case, they are always passive, but it doesn't matter, because they are used to it. The guys from the Jewish gang are all a group of uncles. Want to grab the initiative from them? It's better to keep an eye on all directions, and wait to grab investment shares, and give money from peers. Because of this, when they were anxiously discussing and offering conditions that would make others envious, no one cared. The popular Roland had already arrived at Skywalker Ranch, and no one cared about the loud cheers coming from Skywalker Ranch. Boo. Congratulations, Roland. The youngest 1.5 billion man in history. Boo. 100 million in 7 days. We made history. Boo. We opened the era of visual effects with our own hands. 1 billion. Here we come. That's right. While those film companies were busy trying to win over the newly promoted Super A and the once again successful Spielberg, in Marin, California, the Jewish gang that didn't take the capitalists seriously at all was celebrating their success at the 50,000-acre Skywalker Ranch. Champagne was rising, and everyone was making a fuss. The one who got the most advantage, or the one with the youngest generation, naturally received more preferential treatment. Roland, with his hands in his pockets, didn't know what was going on, and the feeling of chilling and excitement spread throughout his body. When he wiped his face vigorously and looked around again, the scene filled with excitement made him laugh. Looking at those seniors who were usually there, Roland, who was sizzled with champagne by everyone, did not have any psychological barriers at all. He raised his hand to pick up the opened champagne, pressed the cork and shook it vigorously twice, then pointed the bottle mouth to the sky and twisted it with his thumb. There was a crisp sound, and the cork shot up into the sky. The next second, the wine foamed, and the bubbles were everywhere. Congratulations to you too, Steven. A billionaire director is within your reach. Thank you too, George. The news that you are going to shoot the origin of Star Wars was released at the right time. Who else sprayed me just now? Forget it. Since you all took the champagne, none of you can escape. Note, Jurassic Park was really the last straw that stopped Tim Burton from getting involved in Batman Forever. Batman Returns did not meet the expectations of Warner executives, and the gothic style was too strong, so Batman Forever was kept on the back. Then Jurassic Park was born, and Hollywood wanted to follow suit to shoot this thing, but Industrial Light and Magic was short of manpower at the time. The visual effects projects such as Forrest Gump, Jumanji, Casper the Duck, and Mission Impossible were all projects of the Jewish helpers. Warner could not get the technology, so it had to find someone to shoot Batman Forever. Not only that, they also changed the script that Tim Burton had originally written. I wrote a separate chapter before about the theater's commission, so I won't repeat it here. The influence of Jurassic Park at that time was equivalent to that of Avatar later. As for why those film companies did not do CGI themselves, it was actually a cost-effectiveness issue. The R&D cost was too high and the possibility of recovering the R&D funds was too low. As for why Lucas tinkered with this thing, it was because he had money and was willing to do it. The Skywalker Ranch in Marin, Northern California, covers an area of 50,000 acres. However, Lucas bought the land just to make movie sound effects, to make various real scenes, and then he and the sound effects engineer tinkered there. Before Cameron filmed Terminator 2, he went to Skywalker Ranch and immediately felt that special effects were the only way to make money, so he did digital domain himself. The birth of the so-called CGI is actually the willfulness of being rich. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.